Flat Earth expert Mark Sargent thinks the moon landing was a hoax.
Technically, the moon itself is a hoax.
Right, but betting with Sportsbet's new iPhone app?
I could do this standing on my head.
Thanks, Gravity. Sportsbet's new iPhone app. It's foolproof.
Hello everybody out there in the internet land, how are you this evening?
We're living on a disk, floating through space, with a tiny sun.
Hey, I'm FTFE, welcome back to the channel that does to stupidity what the Flash movie's done to the superhero genre. So yeah, I finally got around to watching the Flash movie, and well, the best thing about it was Batman. So, or Batmen, I should say. But I think the Flash movie signals the end of the superhero movie craze, really, which Marvel obviously made over the past kind of 20 years. Yeah, although the Flash movie was good, I don't know why they didn't finish the CGI, and I don't know why they wrote the script the way they did and made it so terrible. There was a lot of good things about the movie, but there was a lot of disappointing things about the movie. You know, as a massive DC nerd, you know, to see the Flashpoint storyline kind of on the big screen in the movie was kind of exciting, and they ruined it. I mean, Grant Gustin should be Flash. Fuck Ezra Miller. Anyway, hello. Welcome back to the channel. I hope you're having a good start to your week, and I'm here to ruin it, as always. Going to go over to medicinal mass media tonight and see if there's any flat earthers that are brave enough to actually talk to me. So, yeah, it does kind of seem that the debates are getting harder and harder to do, actual debates, because there is less and less flat earthers willing to actually speak to me. And, you know, I understand why. It's because I'm a horrible cunt. But I'm a horrible cunt because I destroy their world. I destroy their ignorance and their stupidity. And I can do that nicely if a flat earther talks to me in a decent way and is able to actually have a conversation and answer questions and not be dishonest and, you know, either abusive or sea lion, you know, and I can, in those circumstances, have a decent conversation with them and still destroy their stupid worldview, but, you know, be a teacher rather than someone berating somebody. But when you come across a flat earther that is just abusive or refuses to actually engage in conversation, won't answer questions and stuff, I just treat them exactly the way that they're acting. And yeah, that kind of has resulted in a lot of flat earthers running the fuck away. So let's see if there's actually any left. Medicinal Mass Media is a great server, not just full of flat earthers, actually run by a Glover. So let's go over there and see what the crack is today.
Here he is.
Speak of the devil. Speak of the devil.
Welcome,
I'm not a
FTFE, to the Medicinal Mass Media server.
Hello.
How you doing tonight?
I'm doing fantastic, thank you. And yourself?
Yeah, all right.
Just all right?
So anyway,
Yeah,
Too early
I
in the
mean, I
morning.
work today, so
Well, you're not at work now, so, you know, it should be better, right?
yeah, I got to go to work tomorrow. So
Oh.
we're doing
Where'd you work?
absolutely
What I do is I'll phone up and pretend that I'm your doctor, and I'll point out how the herpes you've got is incredibly contagious, and you should stay away for a few weeks. Does that sound good?
I already used that one though.
Right. Yeah. Don't use the herpes card too early, man.
Yeah, I know, right?
You
How's
can use it again.
breaking out anyways.
You can use it again, Damon. You just have to show proof next time.
Yeah. Not in HR though. That's why I don't work for people properly anymore.
Speaking of herpes, how have you been, Craig?
Good segue.
Sorry to hear about your friend.
My friend? My cat, you mean?
The hairy one, yeah.
Yeah, more than a friend, a family member.
Yeah,
Oh yeah.
yeah, I know. I'm sorry to hear about that. As a guy who owns a couple cats myself, I'd kind of miss them if they didn't start showing up.
Oh,
I
yeah.
appreciate that, yeah. It's hard. I'm still getting up every day, looking at the point where she's been lying, and, you know, she's been with me for 18 years, and it's hard to lose part of that routine that's been with you for so long, you know?
Oh yeah.
Trust me, there are a lot of cats that would very much like to take her place.
I just want to be a cat. That sounds like a great life. Eat, sleep, fight.
Yep.
The fact that you guys just got a brand new puppy though too is kind of a blessing, I would say.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah. We've been thinking about a dog for a long time, and now we got Wee Commander Riker, and I've realised that owning a dog as a puppy is harder than having a child.
But nothing better to keep your mind off, other things. So
Yeah, Warped. Why is Warped in the chat going like, oh, crying over a cat? Why would you not cry over a member of your family dying?
yeah, some people don't understand. I mean, as you can see by my profile picture, I'm a cat guy myself. I got
Yeah,
4 of them, so I understand.
I can understand over a dog, but a cat. Well, you're just a weirdo.
I mean, it's the same thing.
Yeah.
Really. He's just. I tell people who don't like cats, it's because they've never had a cat that thought of them as their owner. They've only been around other people's cats.
You mean as their servant?
Exactly. Yes, exactly.
Yeah. I think very quickly that the puppy is learning that the cats own the house. So.
Yeah. That's very true.
How is the Flat Earth crew in here tonight? Is there any infinite plane lovers in the house?
I am. I'm just kidding. I'm not a flat earther.
Well, that's the only kind of flat earthers that speak nowadays, is the ones that aren't really flat earthers.
Yeah, you've been having quite the cold streak here recently, it seems.
Yeah, and I did hear a wee clip from part of the live stream where someone was saying about, well, it's all my fault for being so nasty and mean to flat earthers, but you know, that's not the case, because there's countless streams that I've done where the conversations are perfectly civil, and it depends on the person that I'm speaking to. If the person, the rule on my channel is if the person I'm speaking to can have a decent conversation, act like a human, engage in actual conversation tactics, and not just be dishonest, then they get treated with the civility and respect that comes with. But if when discussing with me they're either abusive or just dishonest or sea lioning, then I treat them exactly the way that they deserve. And I understand that has now scared off a lot of flat earthers.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I think at this point, like, people are coming in expecting a certain thing, and maybe that's, swaying the way that they're acting, at first.
I mean, I'm more than willing to have a proper, civil, decent conversation. But if that conversation just turns into someone refusing to answer questions, avoiding the question, then yeah, of course I'm going to get angry and demand that they actually engage in the conversation. And, it's not my fault that I don't like having conversations with people that are going to act dishonest.
Amen.
Hey, well, listen, you do a tough job. It's easy to criticize. I bet it's a bit tougher to do. So
I've got a criticism for that. I think you're too willing to take quote unquote opponents in 1v1 situations in which it's known, even you, that they're not worth that time, and then you get in that situation where being nasty is warranted. But I feel like you put yourself in there most of the time.
Well, yeah, that's the problem, though, is that 99% of flat earthers are like that. So the majority of the people that I speak to, that's the way the conversations go, because they're those kind of people. I mean, I've had hundreds of death threats and, threats against my family, and the amount of people that want to fight me in a cage and stuff, because they don't like that I called them stupid. It is ridiculous. There's constantly people in the flat earth world that are way more vile than me that will...
shouldn't run your mouth then, should you?
What's that?
You shouldn't be rude to people then, should you, man? Shouldn't be rude and swear at people then. What do you expect, man? You think
like I've said, I am only like that if they're like that to me.
Fair enough.
So it's not me that's doing it. The rule is well known on my channel. If you come on and you act decent, you get treated decent. If you don't, you get FTFE. And that, like I said, when 99% of the people in the conversation on the Flat Earth side are horrific people that will follow the likes of Nathan Oakley and Daniel Pratt and, Brother Sanchez, and literally are horrific, horrible people, then that's how the conversation is going to go. The ones where the conversation's decent is honestly with the flat earthers that are on the edge, because they're probably slightly more intelligent. It's well known that people that aren't intelligent will normally be horrific, horrible, vile people. So that, but I do see a flat earther in here, that got glub whoever that is, who's been pushing around the stupid Witsit video, and the taboo conspiracy video about how a pilot destroyed the globe, and I'd love to talk to a flat earther about that, because it's very easy to debunk.
Yes. He's deafened, so probably not hearing anything.
No, he just kind of sits there.
Yeah.
I think he just did that.
Yeah, it's
Sorry, go on.
Oh, you go. I was gonna say, yeah, it's I've actually the other day actually did like a whole like model of it, whatever, and it checks out with the globe, or whatever, from what I've seen. So yeah, I don't know why they're like pushing that. It's weird.
The reason they're pushing it is because they forgot about the Earth's rotation. I mean,
yeah.
What's the flight? 4 hours and 8 minutes or something. So it's going to be over 60 degrees of rotation, which they've just ignored and gone, haha, it doesn't do it. Well, yeah, it wouldn't do that, because the Earth also rotates. And people wonder why I call them fucking idiots.
Yeah, Bob did a fantastic destruction video.
Yeah, I've got that on my to-watch list. I did see that he basically, it's the same point, right? That's, the mistake that he made was...
Yeah.
He did that flight path thing, and it shows that the stars rise up. Well, yeah, they would do that, but they'd also rotate clockwise 60 degrees at the same time, which would put them where we expect.
Yeah, I put that video on yesterday, Craig.
Yeah, what I've seen of it is good. I haven't had a chance to sit down and watch the whole thing. Kind of incredibly busy at the moment, which is good.
Is that the new point?
There's no flat earthers that want to actually debate. Is there any flat earthers that still think that video is evidence that the Earth isn't a globe? They can't, right? Has anyone?
What is it now? It's what is it? It's star elevation angles from airplanes or something.
Well, it's the fact that
I'm actually watching.
There's a flight route going from like Central Europe somewhere over to the west of Africa, right? And there's a time lapse of it, and you see during the time lapse that there's two stars that start off in one position and at the end of the flight are in a slightly different position, and Taboo Conspiracy then was like, haha, well, if I run that flight route through Google Earth, it doesn't show the stars doing that, but that's because he didn't include any kind of Earth's rotation. So, you know, apparently the plane he was using on Google Earth can travel close to the speed of light.
Yeah.
I pinged that God Globby guy in chat, so, you know, he should know that you want to talk to him about that video.
Well, I've already pinged him about it a few times.
Oh, okay.
Gottgläubig.
Yeah, I'm not even going to try and pronounce that.
Don't worry.
I just call him Gott.
Yes, that's good.
But so I don't know what to do if there's no flat earthers here that want to have a discussion.
They are always much braver in text chat.
Yeah. Oh no, FTFE's here. I've got to run away.
Oh Jesus, Shane is in text chat.
Yeah, what's up with Shane?
Oh, Shane's just a meme lord.
Jeez Louise, yeah, he's always seems to be pretty prominent in chats.
Well, I mean, the fact that Shane is still having that "thanks Walter" thing as his tagline shows that there's a little bit of dishonesty going on when it's been debunked so thoroughly.
Yep. As a person named Shane myself, I am ashamed.
Yeah, I thought Shane was cool.
You are a Shane.
I thought he had promise because
I am ashamed.
He seemed like almost willing to have the conversation and take on board points, but you know, at the beginning I thought he was close to going, oh yeah, you're right, the Earth's not flat, but then somehow Witsit completely and utterly brainwashed him, and possibly lobotomized at the same time. I'm not entirely sure, but now he refuses to listen to anything that doesn't fit the narrative that he wants, and just posts memes, and that's it.
Yeah,
I think it was around the time when he split off from Tartaria to make his own thing, to make that echo chamber for a bit before it got nuked. It was around that time, because I had the same sentiment in which you can have long drawn out conversations and flesh things out with them for a long time, but once that split happened, it just went to memes, and you can't have any conversation now.
No. There's literally no point trying to have a conversation with Shane because he will just post back a meme that we've all seen 1,000 times. And again, this is why, you know, I talk to a lot of the flat earthers the way I do, because they're not interested in having an honest conversation. What's left but to mock them and call them fucking idiots to their face? So, yeah, well, I mean, I see Callie there, who is a Poe, so there's no point talking to him.
Callie's a Poe. Oh boy.
No, I'm just a Glover now, just a regular Glover.
Definitely not a Poe.
No, I literally don't.
Didn't you accept some?
What was
Didn't
that?
you accept some points that completely disrupt your model?
Yeah, man, I was a flat earther like less than a few months ago.
Well, we're glad that you came.
You were
that
an
you,
actual flat earther less than a few months ago?
FTFE, me and you had like probably the most toxic debate I've ever been in my life.
Yeah,
And
I
know.
I know that. But were you an actual flat earther at that point?
I'll say to honestly evaluate both sides, I dropped the globe belief and was interested in the well of information on the flat Earth side more.
Right.
So if that means I'm a flat earther, then so be it.
But,
what turned you around? Well, sorry.
Let's actually have a decent conversation about that, Callie, because if you were a genuine flat earther The way that we had the conversation and why it was so toxic was because I remember you also refused to kind of actually engage in the conversation and answer questions, and you were kind of doing the typical flat earth spitfire a bunch of things and not discussing them, right? You wanted me to watch like a whole video and rather than discuss just the individual points and stuff, and I felt like it was a bad way to have the conversation. So that's why it went the way it did. But what has turned you round to actually realise that the Earth isn't flat, and then made you want to be a bit of a pro instead?
Stellar parallax. That was the first one.
Right. Okay. A lot of flat earthers just deny flat out there is any parallax. Were you in that side of it, or?
I always, from early on, I always understood that it's more practical to presume a globe when doing celestial navigation.
Yeah, I mean, it's the only way it would work with celestial navigation. For me, that's one of the absolute slam dunks of the globe, is that celestial navigation works, and it's entirely dependent on the Earth being a globe for it to work the way it does.
Because if you try to model, you can't model the sky curving.
No,
it's yet to be done.
Kind of crazy stuff going on. You're absolutely right. All right. Well, Callie, I apologise to you for having a toxic debate. Okay. I don't like for that to be the way that things go if there's a chance that there could be a decent conversation. And the fact that you've honestly thought about things and decided that you were wrong, it is something that I appreciate as a sign of someone's intellectual honesty. So I offer you my apologies about how toxic our debate was.
Well, it takes two to tango, man. I also was very, I went into that debate probably just as stubborn as anybody else would be, where I wasn't going to let you,
Yeah.
You guys should kiss and make up.
I was just about to say, you guys gonna kiss?
Yeah, that's gay.
Wait, I thought it was up for it.
No, that was...
But yeah, I apologize as well for our last debate, but yeah, we're talking now. So
hey man, that's cool. That's cool. Like I said, do you feel that you were a bit brainwashed about some aspects of it?
Like I said, man, the interest comes from the quote-unquote untapped well of information. So when you first come across it, it appears to have like a wealth.
Yeah. Like there's a lot of things that you can look into, a lot of different points to talk about and stuff.
Right, and there's fascination there. To address it unbiased, I did drop the globe belief. I said, okay, if I'm going to honestly assess flat Earth evidence or flat Earth claims, I rid my foundation of my globe.
So you decided to give yourself a bias of flat Earth then?
I wanted a clean slate for cosmology. Yeah.
But when you looked into it, you realized that it just didn't fit with what we see in reality.
It took me a long time to see it, but yeah, it took me about a year of just going over the same arguments every day, hashing them out, finding little details that maybe don't get spoke on.
Okay, I mean that's interesting. It's good that you actually it's taken a year, and that's not a bad thing. Ignorance isn't always a bad thing, because ignorance is something that can be solved, and you've solved it, and you did it in a way that worked for you. And it's great that you've come round and you've seen that there's factual evidence to support the globe rather than flat Earth, and a lot of things don't fit. Can I ask you, what advice would you give to other people that are kind of new to it or are on the edge? Is there anything that you would give, like, to tell them about how to look at it, or any advice you could give them in any way?
Wow. Yeah, just try to understand celestial navigation, and don't consider that the sky can't prove the shape of the ground. That's not the case.
Brilliant. So basically anything that Nathan Oakley says, ignore.
I actually never got into Nathan Oakley even a little bit.
Well, you're very lucky.
That was like past.
It's probably your saving grace.
Yeah, I had I was invited onto his channel once, and it took 47 minutes for him to ban me from his channel on Discord, and in that 47 minutes, he 37 times offered to put his testicles in my mouth.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Can I ask you something?
Sure, go
Okay,
ahead.
let me ask. What's the method of navigation underwater? Because I don't work in submarines. I have to ask.
So it depends on the situation. The general way is dead reckoning. So you'll point your sub in a direction, you'll go down, and you'll keep heading in that direction. If you are in a position where you don't need to be quiet, then you can use your sonar to help navigate. But obviously the idea of submarines is to be stealthy. And if you're pinging out sound waves, other people can see where you are. So if you really are in a situation where you're underwater, you need to know where you are and change your heading or whatever, and you can't use your sonar, military submarines use something called gravity anomaly navigation, where it will use variations in the Earth's gravitational field due to different distributions of mass to actually map the underwater surface, the ground underwater in real time, to make sure I'm not going into any mountains underwater or anything. So they actually use gravity as a fundamental way of navigation.
How do they measure that?
They've got a series of extremely accurate accelerometers around the submarine. And so basically they can tell within three-dimensional space where the heaviest pull of gravitational attraction is. If they are under an area where there's more ground than less, then there'll be more of an attraction towards that. If there's a mountain underwater towards the front of them, then the accelerometers towards the front will pick up more of an attraction towards that way. So there's very, very slight variations in where the gravitational acceleration is exactly coming from, allows the submarine in real time to map what's around them completely silently.
Makes sense.
It's amazing.
Wow.
And one of the best evidence for gravity.
Proves gravity as well.
Yeah.
It proves gravity as well. I was just gonna say, yeah, exactly. It proves that everything is that it works the way we understand it as well. That everything is actually in free fall constantly.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, I mean, it's kind of the same concept as using measuring gravitational differences for oil discovery and mineral discovery and stuff. Something like PhD Tony does. He uses satellites in space and really accurate and sensitive accelerometers to find where there's different deposits of minerals and stuff underground, and it's exactly the same kind of concept.
Yeah,
I love hearing the excuses for that one.
Yeah, though the density thing doesn't work, The only response I've ever had is, "You're lying, it doesn't happen."
Yeah.
The problem with density is that you need gravity for density to even work and have an effect.
Yeah, for it to do anything, you need a force acting on it. Density isn't a force; it's just how much stuff there is in that space, and that doesn't do anything. And no matter how much Sleeping Warrior cries, density is not a force. I mean,
the same thing with buoyancy.
How dense he is a force. That's different.
It's the same thing with buoyancy.
Yeah.
Flat Earth would say density and buoyancy. Both density and buoyancy are dependent on gravity.
Absolutely. Well, for them to for density to do anything, gravity has to happen. For buoyancy to exist, there has to be an acceleration acting in the opposite direction. I see the Viking in the chat, and I believe he is a flat earther. I would like to hear his thoughts on that.
Get him on!
Come on, Viking. You can't have a name like the Viking if you're not willing to engage in a bit of rough and tumble.
If he's not responding, there's actually a DITRH is asking about that taboo conspiracy video because he doesn't know it's been debunked already.
Why doesn't someone go into GeoServer quickly? Go into GeoServer and tell them FTFE is there if anyone wants to debate. I bet someone will come over.
Yeah, ask Durf to come over and I'll explain to him exactly how it's been debunked. And I'll be nice.
Come on, David Weiss.
I mean, flat earthers, right? Hey, here's a proof. Ignore the fact that the Earth rotates.
He just said the sky rotates. Flat
Viking
Earthers
doesn't
say
want to talk
that.
then. Oh, wowzers. Siggy Sigweld in my chat again, gifting 50 memberships. Thank you very much, buddy. Oh, and then 666 ARSs. This super chat is to commemorate Christian Huygens, who once said, "The world is my country, science my religion." Hail Huygens. Hail... these are names I can't pronounce, Siggy. Don't do this. Hail Sagan. I can do that one.
Huygens and Leeuwenhoek.
Yes, those things. Cheesy Knob is member for 4 months, says, "Go on, man up and debate Professor Debay already. I'm far too scared to debate Professor Debay. He is the most intelligent man on the planet."
I can't stand Eric Dubé. What a horrible human being.
Yes, yes. I debate Professor Debay, but he's far too scared to debate anybody. Literally. There isn't any debates with Eric Dubé debating anybody, because he won't debate. He says he wants to debate Neil deGrasse Tyson because he knows fair well that Neil deGrasse Tyson wouldn't give him the time of day. So Donald Trump's 105 to 120 indictments, who's been a member for 39 months. Great name. Says, "Hope you got cushed. The only way to get through these." Yes, I do. Don't worry.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Other Shane's still piping up there in the chat. Shane, just come in here. We'll all shut up, and you and FTFE can have a nice, relaxed chat.
Shane won't, though, because he knows that I can debunk everything he says in about 10 seconds.
Yeah, somebody tag Shane. Witsit, tag all of them, guys.
Did you see the picture I put in there of David Weiss, whatever his name is, Dearth, from his app?
Yeah.
He's still advertising this, and no one calls him out for Australia being totally the wrong shape.
Oh, I mean, I do all the time, but he won't talk to me, of course.
He's another charlatan. I can't stand him.
You know the best thing about his app, right? The absolute best thing about his app is that it shows where other people that use the app are in real time, which is a massive fucking security risk. But, you know, for some reason it does that. And at one point there was 3 people in Antarctica that were using his app.
Oh my god.
Yeah, this is true.
You know how Neil deGrasse Tyson doesn't debate people who do flat Earth, so Eric Debay is like, "Oh yeah, I'll challenge him because he knows he's not going to accept anyway." Imagine how funny it would be if Neil deGrasse Tyson actually took him up on it. How scared would Eric Debay be?
I mean, I would just give all of my credit cards to watch that, you know? Yeah. In fact, they can have my 2 children. I don't care. I want to watch that. Almost as much as I want to watch the Mark Zuckerberg Elon Musk fight.
Oh my god.
Neil speaks too quick, too freely, I think. I don't know how well he would do against one of the veteran flat earthers. I mean, he could kick their ass, but I think he'd be sitting there scratching his head more time than not.
I think he'd just be overblown with stupidity. He'd be like, "Sorry, are you an actual person?" Oh, Shane, nice bunch of cartoons that you're showing there. None of them are actually a photo. And also, you don't understand perspective and camera angles and models.
I don't know. This is fucking hilarious, isn't it?
Yeah. I'm going to put it up in my chat so everyone can see what Shane has... Which Australia is the real one? Well, you know, they all kind of look actually the same shape, really, just from different angles and perspectives. So, you know, but also the fact that I don't think any of those are actual photos.
No, they love picking out obviously CGI images. Yeah. It's like, oh, look at how fake it looks. Yeah. Obviously, nobody thought that was real to begin with.
Like, so many flat earthers are like, well, the Earth's obviously flat because there's no real pictures of Earth from space. And then they Google and like show all the pictures and go, look, they're all fake. And then the first one is usually the blue marble from 1972, you know? And it's like, that one's not fake. Yeah, well, it is, obviously. No. Flat earthers, before they go to bed at night, their mum read them a book, and it was The Emotional Flat Earther's Guide to Dismissing Evidence. Everything I don't like is fake.
The end.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. Shane, come on, come in here and defend your nonsense. You won't, because you don't like that I can destroy it so easily.
I don't think I've ever heard him speak. Has he ever gone on, Shane? Chat and said anything?
He was on my channel a couple of times, and he did run the Tartaria debates that I did 18 of them. And, you know, generally modded those quite well, but always refused to actually get involved in the debate. And whenever I debunk him, he just goes...
I think he's afraid to get I think he's afraid to get dogpiled on, and I mean that's why I said, "Well, shut up, and you can have a nice, gentlemanly conversation." But
Mr. Fight the Flat Earth, sir.
Yes.
What do you have to say about the azimuthal grid of vision? That explains everything in the celestial observations, sir.
It doesn't exist.
Walter Bislin said it's possible, so when we say that it's impossible to depict it, it seems like we can depict it.
I mean, just because something is possible doesn't mean it actually exists. There's no such thing as an azimuthal grid of vision. Like,
I've heard a brilliant man called Whitsitt say that it exists. So I mean,
wait,
what do you have to
said
say
it?
about that, sir?
Whitsitt said, "Oh fuck's sake." Well, if Whitsitt said it, clearly it's right, because we all know that Whitsitt is the modern day Stephen Hawking, right?
Yes.
I talked to a professor, and he said there was no problems with it.
Which professor?
That's what he said all the time.
Hundreds of PhDs.
Yeah, he must know a bunch of them.
No. I tried to get him to tell me who his sources were once, and then he linked me to a guy that's literally just a conspiracy theorist that runs a website that, like, and I'm like, what? So this guy said it, so therefore it's true. He's not a professor just because he thinks he is. He doesn't teach. No, Whitsitt never has any people that will agree with him. There was even someone on the Tartaria server that he was saying, "Oh, this person is a Glober and they've got a degree and they agree with me." And I asked them directly, and they went, "No, I don't fucking agree with him. He's an idiot."
He pops in here once in a while in chat. I wish he'd pop in now.
Oh! Look at Shane posting the magic bendy light.
There we go.
Yeah. Also, so if that's the map that represents the flat Earth, Shane, you think the AE map is a correct depiction of the flat of the Earth? That makes you a dumbass.
I can't believe that they think the southern stars are not doing what everybody sees them doing, and they're actually doing something completely the opposite.
Yeah, I know. I've literally had flat earthers just tell me it's a lie that the stars rotate in the opposite direction. I'm like, but it's not. You can fucking go and see it.
I know, it's outstanding. And when you live in the south and they're telling you, no, you're wrong, I'm like, the stars go over my head. I know what they're fucking doing. Nah, you're wrong. It's fake.
The thing is that in most Western societies, you can see both rotation points. Not the center point, but you can see that they're both rotating.
Yes.
They'll tell you that
From
it's due to the angle you view in the sky. They'll tell you that if you turn around 180 degrees, then the sky is supposed to turn the other way. And I say to them, okay, what I want you to do is I want you to turn around and make a clock on the wall spin backwards. And you know,
I know. That's exactly the argument I used. Well, someone said that to me. Oh, you just turn around and they go the other way. I was like, what? Like, put a clock on your ceiling and look at which way the second hand is going, and then just shift your body 180 degrees while still looking up. Has it changed the direction it's spinning? Like,
yeah.
Well, the other point is that's a distraction from the fact that there's two celestial poles.
Yeah.
Why are there two? I don't care what direction they're friggin' spinning or moving or not. Why are there two?
As a mythical grid of vision, bitch.
Yeah, magic.
I saw it explained by watching a car drive down the street and then going to the other side of the street to watch the car drive down the street.
that was Flatzoid when I debated him.
Yeah, I know you know what I'm talking about.
That hurt me so bad. Oh my god, he literally compared standing on different sides of the street. It's going a different way now. No, it's not. No, it's really not. But then Flatzoid also told me quite emphatically that acceleration and velocity are just the same thing.
Who said that?
Flatzoid.
Oh my god, I remember when Spurs Chemo told you that, but I never saw...
Well, no, Spurs Chemo once told me there was a murder on a space shuttle as it was docking with the ISS.
Did that guy play too much Among Us? What the fuck?
Oh, he's on TikTok now, just like constantly live streaming on TikTok.
He always gave up super Poe vibes to me.
Yeah, I'm pretty convinced that he was a Poe. But he was good enough at being a Poe that he fooled a lot of people. Debates with him were always very interesting, that's for sure.
How many people do you think it will take to leave Flat Earth before those that leave Flat Earth come back and go, you motherfuckers, you ripped me off? That's going to be interesting when that all happens.
The problem
and
is,
David
right?
Weiss has to explain how he's sucking money off people for so many years.
Yeah. The problem is that people like Dave Weiss are so deep in it that, you know, his whole life and financial stability is based around being a flat earther, that I don't think that he could ever let that go. You know, but if he did, if he was like, no, I was wrong, the Earth's not flat, it's a globe, the instant thing that would happen is every other flat earther would say, oh, he's a shill and he's been paid.
Yeah.
You know, so it doesn't matter how many people leave, because the mentality of flat earthers is such that anyone that leaves was either not a real flat earther or is just a Poe or a shill.
There you go.
Yeah,
Gary White Banga. Does he ever talk?
It's all going to end when they understand that the Southern Hemisphere exists. See, that most of them are really ignorant about the South.
Yeah. I don't understand
there's
how
a
people
chance
can
for
be
flat
flat earthers when they live in Australia. It blows my mind.
Yes, because you're ignorant. You know, even me, I just didn't understand what was going on, so they can suck you in quite easily.
Yeah.
They obviously can feel themselves upside down, you know.
Well,
yes,
it's actually,
shit like that gets you.
Isn't it kind of an evolution thing? When Australians wake up, they do, you know, it takes them like 20 minutes to adjust to being upside down, and then their brain just sorts it out.
Yeah, and when they take their morning piss and it hits them in the head, that, you know.
Yeah.
Raises some questions.
Definitely.
But we're not even upside down. The the equator is the closest point to the sun, so that would be up. So the north and south are both sideways. It's just that you go through space first.
Yeah.
Isn't that right? You know, we're hanging
I
on
I don't understand how grown men can be confused about what up and down is. You know, it blows. It's like
up is north.
Oh yeah, up
well,
is
there
north,
is no up
that's
and
it.
down on a globe. It's in and out on the globe. There's no up and down on the globe.
So many times I've debated flat earthers and they've gone, right, I want you to think about if you're standing on the moon and looking at Earth, you got the top and the bottom. And I'm like, well, from that perspective, you could say, yeah. And he's like, so you're telling me there's people upside down? Oh, fuck's sake.
The issue is that the issue is not being able to grasp that when they're looking at a picture of the Earth, that they're looking at it from an outside reference frame, and they're, you know, thinking that it has a top or bottom. You know what I mean? It's
well. Explain this. When I jump, why doesn't the Earth spin out from under me at 1,000 miles per hour, bitch?
Right. I've been told by NASA we're not allowed to talk about that because that proves the flat Earth.
Oh shit!
I don't know how long they spend on helicopters hovering and the Earth not moving underneath it when it should. Oh my god, they must spend fucking months on that.
You know, with that one, I was sitting at my desk in 5th grade being bored, and I figured out the helicopter one all by myself by realizing, oh, it must go with the air. So I think I did all right.
The amount of times I have to explain to somebody that the atmosphere rotates with the Earth, therefore the plane and the helicopter are using that. Oh,
yeah, that and the fact that hovering implies staying over a particular spot on the Earth. So wherever that spot goes, you're going with it. You know.
Well, conservation momentum is a big problem for flat earthers.
Yeah, I wasn't sure about that in 5th grade. I didn't know there was a name for it.
Yeah, I want you to try this. So next time you're on an airplane, go to the front, make sure the owl's clear, jump up, and you're going to hit that back wall going 600 miles an hour. You should try it. It's fun.
I'll tell you what.
No,
we should do
one
is,
of the
we should get a bunch of
Bryans
flat
said
earthers to jump up in a helicopter with an open door.
Oh no, a falling elevator.
I've seen that in the
jump at the
movies.
right time.
If you jump at right moment you live.
Wasn't that Bugs Bunny did that? Didn't Bugs Bunny do that with an airplane or
Yep.
something?
So
They ran out of gas.
I see a flat earther in the chat called Aruna or something. It appears no one cares to debate this FTFE guy because FTFE expresses himself as a very dark soul who repeats the same script-based arguments while interrupting, ad homing, and ridiculing others, treating them like subhumans. This is despicable behavior and a terrible look for everyone involved. I've never ad homed. Calling somebody an idiot to their face is not an ad hom, it's an insult. I don't use script-based arguments. I tell you facts that you think are scripts. Just because it's the same thing that it would say in a physics book doesn't mean it's a script. It's just because it's factual. I'm not going to change what I'm saying because facts are facts. I do ridicule flat earthers because anyone that thinks the earth is flat has some issues in their head. Treating them like subhumans. The only flat earthers I treat like subhumans are the ones that treat me like subhumans and send me death threats and such. If you would like to come on and defend any of those claims, I would more than happily have a respectful, calm discussion with you. But what you're going to do is instead sit in the chat complaining about how I'm a big old meanie instead of talking to me. Am I right?
Amen.
Subhuman is a step up for a lot of flat earthers.
It is. Oh, Craig, I'm the one that also has the dog named Riker.
Good name.
Yep.
Yeah.
Although completely misnamed for mine because it was supposed to be a Berger Picard, and my name's Kirk, and I would have had a Kirk would have a Berger Picard named Riker, but that fell through, and it's a Belgian Tervuren, so it really doesn't fit.
So why did you name your dog after a prison?
Why did I what?
Rikers Island.
Why'd you name your dog after a prison?
I didn't. I named her after Commander Riker, the first officer of Captain Jean-Luc Picard of the USS Enterprise NCC 1701-D.
Oh, Rikers Island's a big jail in New York City.
Was that a real thing?
Yeah. The Starship Enterprise. It better fucking be. I've watched all the documentaries.
Oh, okay. Because if that was science fiction, your dog would be fake.
Science fiction?
Yeah, if that was fantasy, your dog must be a fantasy.
Well, yeah, but they're
fantasy and science fiction exist.
Yeah, they're definitely documentaries. I mean, they spend all that time on the ship and stuff, right?
My stepdad's a huge Trekking. Back in the day, he had this like phaser remote control that he used for the TV, and it went pew pew pew.
When pagers were big, I wanted to create a pager that looked like the emblem on the Next Generation. I think that would have been cool, but pagers went away real quick.
Fuck Star Trek.
Phasers do not go pew pew.
Hold on. Who just said fuck Star Trek?
I said fuck Star Trek, Stargate all the way.
I'm not going to deny that Stargate is good. Okay, but you can't beat Star Trek.
Oh, come on. Stargate, over 10 years of seasons with 3 spin-offs and 4 movies.
Yeah, but then they ruined it with the final season that they never finished of Universe. It would have been so good if they'd actually finished that story. But the problem with Universe was that they started the script and didn't know what they were going to finish it with. They're like, there's this big thing at the center of the universe. What is it? Oh, we don't know.
No, remember, MGM ran out of money. That's why all 3 seasons, like the SG-1, Atlantis, and Universe, all ended relatively close to each other. It's because MGM ran out of money to keep going.
I mean, we can all agree that Rodney McKay is the best character in all of Stargate, right?
No. No. Jack O'Neill.
Rodney McKay, every fucking day.
No. Because he had the line to the one colonel, how's that beer and mustard diet working out for you? Best line ever.
Samantha Carter.
Yeah, and I liked her in that other show she was in. It was set in England.
England's just
Warehouse 13.
No,
Sanctuary?
not Warehouse 13. Sanctuary. That's it.
No, England's not real. It's actually just a little village in the north of Scotland.
It's the south of Scotland.
No, England's a little village in the north of Scotland. You've been lied to. Well, I guess that there is no flat earthers here for me to talk to tonight.
I'm a flat earther.
Who is?
I am Moyak Man. Didn't you hear me making all my flat Earth arguments?
No, I guess not. Give me a good
Yeah,
flat
Moyak,
argument.
you have to keep a straight face when you do it, though.
Azimuthal grid of vision, bitch.
Oh, right, yeah. I mean, I obviously I have no response to that, so we're not allowed to talk about that.
You lost. I beat you.
You didn't say anything.
Hey, Moyak,
Every time the words azimuthal grid of vision are muttered on the internet, NASA censors them, so no one hears it.
I heard it.
No, you didn't.
Uh-huh.
No, you didn't. I'm telling you.
Now, I have several phrases that work really good for denying evidence. CGI.
Yep. Icy Spin says, did I also email Mark Sargent? Yes, I did send a bunch of emails to Mark Sargent from many different accounts asking him when he's going to quit Flat Earth. Funny enough, all those accounts are now blocked by Mark Sargent.
Clearly,
he must have got so many emails that day. Oh my goodness.
Aruna says, well, that's not true since your channel is full of thousands of hours you ad-homming your opponent. No, again, I have never, ever ad-hommed anyone. Insult? Yes. I've never ad-hommed. Simple as that.
Yeah, that's like saying Nathan Oakley doesn't know shit because he was a delivery boy for grocery stores.
Yeah, I
no,
don't
he doesn't
say
know
that.
shit because he's stupid as fuck.
Yeah.
There's no need to ad-hom because the arguments are usually pretty easy to attack, and you don't need to go to attacking the character.
And yeah, there is some flat earthers on Earth Awakenings, but I'm not in there. But you are saying these things right now in chat. Come and say them live to me. So come and say them to my face. You're
we'll all leave and give
instead
you time
of
right?
sitting there whining about how I'm nasty and I ad-hom. Come and actually talk to me and see how, if you are decent, I can be decent. And also, I dare you to find somewhere where I've ever ad-hommed someone, where it wasn't clearly a joke, obviously.
I mean, Craig does no shit because he likes the Green Lantern, but we'll skip that.
We will all mute, and you can come on in here there, Arjuna.
I see that word, he looks like Arwen. I keep thinking it's Arwen.
A Juno or something.
Ayun.
Clearview says, no, don't give FTFE the outlook he wants so badly. I just want the discussion. I understand if flat earthers are far too scared to have the discussion.
Isn't Gary White Benga a flat earther?
Oh yeah, but he's far too scared to ever talk to me.
Yeah, Gary only talks on Jose's.
He's unmuted.
Aruna says, I'm telling you why you people don't want to debate you anymore, except you're categorically wrong because I don't ad-hom people. So you can't be telling me why people don't debate me because I don't do the thing that you... No, it's
that's Gary.
Aruna.
Yeah, I'm here.
Gary, did he
ad-hom you? I've talked to him before.
Gary's never
just haven't come on the show and debated. Yeah, I've talked to you before. I think
No, you've never spoken to me, ever.
I think
everyone else.
This is the first time that you and I have ever actually spoken.
Okay, calm down.
Maybe
I'm mistaken. I thought I talked to you before on McToon show.
No, and it's MC Toon.
And you are that's McToon to me.
No,
you can say you can call
it's
me
wrong.
what
You can say it wrong if you like, but it's MC Toon.
Well, I will say it wrong. I'll say it the way I like to say it. It's McToon.
That's cool. I'm just saying, if you want to say it wrong, that's absolutely fine.
Yeah, and I'm going to do it. Thank you.
Cool. No worries. It's kind of flat earth.
Actually, you are quite a nasty person. I noticed even one of the nastier persons on your chat is PhD Tony, and even he has to try to calm you down because you go crazy.
Tony's not nasty in any way, and I'm not nasty. It's
he's very nasty. Yeah, he's very nasty.
So, I mean, this is one of the reasons why I can then start getting angry, because every time I start speaking, you then talk over me, which is why I would do it to other people.
And you don't do it to anybody else, because even he has to tell you. Even he's been modding some of you. He's been moderating some of you.
You're literally proving my point.
And he now tell you to be quiet because you keep chirping and interrupting.
Gary, hold on. Let's not talk over each other. Do you want to maybe start with a point, maybe an argument, and we attack that?
Yeah, he claims that you can't have a horizon on a flat Earth.
No, you can't. There's no absolutely zero reason there would be such a clear, crisp horizon on a flat Earth.
Can you get a horizon with just tipping your phone over, kind of, you know how you read your phone, you're looking at it, if you kind of tip the top part down away from you, it creates a horizon. It foreshortens your phone, right?
No,
your phone, instead of a long... It's the same. It's the exact same concept. It's foreshortening. That's what creates horizons. It's a foreshortening effect of the viewer's angle over the surface in the distance. The more acute the angle gets in the distance, the less information you can resolve in it, because there's no space to put it in. It foreshortens. And that will create a horizon every single time, no matter what surface you look down, whether it's looking upward vertical on a building, like you're standing next to it, or if you're just looking down the road. When you look down the road, let's say you're driving, and you have the yellow lines in the middle dividing the lanes, right? And right in front of you, you can see the lines, all individual lines. A little further, the lines start to blend and look like they're more like one. And after a certain distance, you can't even see the lines anymore. And that's foreshortening effect. And that's exactly the same effect that creates a horizon. The horizon is simply the point where you can no longer resolve detail at the surface level.
Okay, so what you're talking about, so what you're talking about is, actually the ability to resolve things compared to other things, which isn't called foreshortening. That's just something you've made up. It's much more to do with actually how you will, if something is too far away to be resolved by whatever resolution you have, it will appear as one thing instead of multiple things. The light will almost bleed together, right? But that won't create a horizon. If anything, what that would do was create an indistinguishable blur in the distance. It wouldn't create a defined, crisp line, because there actually has to be a physical limitation. When you said about tipping your phone over, that doesn't make sense, because you're suggesting that the horizon is the edge of a flat thing. So the only way in that paradigm of what you suggested that there would be a horizon is if we were actually looking at the edge of the flat Earth, because that's the only way, by tipping my phone, I can then see a horizon. But if there's something curved, like the globe in my hand right now, no matter which way I tip it, there is always a horizon. And it doesn't have to be the physical size of the thing that's making that, it's the fact that it's curved. So you gave kind of a false analogy there, and then made up something called foreshortening, which doesn't explain how things are actually resolved in vision and cameras.
Yeah, it actually does. Okay, we'll take my phone, for instance, again. I'm holding it in front of me. I'm looking at it. It's, about 5 or 6 inches in length, and it's about 3 inches in width. Now, if I tilt the top away from me, just looking how much room it takes in my field of view, I'll start tilting the top away from me, and it starts to take up less and less space in my field of view, and it starts to look shorter and shorter. It doesn't look like 6 inches long or 5 inches long, whatever it is. It starts to look shorter and shorter, and the more acute my angle gets to the surface, it ends up looking like just a little slice in my whole field of view, even though it hasn't actually gone any further away from me. But the same thing with when you go out to the ocean. We know that waves in the distance are going to look smaller than waves that are close by, right?
Yeah.
We also know that the angular separation between waves is going to get smaller and thinner, right? The waves are going to look closer and closer together, correct?
Yeah, well, just do a date.
So we also
waves like CC0.
That's all I need just correct is all I need. And then the angle over let's say you're 6 foot tall and the waves are 5 foot. So you have a small angle over the surface. Now the farther out you look, let's say where you see the horizon, okay, and whatever you want to believe it is or whatever I'm saying it is, we're just to say you see a horizon. Now let's say there's 6-foot waves, another couple hundred yards beyond those 5-foot waves that where they no longer look like 5-foot waves out at the horizon, right? They just look like a smooth line when you're viewing with your natural eyes. So now you get a 6-foot wave or a 7-foot wave a couple hundred yards further. Can you see that and resolve it as separate from the wave that was closer, the 5-foot wave that was closer? So you have enough angular separation or angular space over the wave to see a further wave that's a little bit taller, higher, but it's
Depends
further
how far
away.
You are. And on
Well,
the
the further one will look.
Let me finish my point.
There you go. There you go. You're on the right track.
Let me finish my point. It depends how far away it is and the conditions of the Rayleigh criteria at that time. However, all we need to do is just talk about sea state 0. Do you know what sea state 0 is?
Nope.
Sea state 0 is when the ocean's like glass. There's no waves. And I've been in that position many times in the middle of the sea, right? So, Gary, I just let you talk for ages. Gary, I just let you talk for ages.
On the horizon, at the ocean, standing on the beach.
You see how you're being the problem, not me here, Gary.
Go ahead. You got my permission. Go ahead.
Yeah, Gary, right. So you've just come on and complained about how I'm a nasty person. However, so far, you are the only one that is interrupted in this conversation. Okay? So how about this? If you give me the respect of not over-talking me, I will do the same to you.
Go. I don't need a lecture. I'm quiet.
Once again, you're over-talking me.
You're wasting time.
Oh, wait, dickhead.
I don't need a lecture. I stopped. Just proceed.
So I'm going to finish what I'm saying, and you're going to listen, all right? You give me the respect of not over-talking me, and I will do the same to you. I'm going to start again until you let me finish what I'm saying. You give me the respect of not over-talking me, and I will do the same for you. If you over-talk me, I will give you the FTFE treatment, and you will deserve it. Okay? Now we can continue. So, at sea state 0, when the sea is like glass, right, and there is still a extremely crisp horizon. In fact, that's the condition where you get the most crisp horizon is when there is sea state 0. There's no waves. There is no foreshortening going on. There is a defined horizon that is equidistant 360 degrees around you. There is zero reason, if the Earth is flat, there would be such a defined, crisp horizon. If anything, and according to your paradigm with the issue being resolving ability, the horizon would be an indistinct blur at an undetermined distance, not a distinct, crisp line 360 degrees around you. I have just debunked what you said with sea state 0.
Actually, you haven't. Craig, I can have a perfectly flat surface all around me, and it's still going to foreshorten because I'm standing close to me. If I'm standing there, the surface close to me, I can see all the detail of the surface, whether it's smooth or not. I can see the surface. In the distance, I can see less and less surface because it's foreshortened. The angle still works. It still foreshortens. That's a very real thing. And it'll be in a 360-degree turnaround circle. If I turn around, it's going to be the same distance if it's smooth all the way around me the same way. Now, you still have a problem. We don't normally have a perfectly mirror smooth surface, right? That would be an anomaly where it's perfectly smooth and no ripples or anything. In fact, I don't think it ever happens unless you've got an atmosphere that's not moving in the slightest. Well, of course, in your world, atmosphere is spinning. But anyhow, the 6-foot wave, back to the 6-foot wave that's beyond the 5-foot wave. If you don't have enough angular space of separation, the Rayleigh criterion effect takes place. And let's say you got a 7-foot wave a little further than the 6-foot wave, and an 8-foot wave a little bit farther than the 7-foot wave, and it keeps going like that. You can't distinguish any of those after a certain point. They all blend into just a smooth line across your field of view. And as far as smooth lines for your horizon, which you think it always has to be crisp and clear, how many videos do you guys put out? Let's say we'll take Mr. Sensible's balloon video. There's no crisp, clear horizon in there at all. Bet you guys claim you have to have a crisp, clear horizon on a ball, but you can't have one on a flat Earth. Well, that would be defense of a flat Earth if it's not crisp and clear at those kind of distances. The fact is, you're going to get a horizon. It's just it's a result of foreshortening of acute angles, visual angles to a surface in the distance. The more acute, the less detail you see. and that's why you'll end up seeing just a line across your field of view.
Okay, number one, foreshortening's not a thing. You've made that up. Number two, sea state zero absolutely is a thing. Complete still water, complete still, no wind or anything. Sea state zero is a very real thing that any sailor would have experienced at some time, and that is when you have the most clear, crisp horizon. I'm not saying it's always a clear, crisp horizon, because there's conditions that won't always make it clear and crisp. But when it's sea state zero, it is a clear, crisp horizon. And a clear, crisp horizon debunks the flat Earth. Because even if it is... don't interrupt. Even if it is to do with this unresolving, that would not make it so clear and crisp. That would make it blurred. That would make it undefined. Not completely clear and crisp at a distance that you expect. So the two things don't match. There would never, on a flat Earth, ever, ever, ever be a very crisp, clear horizon. But the fact that there is, under certain conditions, debunks the flat Earth.
That's completely wrong, and you know it. You know it. I've even heard you before say, well, you can't. Okay, you just interrupted. Now stop it,
don't
please.
tell me what I know.
Yeah, you just interrupted me again.
Yeah, don't tell me what I know. I'm just saying that.
Okay, well, that's exactly what I do to you, and you call it interruption. Now you're doing it to me, so shut up. Be quiet.
Don't tell me what
So
I know.
anyhow, foreshortening is a very real thing. Foreshortening is actually it's a term they use in art because they foreshorten. Let's say your arm is held up towards the person. It's not gonna look. You're not gonna see the full length of the arm. You're gonna see a foreshortened version because they draw that into to give you the sense of depth and of reality. That's all art is. It just gives reality to, or it gives a type of reality to what we actually see in the real world. The foreshortening is very definitely in effect. That's why you can get much more information in a very small space because your angle to the surface. Let's say you take your ground is, let's say below your feet is 0. 90 is straightforward. So let's say you got an 89-degree angle reaching out to touch the surface somewhere, and an 88 and an 87. Are you going to see those? Nope, because it's too small. There's not enough angular separation between those degrees. You're not even going to see it. It's just it'd be so far in the distance, you can't see it. It's just going to blend in. It's going to take the whole bottom half of your view, which is what we see happen with your field of view. The bottom half of your field of view is the ground. The top half is the sky. The sky is always going to take up more distance because you're not close to the sky. If you consider clouds and sun and moon stars, they're way higher above the ground than you are. So you're going to have the foreshortening take place much quicker on the ground as your horizon, and your sky is going to blend in somewhere way far in the distance because of the same foreshortening effects, but just much farther out. That's why the clouds look like they're well beyond the horizon, just kind of pushing in there to the point where you can't resolve any of them as separate anymore either.
Right, okay, you keep going on about unresolving. That does not make a clear, crisp line. Simple as that. Plus,
it's the same thing.
Plus, foreshortening isn't a thing in reality. Foreshortening is literally just an artistic technique. It's not reality. It doesn't describe how we see reality. It's a trick used by artists to skew perspective, and does not in any way, shape or form relate to the amount of something that we can see because of an angle. What you are doing is reusing the term foreshortening and changing its meaning to suit your narrative, which is a little bit of a dishonest thing to do, if I'm honest. I'd rather talk about actual physical, real things that happen, and foreshortening is not something that happens in reality. So let's remove foreshortening from the conversation because it's not appropriate or in the context of what we're discussing.
Well, I'm sure you would like to do that. Before shortening, you said skews things. It doesn't skew anything. It just represents. It's just. You quit interrupting, Craig. It just. It doesn't skew anything. Craig, would you please stop and shut up? I don't want to hear any agreement or anything. Just shut up a minute.
Well, that's how conversations work.
Okay, can you just be quiet? No, that's what you. Okay, then when I was doing it, I was just.
All right, carry on.
Interrupting. Okay, I will carry on. Thanks for your permission.
No
so
worries.
anyhow, foreshortening is not skewing anything. That's just a term they gave to show how they artistically represent what we see in reality. Foreshortening is a very real thing. That's why the lines on the road, again, I'll go back to that example. The lines in the road, right in front of you, you can see length on the lines. But the further you look forward, the length, you can't really tell how long they are because they're foreshortening. You could just draw a line on a paper. Just draw a vertical line on a paper and tilt the paper away from you. The line will look a certain length when you're looking straight onto it. As you tilt the paper, that line looks shorter and shorter and shorter and shorter. And that's foreshortening. That's the foreshortening effect. And they know how to draw that. And they call it foreshortening. So you would like to get rid of the term because it's devastating to your horizon arguments. You think the only possibility to have a horizon is to have a curve. And as if you've exhausted all possibilities and really looked at it. But I can literally just show you by raising up and down with the camera from the ground to just above my head how it foreshortens things in the distance. I've got one video with railroad tracks. I got several. And all I do is stand in the middle of the tracks and I just raise and lower my camera. And you can see the horizon of the camera or of the tracks where it seems to appear to merge. Of course, it doesn't merge because they're parallel lines. But they appear to because the angular separation between the rails becomes too small to resolve anything between the rails anymore. And the angular...
Wait, no, can I ask?
Wait, no, you're interrupting me.
Let's let Gary finish his point.
It's the same thing for where the rails appear to form a horizon. It's just where the angular separation between the ground and it is just too small. You can't resolve it. You don't have enough angle to resolve any more rail in the distance because your angle over the rail is not big enough.
Okay, right. Before the other person responds, because someone else wanted to say something there, I'm just going to explain once again. Gary, no, foreshortening is nothing to do with reality. It's not a depiction of how things are in reality. Foreshortening is an artistic technique and not a technique used to represent reality. So I'm actually going to read what I had ChatGPT prepare based on my prompt. Foreshortening is a concept used primarily in art to represent an object or figure in a picture in depth. However, when applied to real-world scenarios like the curvature of the Earth and the appearance of the horizon, the concept of foreshortening doesn't hold up, and here's why. 1. The actual definition of foreshortening. In art, foreshortening is used to depict an object or figure in a picture in depth. When a form extends away from the viewer, like a stretched out arm pointing directly at the viewer, it would appear shorter than its real length. This is a two-dimensional representation technique and is not an optical phenomenon that occurs in three-dimensional space. Optical properties. The appearance of the horizon and objects disappearing from the bottom to the top as they move away from the observer on the Earth's surface is due to the curvature of the Earth. Foreshortening in art doesn't deal with objects disappearing or appearing based on distance. It deals with representing three-dimensional objects in two-dimensional space. Scale. Even if we were to entertain the idea of foreshortening as a real-world optical phenomenon, which it isn't, the scale at which the Earth's surface exists is vastly different from the scale of objects typically described in art. Foreshortening wouldn't cause entire cities, mountains, or ships to disappear from view in the manner consistent with observations around the Earth's curved surface. Number 4, observational evidence. There's a significant amount of observational evidence supporting the Earth's curvature, for example, during the lunar eclipse, etc., etc., etc. Number 5, limitations. Foreshortening in art is a technique artists use consciously to create a specific visual effect. It is not a physical phenomenon that can be tested or measured. The curvature of the Earth, on the other hand, can be measured, calculated, and observed in numerous ways. No, foreshortening is not what you are saying it is. Please stop redefining things to suit your narrative.
Once again, foreshortening isn't a physical effect, it's an optical effect. Your arm has a certain length, but when you hold it towards a person, yes, it does. It's optical. It's the way you see.
No, foreshortening isn't in space.
Quit interrupting, Craig. I was quiet the entire time. Just please be quiet.
You're just denying what I've said.
No, because what you said was incorrect, and so I'm telling you the truth and what's right. You just don't want to hear it. So you want to just obfuscate and keep it quiet because you don't want people to understand what foreshortening actually does and the way we see things. Okay, you read from Chat GTP. I've got one from there, if I can go back and find it, where it agrees with me. Foreshortening is an effect. It's an optical effect. And it is. That's exactly what it is. And it's just an optical effect when your angle to a surface is acute. And the more acute it is, the more foreshortened all that stuff will be. So the more acute the angle to your arm is, if somebody's stretching out towards you, the closer you get to being eye level with their arm, the more foreshortened it is. If they're holding it down below towards you, you're going to see more of the arm. The more it gets towards your eye level, where the angle is severely acute, you're not looking directly at it, the more foreshortening it gets. So once again, foreshortening is simply an artistic term that represents what we see optically in reality, and we see it all over the place. You literally see it everywhere. It's the same reason why an airplane flying high in the sky, far away from you, looks like it's barely moving. It's because your angle to the sky in front of the plane is foreshortened, and so even though that plane is still covering the same amount of distance as if it was flying directly over you, it's still flying the same speed, but it looks like it's barely moving, as compared to when it just flew directly over you, where it looks like it's going pretty fast. It's all foreshortening effects, and that's exactly the same reason why we have the sun hanging up at the horizon. It's got nothing to do with refraction. It's simply the result of how your field of view is compressed by foreshortening angles.
Okay, someone else did want to say something, so before I respond to that nonsense, who else wanted to say something about that?
I sure as hell did. I listened to you 3 times. Tell him hi. And you don't know me, Craig. How you doing? My name's Dan. You mentioned 3 times that he was distorting the language when, in fact, when you described a horizon, you continually described an optical horizon while focusing on foreshortening. You never dealt with the geometric horizon whatsoever.
No, I didn't.
You're just saying, looking around you 360 degrees. You know you can't see 5K around you 360 degrees, right? On a globe, you know that.
What do you mean you can't see 5K? Like, well,
you know like you're standing height, right? You're standing up.
It depends how high you are and the refractive
Right, but we know when we talk about that, we talk about our height on the shore. 6 to 10 feet. I speak in feet usually.
With respect, Dan, you've kind of changed the subject right now. I'll gladly get.
Oh no! I just want you to understand what a horizon is outside of artwork, outside of foreshortening. And when you start talking about a globe, you better bust out a horizon real close.
Yeah, it's
real
close a lot of the time. So anyway, back to Gary there. So no, you are just wrong, Gary. Foreshortening is not a 3D thing. It's not something in reality. Foreshortening is literally just a 2D thing. It's literally just an artist technique. It is not something that represents reality. It is a optical illusion on paper in 2 dimensions, not in 3-dimensional space. There is nothing that says foreshortening is in 3-dimensional space, and foreshortening would in no way ever explain how things appear bottom, go away bottom first, or come, from and the bottom comes last. So no, what you're doing is literally just redefining foreshortening to suit a narrative, and it doesn't match reality in any way, shape, or form.
I'd have to disagree with that.
You can disagree all you like, but you're wrong, because you are just changing what foreshortening is.
No, foreshortening is the projection of a 3D space in a 2D space. That's all it is. And foreshortening is only good for up to about 50 feet to 100 feet of reality, because that's all we see in 3D is about the first 100 feet, and then everything else is in 2D because our brains cannot comprehend it.
Right.
Or our or we cannot see 3D after about 100 feet. So everything we see after 100 feet is 2D. So everything we see below 100 feet is roughly 3D, and the closer it gets to us, it's more 3D, or it's more pronounced. Foreshortening is exactly the same way. So for you to sit there and say that, we can't measure things like the roundness of the Earth with foreshortening, well, of course you can't, because we can't even imagine that.
I didn't say that in the slightest. I just said foreshortening doesn't explain a horizon in the slightest, and it doesn't in reality, because foreshortening is not something that exists in 3D space. So foreshortening cannot, in any way, shape, or form, explain the horizon that we see.
Of course it can't.
No, yeah, exactly it can't. So you agree with me. Thank you.
Because the distance is way too far. Foreshortening is the drawing of a 3D image on in 2D space.
Yeah,
but we can only see 3D images for up to about 100 feet. So how can you sit there and argue the fact that, oh, well, it can't explain horizons? Well, of course it can't, because we can't see a 3D horizon because it's way too far from.
I'm glad that you agree with me that the horizon is not a result of foreshortening. I'm glad that we have got through that. Thank you, Don, for clarifying my position. Now, Dan wanted to talk about what the horizon is. I'm more than willing to do that.
If that's what an artist renditions, the artist is trying to imitate reality. So
artists don't always try to imitate reality. They do different things.
Yeah, when they want to, though, they use ideas and effects like foreshortening.
Yeah, but again, that doesn't exist in real life, so it can't explain the horizon.
It depicts reality.
Yeah, but it doesn't work in reality. So foreshortening in reality cannot be the reason we see a horizon.
Did all of the flat earthers miss the fact that FTFE said that it's for 2D, that foreshortening is for 2D?
Yeah,
well, first he said it didn't exist. First he said there was
in the context of what we're talking about, it doesn't exist. I didn't realize we were talking about artistic drawings. You know, in the
we're
context
talking about
of
the
horizon,
perception of your eyes. You know, this
that's
is what
not the same
you
thing.
see.
We were talking about the horizon.
We're not manipulating the earth
I was in the
here.
middle of
It's about
saying
what
something.
you see.
I was
It's
in the
about
middle of
what you
saying
see.
something. We were talking about seeing the horizon. So
Right, what you
foreshortening.
see.
No, again, I'm still in the middle of talking. We're talking about
It's
seeing
different
the
than what you
horizon
measure,
in
what you
reality. So that means that foreshortening cannot explain it because we are seeing it in reality.
Guess what? I've seen reality before. I've seen distant sunrises and distant sunsets, and every view in the distance absolutely throws itself in the face of your claiming to have measured the Earth and the curvature of the Earth.
No, it doesn't.
You have. There is no bending of water. You
There
have
is.
not measured that. You're not.
Yeah, we actually
showing
have
that.
measured the bending of water. That's been
Well,
done.
I'm sorry. I actually have paralleled the surface of the Earth with light sources many times.
Did you account for refraction?
And the only explanation.
Did you account for refraction,
is that-
Dan?
Oh yeah. Guess what? Because I'm not, brain dead or 6 years
And how
old.
did you
or
account for refraction?
we used your stupid numbers. How's that?
No. How specifically did you account for refraction? What did you do?
We used all of your stupid math and still achieved none.
No. Specifically, without just saying I used your math, describe what you did.
Well, I would never do what you do. I would never use the term standard as an input.
I'm not
for any
asking what I did. I'm
scientific
asking you
input.
to explain what you did. Is there a language barrier here, Dan? Explain to me. Describe step by step the process that you took to account for refraction.
We used your numbers, son.
No,
you're not.
no,
You're very confused.
I'm not talking
You're
about my
very
numbers. I'm
confused.
asking what you did to account for refraction.
How about we use the metabunk refraction? How about we use the metabunk?
Oh, right. So you didn't account for refraction. Did you take any measurements on the day of atmospheric pressure and density?
You're saying we didn't, while I'm saying we did. Now
I just asked you a question. Did you on
you're
the day?
confused.
Did you on the
dude.
day take any?
I just told
measurement?
you it was accounted for, and
Yeah,
you
no,
just said it
You
wasn't.
haven't accounted for it because you
You're
answered my
still
question.
confused. You're still confused.
Dan,
Now,
if I
let's
could ask you a
talk-
question, Dan.
Let's talk about the
Dan, if I could ask you a question, please.
No. We know.
Dan, if I could ask you a simple question, please.
The expectation of
Dan, if I
light
could
is what
please
we
ask you a
gotta
question,
talk
I'd
about.
appreciate that.
What mathematics?
Dan, I would appreciate if I could ask you a question. You've not answered my question. I don't know what he's saying because I've been trying to ask a question and he keeps interrupting me. Right, so Dan,
Bob, we can't hear-
on the day, did you take any measurements of atmospheric pressure and temperature? Yes or no?
Fuck yeah!
You did take those measurements at several points. But at several points between yourself and the observation, you took
At gradient
measurements of-
waypoints at heights and distances across the way? No, we didn't. We didn't even think of it.
Right. And you took lapse rates. You
No
calculated the lapse
waypoints.
rates.
No waypoints. No elevations. Just
Dan, if
level-
you could just listen
level
to the
life.
questions. Did you calculate
Oh, I
the lapse?
know the question.
Maybe if you listen, this is the problem with Flat Earther. No, see, I'm trying to have a decent conversation here, but you are constantly interrupting and refusing to actually engage in the conversation. So anyone that is saying that I am the problem here, it needs to listen to this conversation and see what's going on. Right,
I agree.
Right, Dan, did you calculate your lapse rates at every point?
He didn't do anything, he's lying, man. What does he mean he used the numbers? He's just chatting shit.
There were no waypoints, I mentioned that.
Oh, right, so you didn't actually take the measurements that you needed?
Oh, no, the measurements that you needed.
Well, no, to be able to calculate the refraction, you would need to take measurements at certain points. Otherwise, you wouldn't know
To
what the
be
refractive
honest,
effects
Craig,
were.
let's be honest, Craig.
I mean, I was still talking there, and you
Let's
once again
be
interrupted
honest,
me.
Craig.
So I'm going to finish what I'm saying,
Craig.
and then you can respond. All right? Please learn how conversations work, Dan. I assume you're at least 70, so you should be old enough to understand how conversations work. Right. So, Dan, to be able to accurately calculate the refractive properties along your path, you would need to take constant measurements between you and your point of the atmospheric pressure and the atmospheric temperature. Otherwise, you cannot properly apply the numbers that you keep going on about. So, yes or no, did you take all the appropriate measurements to be able to accurately calculate the refractive properties? Yes or no?
I said no. No, please don't mute me, and I'll try not to raise my voice.
I didn't mute anybody.
I'll try not to raise my voice, okay?
Good. I'm glad you
I
can
really
behave.
will. I'll try and communicate with you
Like a human,
in all earnest, okay?
Okay, so now we have confirmed.
We took into consideration everything we could. The numbers that you're asking for, hyperbaric garbage, has never proven to have an effect in the field where we've done over 35 observations over land, water, and ice, daytime, nighttime, high temperature, low temperature, with lasers, infrared, and direct sunlight in reflection of a mirror. I want you to know that we took into consideration everything we saw and then allowed you every bit of number fudging you could, yet we still obtain perfect line of sight.
Yeah,
perpendicular to the
Still
water.
going.
Perpendicular to the
you're still
land.
going.
Now, I'm sorry you don't believe me there. What I'm asking of you simply is, could you produce some form of calculation in some form of conditions besides a fish tank in real world where you can show me miraculously the bending of laser light at 8 inches per mile squared, whether it's done at 5 miles, 10 miles, 15 miles, 20 miles, and 30 miles, we're getting the same results.
Yeah, so if the refractive conditions are correct, then there'll be no problems with seeing that. The problem is that you didn't find out what the refractive conditions were, so your entire... I'm in the middle of talking. I'm literally in the middle of talking. I'm literally in the middle of talking, right? You didn't find out what the refractive conditions are because you didn't take any measurements to assess the refractive conditions. To say that barometric pressure and temperature has never made a difference shows that you are not understanding what would affect the refractive conditions, because those are the exact things that would affect the refractive conditions. Therefore, you did not account for refraction because you didn't take any measurements to be able to account for refraction. Therefore, every single test you have ever done is invalid.
Listen, I don't want to call you names, okay? I don't. And when I show you numbers, you're going to claim something else. We do have measurements. What we don't have, and what I told you we don't have, is waypoints and gradients of height.
Therefore, you're
now
testing
that's what I told you. Now that's what I told you. Now what I'm asking you again is, please predict the bending of laser light, because I see the result.
What do you mean?
And
The bending of laser light.
The result is line of sight in the distance.
Yes,
yet
because the light's bent.
mathematically, you must predict why. I can show you examples of what you need to be curving, yet it's not curving, because you don't have measurements of water curving. You don't have measurements
No, we do
of
have
land
measurements
curving.
of water curving.
You don't
That's
have
been done.
shit, Craig.
No, we
You
do.
don't
There's
have
thing called tow
shit.
tanks that measure that quite accurately.
You
They have to for what they do.
really have shit. I'm gonna
everything you don't like is fake.
Numbers out there.
Precise measurements, not line of sight.
Yeah.
Mere flash, no margin for error.
To answer his question directly, yes, I absolutely could give you the predictions of the conditions that we need that would make those observations possible. I 100% could. I'd have to look it up to find out the exact numbers, but I could absolutely 100% give you the predictions that make any observation you have ever done possible. So there's the answer to that question. And then to respond to your next incoherent rambling that you were doing, yes, water has been measured as curved, specifically in tow tank facilities that are used to test the hydrodynamic properties of seafaring vessels. They are they have to be on rails above the water. There have to be a specific amount above the water, and some of these tow tanks are up to 1 kilometer long, and the rail that the things are towed in on have to be curved to stay level above the water. Therefore, the water is also level and measured as such, curved.
Craig, you're talking about the David Taylor test pools in Bethesda, Maryland. You know, over that 2,200.
I'm talking about one in Nottingham.
Well, over, let's say, that distance that you're talking about, there should be what I call a half of inch of height variation in that water.
Yep, and that's been measured, yeah.
If you show me that, I'd be thrilled.
It's been measured. They measured the rail.
I just said
the rail is curved.
Show me that.
The rail itself is curved, and they've measured that the rail stays the exact same. I'm talking. The rail itself is curved, and they have measured that the rail stays the exact same distance above the water for the entire time. So, what is the conclusion from that, Dan? If the rail is curved and along every single point it is the same distance above the water, what is the water doing?
Okay, so you're doing nothing for me. I better split. If you can predict
don't
light,
answer the question and run away. Brilliant.
If you can measure the water, let me know.
I just told you we measured the water.
You are talking in circles.
I literally just told you we measured the water.
I don't like being muted. I don't think it's a way to communicate.
I haven't muted anybody.
Well, I've been muted this entire time, over and over again.
That's because you kept interrupting me like a child.
Well, yeah, because it's not like a child.
Very much like a child.
I
know you're close to 70.
Very
much like a
clear
child.
And precise. You're not a listener.
You both.
You're not a listener.
And I'm muted you, Dan, because you were both talking over each other. And if you keep talking over each other, I'm going to keep muting you both. End of story.
Okay.
Can I say something?
If you're louder, you can.
Sorry. I'm in.
Hey, Tony, how you doing?
Not too bad.
Louder.
I want to say
louder.
Sorry, Dan. I can't speak too loud in current circumstances. But I just want to say I feel like Dan has some results that he went out and put some effort into obtaining, and maybe it might be constructive to schedule a get-together to discuss the details of those results, and whether, because it's difficult for Craig to comment on your results and whether or not they can be explained
because he's
by
too busy
refraction.
being a showman. He's too busy being a showman, and I don't like it. I don't like it at all.
I can understand. I can understand your frustration.
I'll talk to you anytime. I'll talk to you anytime.
But it probably seems more constructive to, given that Dan did go out and get some results, to maybe sort of create a stream where you can discuss them and present them and have a talk about the details, because at this point, Craig can't see your results, you can't present them. So
I would gladly
be something to work.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, and you need to. I've had plenty of conversations with Dan, and he's actually a good dude.
The way he's treated me so far today, I felt I was a lot better than him.
Well, he came in. He came in a little hot, I think. I will concede that. But generally, he's a very good dude to talk to, and I feel like the two. He came in a little bit hot, and then the two of you sort of wound one another up. How
about this? Sorry, carry on.
I'm done.
So if he comes in with the details of the observations, the distances, the exact places.
Fuck you! I did. Fuck you! I'm sick.
Well, no, I haven't seen them. I'm asking if you could come here and do that. I haven't seen those details. Why are you saying that to me? Was I not, guys? Everyone here, did I do anything wrong there to deserve that?
Has everyone here seen the numbers before? Yes.
that was
That's
uncalled
Greg.
for.
No, he's not
That was uncalled
capable of looking in VC. I'm sorry, he's not capable of looking in fucking chat. I'm sorry. He's accusing me of not having it and incapable of looking at it when I present it. I get it. I'm incapable of having it. Incapable of showing
my
it.
point here,
I'm just
exactly.
fucking
Sorry,
incapable,
PhD
right?
Tony, but he's
I'm
not a
fucking
decent guy. He's
incapable.
showing that right now.
Fuck off.
I have to 100% disagree with Tony on this. Apparently, Dan is not a decent guy because I was perfectly polite and requested if we could do a stream where we specifically go over those numbers, and he went absolutely crazy for no reason.
From Dan's perspective, he thinks he's shown the numbers.
Yeah.
I will agree with FTFE that the numbers have not sufficiently been shown.
Yeah.
Dan does have a good experiment.
That's not true. I'm posting them now. This is the third time they're being
If
posted.
he has put them in the Discord thing, I'm not always looking at that. I'm sometimes looking at my chat and trying to run the stream at the same time. So I may not have seen those exact numbers. But just looking
here
at
goes
the
in a
numbers,
message.
right. I see the numbers now, right? But I'm going to need time to go over it specifically. And that's why I suggested that we do a stream where Dan comes with a presentation about his numbers and explains the observations, and then we can go over the predictions. I did not in any way deserve to be treated the way that Dan just spoke to me. And if he is a decent person, he would apologize for the outburst that he just did.
I agree.
I'm waiting, Dan. You can please apologize now.
He's muted at the moment.
Yeah,
No,
the
he's
fuckers
not.
keep
I
muting
agree
me.
with
You
him.
understand that? I've tested this Horizon you talk about. I can't apologize in all earnesty. In all earnest, I can't apologize to you because I can show you that the Horizon you discussed was purely optical, and you spent all of your time talking to Gary about what you knew had nothing to do with real numbers. You knew that. You knew that.
Again, if you could just apologize for the outburst and swearing at me, then that would be wonderful, and we can continue this conversation like adults.
If you could apologize for the past 3 years that I've seen you mouthing off on the
I've
internet.
never said anything to you, so if you could apologize for the way you
it's not
acted to
personal.
me,
This isn't personal. Don't be silly. This isn't
Dan,
personal.
if you could just apologize for the way you acted, we can continue the
Don't
conversation
be
like
silly.
adults.
It's not personal. This isn't personal.
The way that you just acted towards me was extremely personal. So if you can be an
But it's
adult
not
and
personal.
apologize
It's
for
not
the way
personal.
that you just acted, then we can continue
Oh
the
no!
conversation
I
like
stand
adults.
behind the way I act towards you.
You stand behind screaming "fuck off" when I asked you very nicely
Most
to do a stream.
certainly, because you misrepresented Gary. I came in because you.
That was nothing to do with Gary. I was speaking to you.
Yes, it did. You kept telling him that he wasn't. He wasn't discussing the right shit, and you kept circling back to language. Circling back to language. Yet I know, and you know, there's a real Horizon, not an optical
absolutely,
one.
yeah.
Right.
No, there
So
is a real
when
Horizon.
we
There's a real
test for
Horizon.
that,
You can only have an optical Horizon.
we
You can see a
don't
real Horizon.
find
But
it.
Dan, the important thing here is the way that you just acted is inappropriate. And if you would like to apologize, I will accept your apology and we can move on.
No, if you'd like to,
So you're perfectly
combat
happy.
someone
You're perfectly
who's
happy with being
inappropriate.
inappropriate. All right, tell you what, mute
If
him until he
you'd like
apologizes.
to combat
please.
someone that's inappropriate,
Can Dan be
you
muted
can.
until he apologizes?
I don't think he's going to, dude.
Well,
I think we should just move the
I've
topic on.
tried to be perfectly
Let's
polite
move
and
on,
nice
please.
this entire stream, and if he can't act the same way, then he doesn't get to be involved in the conversation.
Listen, guy, you suggested that I didn't
No,
have
Dan,
shit.
I'm going to mute you so I can't hear you
kept
until you
saying I
apologize.
didn't have shit. Then
I can't hear Dan right now. Once Dan's apologised, then we will have to talk to him again.
Hold
I'm the one
on.
that said
Stop.
you don't have shit.
Can we move
Because
on?
you don't.
Stop. You have a bad echo, dude.
Who?
Bob the science guy is hot micing with echo.
So if Dan the science, if Dan the waterman wants to be an adult and apologise for the outburst that he's just done, I'll be more than willing to continue the conversation with him because I'm trying to be.
I'm the one who said that, not Craig. I'm the one who said you don't have shit because you don't.
What?
Okay. Whatever you
At
said.
this point, I think the suggestion is that FTFE has time to parse the data that Dan has provided, but this conversation is going in circles and needs to stop.
Yeah, I understand. I mean, all I want to say is that the complaints about the way that I act.
Just move the conversation along, guys. Go on, stop being kids.
So the complaints about the way that I act.
Does anyone have a topic
and the
they
things
want
that
to
I
discuss?
say are a response to the way that I am treated. If Dan would like to apologize, I'm more than happy to continue the conversation with him. So I see the Viking saying certain things. Does the Viking want to bring up a topic of conversation?
Dan, we're done on that topic.
Yeah, I can't hear what Dan's saying, so there's no point in him talking.
He's saying you misrepresented him.
I didn't misrepresent anyone.
Yeah, guys, we understand that there were issues on both sides. Yeah. We are moving forward.
But seriously, I on my stream can't hear Dan, so there's no point in him saying anything at the moment.
Yeah, come on, move along, man. This is getting embarrassing, man. How old are you, man? You're acting like 12-year-old girls.
I've just muted him and trying to move on. That's the thing. I've moved past it, but apparently he's still going on. So I don't know.
Doesn't anyone have a topic?
We're waiting for someone else.
No, this is one of the main issues, though. I think FTFE that we were talking about earlier is these times where we get in a stalemate and you just won't move forward from it. You know what I mean? Sometimes you got to just bite the bullet and just move forward.
I mean, like I said, I'm 100% minutes with. I was the one.
FTFE's been alright today, actually. Normally he's an asshole, but today he's been alright, man. He even apologized earlier. Today it's the fucking flat earthers who are being dicks.
I was the one that suggested that we could have a stream where we specifically go through that data. Great, I've seen
man. Let's just move the conversation forward.
And I want to do that. I would love to 100% have a stream with Dan and go through the data with him and then talk about the predictions. I would absolutely love to do that. But if he's going to just scream and shout and say fuck off at me, then I don't know how I can do that. That's what I'm saying. But I'd love to move the conversation forward, and I do see Viking, who is in the chat, and he's saying stuff in the on the text. So if Viking would like to bring up any points. No?
I think he's not in the VC.
Oh, he was? No, he's left. Yeah, no. Dan's still swearing at me in just even in the chat now. I mean, why? What's his problem? Is he really angry at himself? I don't know.
Let it go, Craig. Tora's usually up for a chat.
Yeah, I got a question for you.
Hey, man, how you doing?
Good. How you doing, Craig?
Not bad, mate. Not bad. What's your question?
So I've been kind of asking this one around, and I was just wondering, like, all the ancients back in the day, they looked up and they saw all these lights in the sky, right? And they were like, man, all those are lights in the sky, creating their own light. And then all of a sudden one day, someone was like, dude, these 8 aren't lights in the sky anymore. And they're actually reflecting the sun's light. So my question is, when do you think that happened? Why do you think that happened? And why do you think that gentleman had the authority to make that claim?
I mean, what the ancients thought is kind of irrelevant because they didn't have the correct tools to discern what they actually saw. So I mean, I don't put much stock at all in what the ancients thought or what they changed their minds to. I just like to go with what can be empirically verified.
Okay, so how did they figure out that those 8 that they used to call wandering stars were actually like rocks in the sky or gaseous bodies or whatever? You know, that they already knew that they followed the sun and were closer by their paths, right?
Well, just observations over time, seeing that they acted different, and then you come along to the time of Kepler and stuff, and Newton, and the knowledge of gravity, and that they're acting the way that gravity would dictate if they are close to us, and then telescopes and actually looking at them. It's just over time we've developed ways to be able to accurately gather data more and more. We didn't know what it was back then. That's why they were called wandering stars, because they looked like stars that moved across the sky. But now we got telescopes that can look at them closer.
Yeah, but I mean, what's the difference? Like, they look to the naked eye like all the other stars, so all the other stars give off their own light. Why could you classify these 8 as not giving off their own light?
But they didn't know whether they gave off their own light or not. Like we said, that's why they were called wandering stars, right? They looked like the other stars, except they moved around a lot more.
Yeah, they're still called wandering stars, right? Planet means wanderer.
Well, I mean, they're called planets. That's regardless of what where the word came from. Regardless of where the etymology came from, planet is a big rock in space, or a big gaseous body in space. Something. Well, in fact, the definition of planet now means something that will be able to clear its local orbit of any other massive bodies. That's what a planet means in scientific terms now. But the way that we found out that they don't reflect their own light was by looking at them through telescopes and seeing what they were.
Yeah, but isn't like the sun a star technically?
The sun, well, not technically, it is a star, yeah.
Yeah, okay, so the sun looks different from the stars.
That's because it's a lot closer.
Okay, so that's my exact argument. I think the planets are stars, but they just look the way they do because they look a lot closer. We could see them with more detail than the other ones that are further away.
But we can see that stars are things that are emitting light because of nuclear fusion, and they don't have phases and things like that. But we can look at the planets and see that they have phases, and that sometimes they're completely dark depending on their angle compared to us, and that doesn't look like other stars. That's not something that happens with the stars or the sun. So what happens with the planets in observation is very, very different to what happens with the other stars. Very much like the moon has its phases.
All the planets have phases?
Yeah, you can totally see, depending on the angle of Mercury to us and the sun, it will have a phase. It will, have a curved shadow on it depending on where it is. The same as how the moon will have a curved shadow on it depending on, not a shadow, a curved bit where the light isn't hitting it. It's just because of where it is in space. 3D space means that if it's one position compared to us, we're only going to see a certain phase of light reflecting off of it onto us. So yeah, the planets have phases.
So if we looked out to like distant, do we see like other distant planets, like different ones from the, ones we named after Roman gods, or is that the only ones we see?
Sorry, say that again?
Is there like more planets that we see out beyond like our solar system besides just the ones we named after Roman gods?
Well, we can't really see that much detail outside of our solar system. We know there is some planets around other stars by the way that the light from the stars will dim as the planets pass in front of them, but we don't have anything powerful enough to look at planets outside of our solar system as closely. All the planets in our solar system have been explored with probes and stuff, and we've had pretty good pictures, but all the other planets, the closest other planets, are 4.3 light years away, orbiting around Proxima Centauri, so we wouldn't be able to see what they look like, really.
Okay, so I guess like the root of the problem here would be that we have to definitely assume that the phases are caused by shadows, right?
Say that again?
We have to assume that the phases are caused by shadows. That's like the root. That's how you figured that they're planets.
I mean, we don't have to assume that. We can see how light reacts on spherical objects, and just hold a ball up to a light source and then move yourself away from that light source and with a different angle, and you can see that it will look like there's a phase on the 3D shape in front of you. So we know that phases on 3D objects mean that there's a light source in a certain direction. And when we look at the planets through telescopes, especially Mercury and Venus, we can clearly see that the planets have phases which matches where their position should be in relation to us. We can
That's a strange That's a strange pragmatic approach, wouldn't you say? That's like a strange pragmatic approach, because now you're saying because we hold a basketball up on Earth and one side of it has a shadow, therefore the heavenly bodies are the same.
Well, no, my point was that we can see how light interacts on a spherical object, and we can make a prediction as to what we would be able to see if the planets are really in space orbiting the sun. And if we make a prediction that when Mercury is in one position compared to us, that we should be able to see X phase, we just look to see if that's the case, and then we see that that's the phase. That's what science is about. It's about making predictions and then checking if those predictions are true. And the same way we can see phases on like the moons of Jupiter and stuff and things like that, you know, and it all matches what the heliocentric model says it should do.
Okay. Thanks for your time.
No worries. No worries. No, Gary Webeninger, I'm not in denial. You just tried to repurpose the word foreshortening for your own purposes. That doesn't really work.
You just got stuck on that word because it was convenient to stay away from geometry. I know.
He didn't talk about geometry. He talked about foreshortening, so I was responding to him, Dan.
Just pretending that the horizon was like an optical thing is funny. I get it.
But I didn't do that. I was responding to him.
It is
you understand that this is his argument, not mine, right?
It. My attitude comes from the fact I've tested it over and over
without
again.
proper variables. So you don't
including every fucking variable possible.
No, you told me you didn't get every variable possible. You told me there was no way
Well,
station.
why don't you calculate the shit out of that?
Yeah,
and pretend you got numbers, and I'll exceed that too. See, I
absolutely will. I suggested that you come on a stream with me with the numbers, and we specifically go over them, and then you went crazy and swore at me for some reason. So I don't understand. I'm still 100% would love to do that, Dan. If you are willing to have a conversation like an adult, that's perfectly fine.
Okay, hang on just a second, Craig. Dan, I've given you a warning about swearing. Please do not do that again. You are being moderated. I'm not part of this conversation. Do not swear.
Bob has the worst potty mouth ever. Come on.
I've heard him swear a few times. He just likes to come in and try to boss people. Hey, by the way, the foreshortening, I did use geometrical terms because I talked about visually acute angles to surfaces, FTFE.
Yeah, but you never talked about the geometry of the planet.
It doesn't. I wasn't talking about the planet. I was just talking about how you see a horizon, and when you have acute visual angles to a surface, it's going to foreshorten information in the distance into increasingly smaller space. In your field of view, that's exactly what it is. One of your guys in the chat. You're interrupting me. One of your guys in the chat posted a little picture with the effects of foreshortening, right? And that's because it wasn't a direct line. It was a man's body or whatever. It was some art thing. But when you have when you're like looking at it at a 90-degree angle, you're looking directly at it. It's straight up and down. Then you're going to have a direct angle, and so you're not going to see the foreshortening effects except for at the bottom end and the top end, which you probably won't notice if it's close by.
Yeah.
But if that body starts to tilt away, it foreshortens, and that's exactly what the guy's picture. I think his name was Watch Miker or something like that.
Yeah, again, not in reality.
When the body is viewed at an angle, it foreshortens, and so that's why they have a term called foreshortening. It's a way of course not in reality, but in your field of view, the way you see it, if you would please quit interrupting, the way you see is optical. It's not geometrical, even though geometry angles do have an effect optically how you see things. And so when things are tilted away from you, they will compress into an increasingly smaller space in your field of view. That's foreshortening.
No, that's
it's a very real thing. It's not just, yes, it is. When things
you're changing what foreshortening
is.
They're
compressed. No, you can find these things. All you got to do is quick searches. I posted
you can look
one
in chat for the definition.
I posted one in there.
Yeah,
you can find all kinds of different
ones. What the definition of foreshortening is. Foreshortening refers to the technique. Foreshortening refers to the technique of depicting an object or human body. I was talking. You interrupted me, actually. Foreshortening refers.
No, you interrupted me.
No, you interrupted me. So shush. Foreshortening refers to the technique of depicting an object or human body in a picture so as to produce an illusion or projection or extension in space. That is the definition of foreshortening.
Yes, that's exactly what I've been saying. You just changed the words, but you're saying exactly what I'm saying. You produce that effect.
I was in the middle of talking. So Gary, I was in the middle of talking there. Gary, I was in the middle of talking.
And the body has
I was in the middle of talking.
When you look directly on, you can see it.
Gary, I was in the middle of talking.
When it's at an angle, you see it foreshortened in this visual space.
I was in the middle of talking.
Gary, please stop interrupting. Everyone, would be nice if y'all could not talk over each other. Hard to hear at either of the sides.
Yeah, it is. You're right.
Yeah, he did too.
Alright, I'm muting you. As soon as you talk over each other, I'm gonna mute you straight away. I'm not giving you any warnings anymore. I'm just doing it straight away. That's why you're getting muted. You probably noticed that you know. Don't fuck about. Seriously, it's getting fucking annoying.
Yeah,
both of you.
I would love. Well, I'm not the one doing it. I would keep getting like interrupted all of the time, and then try to talk.
You never interrupt.
Not during this conversation. I am extremely good.
Yeah, like a little dog.
No, interrupting. See, I'm getting interrupted again. I'm literally showing how I'm not the one doing the interrupting. It's the flat earthers every fucking time.
You mean you weren't done going yap?
I'm still getting
yap,
interrupted. Still getting interrupted.
He didn't interrupt. He went in a pause.
Because he's not saying, he's just
I'm waiting for a chance to finish what I was saying.
Craig likes to interrupt everybody.
No, I'm okay. No, apparently I'm not allowed to finish what I'm saying. People just want to keep talking.
You weren't talking, so there was a pause.
Never mind. I guess I won't finish my point. Are you going to let me talk without interrupting me? Can you do that? Good. Right. So no, foreshortening is not a thing that happens in reality. End of story. It is simply an artistic technique to portray something in 2 dimensions that is showing something in 3 dimensions on a picture, not in reality. So stop saying what we see in reality is foreshortening, because foreshortening does not exist in reality. I am now done.
Once again, foreshortening is an artistic term because it's representing what we see in reality. We see things foreshortened because of acute visual angles to surfaces. And so that is an effect. And so we represent it by creating that effect on paper by foreshortening the object and the paper because of the angle. It's a very real thing. We see it all the time. You see it literally all the time.
Let me ask you, so because artists use a 2-dimensional painting technique to represent what we see in reality, the Earth is flat. Is that what you're saying?
I see in reality, and if I want to represent it on paper, it will be 2D. But in 3-dimensional reality, just looking, that's exactly why I see what I see. The way I see it in my field of view is based on the angles I'm viewing it at. And so the paper and art is it's the way we represent it on paper, what we actually see.
So therefore the Earth is flat. That's my question. So therefore the Earth is flat.
That's only one thing, and that's why we see horizons, because of the horizon. Hold on, let me just finish this one thing. The horizon is simply an optical effect where your angle over the waves becomes too narrow to see waves any more further behind the ones in the foreground, and when your angle of separation between waves becomes too small to identify waves as separate anymore, and when the waves themselves in the distance become small and you can't see their size anymore. So it all ends up at one particular place, and that will look like a line across your field of view called the horizon. It's simply effective angles. Whether it's an angle of separation or an
I don't know what you're saying. I don't know what you're talking about.
Of course you don't, because you don't want to.
Do you use maths at all to do this, to represent, so you know you've got everything correctly sized for the distance? Or is it just something that you make up to make it look what you think is correct?
Well, if somebody wants to put a math to it, then go ahead. I'm not a mathematician. The fact is, hold on, let me finish. Let me finish.
Technique doesn't use math.
Okay. No, do you think an artist sits there and does a math problem before he draws his drawing? No, he doesn't. He draws what he sees. And that's exactly what I'm talking about. It's a visual effect. It's optical. How you see over a surface foreshortens in the distance. All that information is increasingly smaller space because it's going to take up the bottom half of your field of view up towards where you're near eye level. Of course, it's not eye level. Horizons are below your eye level, but virtually indistinguishable when you're just viewing with your natural eyes.
You know that there's a lot of different drawing and painting techniques that you can use to represent reality. Like that guy that does all the dashes, all the paint blobs. And it's just a blobby thing when you get up close, but when you get further back, you can actually make detail out of it.
Yeah, but he doesn't. Does he use math? No.
The techniques of painting don't represent reality. They're
no, that's why if they're trying to paint what they see, they're going to try to paint what they see. And they're going to use techniques that they call foreshortening or whatever else. They got
so therefore you can't use that to claim that's reality. Because it's a
Yes, you
drawing.
can.
It's not used
You don't have to have a drawing. You don't have to have a drawing to see a horizon. You can go out to the ocean, stand on the beach, and you see a horizon. There's no picture there. There's no painting. There's no drawing. You're just looking, and you see things. You see a horizon, and it's a visual effect of your angles over the surface, your angle between waves, and the angular size of the waves in the distance, all combining at one point.
You're so fixated on being correct that you're not even listening.
Well, it is correct.
So if I could respond to Gary's point there, please. So Gary, none of what you say will ever explain why at sea state 0 ships disappear bottom first. Never, ever.
Yeah,
ever.
you got it's your field of view has a limit based on your elevation over the surface, and so your angle, of course. Let's say you're just standing there, you draw a 45-degree angle from your eyes to the ground. It's right there in front of you, right? 45 degrees.
Do with,
but up to the ground, it's much further out. So it just keeps going further and further out over the surface. Now, when I'm low, it cuts off visual information because you don't have enough angle to it. It's like I said earlier. Let's say you have the waves out there, or even if you have no waves, it doesn't even matter. You're going to have a point, just like the railroad tracks, where there's visual information. It looks like you're touching, but they're not. And it's the same. It's going to be the same thing. Now, if you get a boat that's at that distance at that point, and it keeps progressing forward, it's going to gradually, that ship's going to keep getting smaller, which let's say you just have a red, which I have a video, I have several videos showing this very thing. One has a ship with a red portion at the bottom. But as it moves away, that red portion at the bottom has an angular size, and that space keeps compressing just as well as the whole ship keeps compressing. And that point comes to a point where you can't resolve it as separate from the water line, which is going to be closer to you because of the angle. You hit the water much closer because you're at the surface generally, right? And so let's say it just keeps on going. It's just going to keep cutting off an angle to the bottom quicker than the angle to the top, because the visual angle to the top of the boat is going to be a wider angle over the surface than the angle to a portion at the bottom. So the bottom one is going to become too small quicker than the one at the top.
Okay.
And I got 2 or 3 videos demonstrating this quite easily.
Okay, so according to you, the Rayleigh criteria only works up and down, which is interesting.
That's not what I said. That's not what I said.
No. Whether you said that or not.
You just lied. You just lied.
Whether you said that.
I'm going to correct you right now.
Can you please stop?
I'm going to correct you. No,
can you stop?
No. Can you
stop? Let me finish my point. I just let you talk for ages.
It's going to be a lie.
Guys, please. I just let him talk for ages without interrupting. And then the instant I started talking,
and then you proceeded to lie.
Interrupted me.
Go. Look, I'm muted him.
Right, Gary, no. Whether you said it or not, what you just implied was that the Rayleigh criteria only works up and down. I don't care if you said it or not. That is what you implied with what you said. So according to you, if I was to stick a massive board on top of a ship that was sticking out further than the ship, and as that ship disappeared in the distance, the top of that of the ship should disappear into that board as well. No, because that's not how the Rayleigh criteria works. The Rayleigh criteria will make an entire object unresolvable at the same time. There is absolutely zero to do with the Rayleigh criteria and the way that we see things that would explain something disappearing bottom up. It's simply against how physics work. Rayleigh criteria does not have a specific direction that it has a preference towards, which again debunks your entire claim. Now, I have finished.
I never
you
said
may
that.
Respond.
I never said what you said, that it's only vertical, because Rayleigh criterion is any 2 points that become too when the angular separation between 2 points becomes too narrow to resolve them as separate. So it happens all over the place. It happens in the leaves of a tree. I can look at the tree in the distance and I can't identify all these separate leaves. But when it's closer, I can, because that's the Rayleigh criterion. When the things get little points get too close together, just like railroad tracks. Those are horizontal. They're across from each other, right? That's side to side, but they come to a point in the distance where you can't resolve the space in between them, right? So, and of course, that can happen. It doesn't have to happen on the horizon. That can happen much quicker than the horizon if you're high up, because then the railroad tracks will look like they've merged way up in the distance, even though they haven't actually merged. So that's a side-to-side view. But we were talking about how bottoms become unresolvable before tops. So if you take just take the angle, a visual angle to the surface from the top of the ship. You measure that angle. Then you take a halfway mark on the ship, and you take that angle to the surface. Which angle is going to reach that Rayleigh criterion first? The angle to the top of the ship, or the angle from the middle of the ship?
That's
of course, it's the one from the middle of the ship. Yes, it is, because those 2 points in the distance will compress. They will become, the angle of separation will become smaller and smaller with distance, and that point will become unresolvable. I got 2 or 3 videos demonstrating this.
Yeah,
visually, you can actually see it happening.
Okay, you're still going? You done?
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah, so that's not
I'm done now.
No, okay, no, you're still going. You done?
I said I'm done.
Okay, cool. So, that's not how the Rayleigh criteria work. The Rayleigh criteria will not make things disappear bottom up. The Rayleigh criteria will make an entire thing become unresolvable at the same time. You are not only redefining what foreshortening is, but you're also redefining how the Rayleigh criteria would actually work.
Well, I've got a video. I'll post it in the chat. But, I've got a video. I've got several of them. This one's very easy to see what's going on. And
I put a diagram in the chat that says Gary's position.
What?
I put a diagram in chat that gives Gary's position on Rayleigh criteria.
Okay, but I'm gonna put one of my videos, but it's a video. It's got wind turbines out in the water, and it's got a boat further than the wind turbines, right? And the boat has a red bottom. The turbines have a yellow bottom. Well, when he zoomed in, you can see it, right? You can see the red bottom. You can see the ship quite easily. You can see the yellow bottoms very easily on the turbines. As he backs off the zoom, he's decreasing his focal length, which is increasing his field of view, which means those different things are going to be visually in a smaller space in your field of view, right? Because your field of view gets bigger, so those take up a smaller space. So what you watch as he's backing off the zoom is the first thing you can't see completely is the red portion at the bottom of the ship and the yellow portion at the bottom of the turbines. Even though you can still see the turbines as the tops, that's the yellow bottom that becomes unresolvable first, and it's the red bottom of the ship becoming unresolvable first. Now, they were both within an angle that a zoom camera could zoom in on, but you couldn't see it with your naked eye. And as it backs off the zoom, it more represents your naked eye because your field of view gets bigger as you decrease your focal length.
So if I was the same height as the top of something, that would disappear first?
No, if you're very, very high, it might disappear before it ever reaches the horizon if you're very high. Because the horizon will be so far away that it would probably be a good chance that, depending on the size is, that the whole thing could just become unresolvable. Just like I could watch. Hold on, I'm not quite done. Just like I can watch an airplane up in the sky, moving away from me, high up in the sky. I can literally watch it disappear in mid-sky. Nothing's blocking it. It just becomes too small to see anymore.
But none of that explains why things disappear bottom up. I mean, the Rayleigh criteria is about when two light sources are, they're separate, and then it's used to calculate like the resolution of an optical system, and when those two imaging sources are, are closer together, the center of the diffraction pattern. Of when one of the center of the diffraction pattern directly over the other is when they become unresolvable. It's not anything to do with a bit of it becoming unresolvable first. An entire object will become unresolvable at the same time. Nothing that you are explaining or describing explains why something would disappear bottom first, unless you're implying that the Rayleigh criteria only works up and down, not left to right. Or you're implying that if you are the same height as the top of something as it moves away, the top would disappear first than the bottom. Whether you said that or not, Gary, the things that you are saying make those implications.
No, you're completely wrong, and of course you're screwing it up again like normal because that's what you do. You totally misrepresent everything I say. No matter how big the ship is, no matter how high you are, the bottom of the ship is closer to the water than the top of the ship. Your visual angle, therefore, will become more narrow to that point before the top of the ship compared to the water. And that's exactly why in my video, the red portion of the bottom ship becomes unresolvable before the entire ship does. Now, there's various portions on the boat that are become unresolvable, little things that you could see when it was zoomed in on, and that's all because of Rayleigh criterion. It's just that you wouldn't notice it with your naked eye, but when he zoomed in and then he backs off the zoom, you can see the effects of what's going on. And you can see that because you decrease the focal length when you back off the zoom, right? When you back off the zoom, and so your field of view gets actually bigger. So now the thing that you were looking at takes up a very small portion of your field of view compared to what it did when you were zoomed in on. And so the Rayleigh criterion is taking effect. Visual things, all kinds of individual things that you could see when it was zoomed in on become unresolvable as separate from the rest of it. But the red portion at the bottom of the ship and the yellow portion at the bottom of the turbines definitely became unresolvable before the entire ship did, or before the entire turbines did. And you can do this numerous times, over and over and over again. It's repeatable.
I've got a question. So Gary, what you're saying over the flat surface, I've seen like 100-foot tall cruise ships sail out to sea. So you're saying this thing that you're talking about causes a 100-foot tall vessel to appear to sink into the ocean?
It just becomes unresolvable. That big tall cruise ship looks like a very hold it. That looks like a very tiny thing in the distance, doesn't it? It doesn't look like
doesn't. When it disappears, it looks like a big fucking ship. Is what it looks
No,
like.
not only if you're zoomed in on it. If you're not zoomed in on it, it's a little tiny.
It is zoomed in on it. That's right, zoomed in on it.
Yes, because when you zoom in, you increase your focal length, which decreases your field of view. Now all the pixel space is devoted to one little tiny piece of your field of view, and that's why it looks bigger than what you think. In reality, you don't see that. In reality, you see a little tiny thing in the distance. Just like with the sun. The sun is a little tiny. You ever look through a little filter, a little solar filter? Just hold the filter up in front of the sun and look at it. You don't have to even have it attached to your camera. Just look at it. It's very tiny.
So after the vessel disappears from your line of sight, you should be able to zoom in and see it again, right?
Sometimes you can, but it depends on how far past it went. Hold it.
Once it disappears, I'm going to say this.
You got to let me finish my thought. You got to let me finish the sentence. You're going to try to cut me off before I can say the whole thing. Your angle will determine how far that thing can go before you can't zoom in on it at all. Now, this ship in this video I have, they couldn't see the ship before they zoomed in. They couldn't even see it. And so, yes, in that instance, but if that ship had been another 5 miles out, probably wouldn't have seen it. Probably wouldn't have been able to zoom in on it. Or maybe you only zoomed halfway. You can watch it. I've got a zoom camera. Mine's only like 40, but you can watch as you zoom in and things start popping up from the center. And things that you couldn't see, and then they start popping up from the center. That's because your visual angle is, like I said, you're changing your focal length. You're increasing it, which decreases the field of view. And that way, that's why it appears magnified, because everything all the pixel space is devoted to that little tiny space.
Yeah. Okay. So I'll just say this, and I'm not nearly as long-winded as all that. I'm talking about a fucking boat that's as big as a city. Disappears from your line of sight. Below the horizon. The top of the ship goes below your eye level, below the horizon. Yes, this is what you see. And there's no fucking telescope built on the surface of the earth that'll bring that ship back once it's gone below the horizon.
No, it's not, because it's not below a horizon. It's just simply the limits of the angle over the surface that you have and the ability of your camera. If you go up higher, then that obviously the ship didn't become too small. You can see it again, right? And you can see the horizon beyond it if you go up higher. So it's just a visual thing. It's just your visual field at the surface level has a limit. And like I said, if you have waves out there, I know he wants to use the flat surface, but if you have waves out there, even if you're higher than the waves, if you have 5-foot waves at the horizon, a 6-foot wave a little further out, you're not going to see it separate from the 5-foot. A 7-foot wave a little farther isn't going to be seen as separate from those ones in the foreground. And the same thing with the ship that keeps going past that point. It's the ship's getting smaller, and the visual angles are becoming narrower and narrower, where they just aren't resolved anymore. You can't see pretty soon it's a 10-foot wave. Well, what's the difference between a 10-foot wave way further out than a 10-foot portion of the ship? There's no difference whatsoever. It's the same thing. And so it's just compressing into your field of view. Your field of view is limited by your elevation angle over the surface. and what you can resolve is based on the ability of the camera.
Again,
Sorry,
that sounds like poppycock.
Yeah, none of that ever would explain why things disappear bottom first, especially when, let's say, 10 feet of a ship is hidden, yet we can still make out letters on the ship that are less than 10 feet. Everything about the observations in reality that we make debunk the things that you are saying. There is no way that if something disappears bottom first, you can ever zoom in and make that bottom come back. Right, the redness of something might become unresolvable, but the entire object is still there. It doesn't disappear, it just becomes a bit indistinguishable to see. It doesn't make the boat physically sink behind the horizon. No amount of zooming in will ever bring a boat back once it has physically dropped behind the horizon, which again debunks everything that you are saying. You are making up terms, changing terms to suit your own narrative, and ignoring all of the empirical evidence that straight up debunks the things that you say.
Well, I'm going to say the same thing about you. You're ignoring all the evidence, even though we can see it over and over again. It's repeatable, demonstratable, it's scalable. I do have another video, and this one was a clip from Critical Think. And you can see the lettering on the side of the ship. Hold it. Don't interrupt. You can see the lettering on the side of the ship as he zoomed in on it, right? But as he backed off the zoom, that's what I showed. I showed it in slow motion. Backed off the zoom. All of a sudden, there's a separation between those letters on the side and the water line. But as he backs off the zoom, that separation becomes more and more narrow to the point where the letters look like they're touching the water, and then you can't see the letters anymore because the letters are also becoming smaller. And as he backs off the zoom, and you can't see him anymore, and that's simply because he increased his field of view by decreasing his focal length. And so now all of a sudden you don't have, just like in normal vision, you only have so much visual space to put things in as you're looking out there. And there's simply a point, we all see it, it's all at the center frame when we're looking straight forward where things, and as you zoom in, like if you take a zoom camera, it's very easy to see this. Just level the camera, zoom in and out, and watch what happens at center frame. You can see you can see things. It's like an optical black hole. It's just swallowing up information. Go ahead.
So why can't you zoom back in boats once they've gone over the horizon then?
Well, in that one video, that you couldn't see the boats before he zoomed in. He was scanning the horizon after he zoomed in and found those things.
And they resolved. But I didn't say that. I'm talking specifically about videos where you can see. Hold on, let me finish my point.
10 seconds to finish the thought. No, I got 10 seconds to finish the thought. Now, if that boat would have been another 5 miles, would it have been resolved the whole thing? He might have still zoomed in a portion of it, but he wouldn't have been able to zoom in the whole thing because the angles are too narrow, even for the camera. You still
unresolvable doesn't equal over the curve.
Yeah. If you can't see something that's unresolvable, and you would think of it as over the curve.
So okay,
but it's not.
Again,
it's just simply a limit of your visual angle.
So why is it?
That's the issue. Is we don't consider it over the curve. We consider it unresolvable. You guys are the ones that say it's over the curve.
Yeah. So, but there is times where you can clearly see that the bottom portion of a boat has disappeared. Clearly see it. Hold on. Right. You can clearly see that a bottom portion of a boat has disappeared, especially in pictures where you've got multiple tankers at different distances, right? But no amount of zooming in will ever bring those bits that have disappeared back. And that's been shown. Astronomy Live actually has... Daz the cameraman has a fantastic video literally zooming in on ships and showing that nothing comes back into view. No amount of zooming in will ever bring the bottom that has disappeared back.
Yeah, Daz the cameraman screwed up when he backed off the zoom because it showed exactly what I'm saying. Even the one that was, you could only see half of as he backed off the zoom. It was much further than one in the foreground. He had 2 boats in there. One that looked like it was half gone. It looked like it was literally right behind the other boat because that's what zoom compression does. But as he backed off the zoom, guess what? That one disappeared bottom first also.
No,
because it was already for the.
No, yes, it did. You're absolutely lying about the video.
Yes,
you're absolutely lying about the video.
It just became unresolvable. That's it.
Yeah, Doofus Manfred has just posted that video, so you are lying. Nothing becomes unresolvable in this.
I will get the video and I will post it. I will find
Doofus Manfred has just posted
the video. I have a bunch of comments on it.
Doofus, hold on. Will you stop talking so I can talk, please? Thank you. Gary, Doofus has just posted the video. Nowhere in that video. No, I'm talking. Nowhere in that video does something become unresolvable. Nowhere in that video does something that is below the horizon ever come back. Ever. You are lying if you say it does.
No, he's got more than one video. It's not.
Well, I'm talking about this video. I'm talking about this video.
I don't give a shit. I'm not looking at that video. I will find the video.
Gary, post the video.
And the one in the background bought, even though it was only half visible, it bottomed out first too. Bottom first as he backed off the zoom. And here's another thing, Craig. Let's say it looked like in the
Gary,
video
your microphone is kind of robot, and I can't understand what you're saying.
Okay, let me slow down. Okay.
No, I don't think it's.
Can you hear me now?
I think there's an issue. There we go. That's better.
Okay. Let's say you get a picture where you've seen more than one of, where it looks there's a ship in the foreground, you can see the whole ship. There's a ship that looks like it's right behind it, and the horizon's right behind it, even though it isn't. The ship, and it's half hidden, right? You can't see half of it, right? That's a zoomed in image, but it looks like it's right behind the other one. Now, what would happen if he would go up in elevation from that point?
If you went up in elevation, you'd be able to see more, which again doesn't make sense if the Earth is flat.
And guess what would happen?
Further away from it.
The parallax effect. You would have a parallax effect because the one in the foreground is much closer. So what would happen is the one in the foreground would appear much closer to you, and the one in the background would become fully visible with a horizon beyond it, and it would be higher up in your picture frame. And that's exactly what happens on a flat Earth. It wouldn't happen if you were going over a curve.
No, what you just said doesn't make sense on a flat Earth at all.
No, it makes perfect sense on a flat Earth because that's really a parallax effect. Actually, I've got another video.
We're not talking about parallax effect. Gary, we're not talking about a parallax effect. Gary, hold on. We're not talking about a parallax effect. We're talking about the fact that the bottom of these ships has disappeared, and no amount of
because
zooming
the one is much further.
No, I'm still talking. It's amazing. No amount of zooming in brings it back. The amount that you can see looks exactly the same whether you're zoomed out or zoomed in.
No, if you back off the zoom, the one in the background that was half gone will completely disappear.
Watch the video.
And the one in the foreground probably
I am showing the video to my chat now to show that you are a liar.
Are they backing off the zoom? Are they backing off the zoom?
It doesn't disappear. If it disappeared when you zoom back in, it wouldn't be there. What are you talking about?
No, if you back off the zoom, if you zoomed in, before you zoomed in, he couldn't even see that half ship, right?
Yes, he could. You can see it the whole fucking time. Stop lying. You can see it right here. I am holding the cursor on where it is when it's zoomed out, and now it's zooming in. You can still fucking see it. But no amount of zooming in makes the bottom change. It stays as it is for the entire time. The amount that you can see is the same whether you are zoomed out or zoomed in.
Where are you looking? Flat Earth debunked?
No, I'm looking at the video that was posted in the... Are you not paying attention? The one that Doofus Manfred posted, that I said about 10 times that Doofus Manfred posted.
Where's this thing posted? I can't even see it. I got to scroll back and find it.
Oh, and yeah, Glober Mum just posted a good one as well there. Because Glober Mum is...
Okay, awesome. I see his picture. And so if that one in the background, he's zoomed in on this. This isn't just what he sees out there with his naked eye.
It's zoomed out and then zoomed in.
Yeah, he's zoomed in on right here in this picture. He's zoomed in. It's way
I'm talking about a video, not a picture.
No. And I can figure out if he backs off the zoom.
Gary, not a picture. Gary, you need to listen because you're not paying attention. Not a picture. The video that Doofus Manfred posted.
Yeah, I will find the one I'm talking about. I'm going to tell you what happens when you back
more
off
than that. He zooms in more than that, and no more of that ship comes back.
Absolutely.
It wouldn't come back. It will appear bigger.
Well,
you'll see more detail.
God, you just debunked yourself.
If you could zoom in more from there, you would see more detail because it would appear bigger because it would be magnified. And that's a very thing that when you back off the zoom,
it brings the whole effect.
Right. One sec, guys.
That's the point. It brings the whole top of the ship back so we can see it. The angular size is plenty big, but the bottom's gone.
Right, guys, I need to quickly...
It would bring back more detail and a little bit, and it would look a little bit bigger.
Guys, just give me 1 second, please.
If it's too far for the angle to put the camera, you're not
time out. 1 second, please. Right, 1 second, please. I need to go and use the toilet. Okay. Can I just leave this conversation in the hands of Globeturd Society and Gary Webeninga because they were having a good conversation there. I'll be back in 2 minutes. Okay.
The only reason that any of that is going to come back is if you move up. And there's no reason for that to happen on a flat Earth because we're already above the flat Earth looking down to the horizon.
Yeah, and if you went up, what would happen? The one in the background would be higher up in the frame than the one in the foreground, and you could literally see the horizon beyond it. That's what would happen.
If we're already looking down to the water,
the one in the foreground is closer. The one in the foreground is closer. You would have a parallax effect if you went up higher in elevation. The one in the foreground would look like it went down slightly. The one in the background would look like it went up quite a bit. And you would have a horizon seen beyond it. And so that would be definitely proof that your globe isn't there. It's a flat surface because that's exactly what you would expect to see over a flat surface.
Okay. Why is something below my feet obstructing something that is probably 7 times above my head?
Because of visual compression in the distance and Rayleigh
visual
criterion
compression,
effect.
exactly. And then we zoom in and it doesn't come back.
Because it's too far for the angle.
What are you talking about? We can bring it close enough to where it's plenty big to see it. Plenty big.
Is the one in the background much further than the one in the foreground?
Right. Is the one in the background much further? I don't know how much further. It's definitely further.
It's a lot further.
Yeah, it probably is a lot. It's probably miles and miles further. Yeah, of course.
Which means your visual angle to the surface is much narrower at that point than it is at the one in the foreground.
Doesn't matter.
But we're still looking down to it, though, right? Because it's a flat plane that we're standing above, and we're looking down to it.
My point is, you have a limit based on your angle to the surface. We see it. It's at the center frame. Like I said, zooming in and out. If you just level your camera, zoom in and out, and watch the effects of what happens at the center frame. It just literally gobbles up information that you couldn't see with your.
So there we are looking down to something that's obstructing something 50 feet tall.
Doesn't need anything to
obstruct. Explain that to me.
It doesn't become obstructed. It simply can't be resolved in the space available.
It's completely obstructed. Where is it then?
It just can't be resolved. You can't see
But we can resolve the rest of it, though. That's the point. When something disappears, it becomes... Hey, hold on. When something disappears...
That other part is
hold on. When something disappears...
Gary, hold on. And Globe, you were stepping on him, too. You guys both got to not talk over each other.
When something disappears, it gets smaller and smaller proportionally. It's proportional. The whole thing gets smaller until you can't see it.
That's completely...
Not the bottom that disappears and the top all of a sudden is still, you can see it.
It's never proportional. Okay, just take I've got another video with I've got like 4 sections on it. They're all equal squares, they're different colors. But if you're looking directly onto the middle of that, the only place where you have a direct angle is to the middle of that. The angle to the top, the angle to the bottom is not the same, or to any space in there that's not direct line of sight is going to be acute. So the more acute the angle gets, the more compressed the information is. The more compressed your field of view is at the distance, because it works the same in your field of view. And so it simply comes to a point where it can't be resolved with your natural eyes. Now, if you get a zoom camera, you might be able to zoom in because you're going to focus on a little portion of that field of view that you were looking at with your regular eyes. And so because you increase your focal length, which it decreases your field of view. So now your camera, all the pixel space is available for that little tiny spot that originally was just a tiny spot in your big field of view. And that's why you can see it magnifies what's there. So you can see it again. But if it reaches a certain point past that limit, that you can't pull in the bottom because the angles are too narrow. But the angle to the top of the ship is always going to be higher than the angle over the surface from the bottom of the ship. That's why the bottom of the ship is going to reach.
Though. That's the issue. It's blocking points of the ship that are much, much taller than we are.
Yeah, that's the issue. Because some of them are thin. It works crossways. It works horizontally. It works vertically. Yes, Rayleigh criterion. All the points are shrinking, and so the visual details become increasingly harder to see.
You're contradicting yourself.
I'm not. I'm saying exactly what I've been saying all along. You're the one who earlier said I only said it worked vertical. It works every direction.
Now you're contradicting yourself because you're saying that it works in every direction, but the bottom disappears first, which doesn't make any sense.
Because your field of view has a bottom and a top, right?
Your field of view has nothing to do with the Rayleigh criteria.
Yes, it does, because the things are moving in the distance, and that's more compressed. At distance, everything in the distance is more compressed. Remember I said earlier, you got a plane flying
criteria.
high, and like uninterrupting. Remember when I said there's a plane flying high in the sky, and it simply will disappear where you can't even see it anymore. Nothing's blocking it. It's just a visual, optical thing that is a reality. Well, the same thing. The bottom of the ship is touching the surface. That's got the most narrow angle of the whole thing, which is why that
really
part, as it moves past the horizon, is going to be the first portion. You can't resolve it separate from the horizon.
There is
because
a
you're
very
closer
good
to the
question
ground.
in chat.
That's going to take your field of view.
So there's a very good question in chat. Jay Franks asked, Gary, why is the line between resolvable and unresolvable such a sharp, clear line? If it was the angle, it would gradually become unresolvable, not suddenly.
It does gradually. It does
That's
gradually.
a good point. Not according to you, it doesn't. That's not gradual.
As the ship keeps moving away, it gradually is that portion at the bottom, like the one I talked about with my red portion at the bottom of the ship. It gradually becomes smaller and smaller, and it disappears where you cannot resolve it as separate from the water line anymore. And just like the lettering on the side of the ship, and one of the other ones I did, the lettering, there's a space between the lettering and the water line, and as they back off the zoom, that space becomes increasingly narrow to the point where you can't resolve that space anymore, and it looks like the letters are touching the water. And then a little further, when they back off a little further, you can no longer see the letters anymore because they become smaller because what are you doing? You're increasing your field of view by decreasing your focal length. So now there's very little space in your field of view where that can be resolved in, and it simply just comes to a point it can't be resolved.
That doesn't mean those letters are gone, though. That doesn't mean those letters are gone.
It doesn't mean they're gone. It just means you can't resolve them.
So to clarify, Gary, right?
If you can't see them, they're gone. They're not blocked. They're just visually not seeable.
If you can zoom in and it's there, then it's not gone.
If you zoom in because you changed everything, you changed your field of view, you increased your
No, it's still you still have that field of view. It's not changing anything.
Right, Gary, let me ask a question. Gary, so
you decreased your field of view.
Gary, I don't want to strawman you, right? So you're literally saying it's to do with the angle, like to the water and the bottom of the boat that is less, so you can't see it, right?
It's a combination of angles. It's an angle you have to the. I'm not done. It's the angle. The angle you see the boat. Though you have visual angles to the top, the bottom, to the center, at any point of that boat, you have visual angles. But your field of view also has visual angles, and that's dictated by your elevation above the surface. And so it's going to come down to a point.
Hold
just
on,
like when you zoom in and out, you can watch everything.
It was a two-part question, right? So, if, let's say, there's a boat parked next to a dock, with the front of the boat touching the dock, right? So, the visual angle between the front of the boat and the dock will be smaller and smaller and smaller as we move away from it. The same way that the visual angle between the boat and the water gets smaller and smaller and smaller as we move away from it, yes?
Yes.
So are you saying that as we moved away from a boat pressed up against a dock, the front of that boat would disappear first because it's closest to that dock and therefore has a smaller viewing angle?
No, you would have, if you're looking directly, let's say you're lined up directly with
the ship. So it only works up and
down,
right? I see.
No. I'm just going to give you a way so you can understand it because you seem to have a problem understanding. So let's say you're directly in line with the center of that boat, but you're going to have the sides compressing in towards your line of sight at the center of the boat. And so it's going to compress. That visual information closest to your line of sight is going to disappear first or become less able to resolve visual information, or being able to identify a window or a door or something like that. And because it's going to compress towards your line of sight. Just like let's say you have two boats side by side moving away from you and they keep going. Pretty soon you can't, when they're close by you can see the space between them. But as they go away, that space becomes smaller and smaller because you can measure an angular separation or an angular space between the two.
Disappear?
And the sides will start to blend in. You won't be. It'll start to look like one
blend
boat.
in. Will they disappear?
Well, if they start to blend in as one,
will you only be able to see half of the sides of the boat?
Off in the distance, yeah. In fact,
no,
there's
you
videos
won't.
out there.
That's not how it works.
In fact, there's video. Remember recently we had maybe a year ago.
God, I need a smoke.
We had two planets that were. They said they were. I can't remember what the term is. Where it looked like one planet. I can't remember what you call the term. But anyhow, if you took your binoculars, which I Conjunction, yeah. So I took my binoculars, and you can see the separation. But with my natural eyes, I couldn't see the separation. They looked like one. But when I took my binoculars, they looked like two. I could see them very, very easily, distinct. And it's the same thing with things moving away. If they're moving directly away from your parallel to your line of sight, they're going to look like they blend into each other in the distance. And it's the same thing with the sky above, the ground below, and things to the side. If they're moving parallel to your line of sight, they're gonna blend in together in the distance and appear as one. And there's several videos. I have to go find one.
Okay, but
I might make a video about this because I know the guy who made it. But he's got boats. Hold on, he's got a boat. He's got a boat that he zoomed in on. It's like 30 something. It's like, yes, I talk a lot. Yes, I do. And because it's one against a bunch of you, so I get a little more time because I got.
No, that's not how it works. Plus, your mic's roboting again.
Well, it does with me. I know you don't like that, but he's got.
So it's my turn to talk now. Right, so it's my turn to talk now. Again, if the boat will disappear bottom first, then a boat that is against something, the front of the boat touching something, the front of the boat will disappear first, because it has to be the same for every aspect if what you're saying is true. The visual angle is smaller if the front of the boat is touching the dock. So as we move away, the front of that boat should visually, to us, disappear into that dock. But it doesn't, because what you are saying is not how reality works. Visual empirical observations disagree with everything that you are saying. You are literally just nut-eyeing the videos that we are showing you, because we can show that things that you are saying do not happen.
I've got a question, Craig.
Go ahead, dude. Can I finish that? The thing I wanted to say.
Icy Spin.
Right, let Icy Spin ask the question. He's been waiting a while.
Can I just finish the thing?
Well, Icy Spin's been waiting a while. We'd like to ask a question. Icy Spin, please go ahead.
Yeah, it just goes back to we were talking about sea state 0. I think I wanted to see if you could reiterate a point about how it doesn't make sense on a flat Earth that it's equidistant. It's an equidistant, basically glass-like view from basically the center of the ocean when there's no waves. And if you're looking at that on a flat Earth, you would expect to see an indistinct blur in certain directions in terms of the distance. The distance would vary. I mean, is that not the case if you're looking out?
Yeah, I guess you're right. I mean, it's equidistant and very clear on Earth because the horizon is literally a cross-section of the globe, right? But if the Earth were flat and the horizon was to do with it becoming unresolvable because it got further away, let's take your field of view, right? As you're looking straight ahead, what you see straight ahead is going to be further than what your periphery sees. So the horizon should literally only be directly in front of you rather than to the side equidistant the same way that it is on a globe Earth. Wow, you're right, Icy Spin. It makes even less sense on a flat Earth.
Yeah, and the only thing that would make your vision obviously less in either direction that you're looking is just the atmospheric conditions, and those will vary based on the conditions of the ocean, or if the land comes into view, say towards the west before the east. Seems like they would just vary, and there would not be. It would sort of just be kind of all over the place. Not like you're rolling into fog or something like that. It would just.
No, yeah, it would be very strange. If what Gary is saying is the reason why the horizon is the way it is, it wouldn't be equidistant. Right. That's for sure.
Right, and that's measurable. I mean, you can measure it. I think I'm not in any way qualified to talk about navigation using the constellations, but I mean, I imagine with a sextant you can quite easily, or there may be a certain angle that you see at the horizon where you can literally, like a protractor, go around in a circle at that degree, and it's all going to be level. Is that right?
Yeah.
So yeah, and it doesn't make any sense. It's beyond me. Like points like this,
let's see what Gary thinks about that, shall we?
Yeah.
Let's let him respond to that point.
Yes. If everything's equal around you, everything's the same elevation around you. You turn in a circle, it's the same. There's nothing out there. It's smooth as glass. your visual point where you're going to see a horizon is always going to be the same distance, no matter which direction you look when you're looking parallel over the water. It's going to be the same distance. And you remember, you can only look one direction at a time. You have one line of sight. It's going to be a straight line. If you turn a little bit, you're going to have a direct line of sight again, and you're going to have a flat horizon. You keep turning around, look directly straight forward. You're going to keep having that same thing, and it's always going to be the same distance if everything's the same height.
But does that make sense to you on a flat Earth?
Yes.
Shouldn't it be at varying distance? Shouldn't it be at varying distances? Because
why would it vary? Because your angle over the surface
to the west.
No. We said it's smooth glass everywhere around. There's nothing moving. Nothing changes. It's the same. You're the same angle over the surface in all directions.
I'm just saying
you're going to have
point. Is my
that's my point. If you have land out there, it's going to be different. Yes, but we were talking about if you're just looking in a circle, you're going to have a horizon always in the same point on a flat Earth, just as well as you would on a circle Earth or a ball Earth. Either way, you have the same thing. I thought I did.
No, you cut him off. He was about to say something.
He's fine. I'll continue. I'll say something after you're done.
If I cut you off, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
God, I should never approve Gary.
I guess just a simple example. Say you have New York and you have Paris, and they're at the same elevation for the purposes of this. Voiding any atmospheric conditions or refraction, anything that get in the way, you should be able to, if not make out and resolve the city, you should be able to see colors, or you should not be able to see a distinct horizon around you. And then if you turn to the left and say you look out, back towards the west part of the United States, you're going to have things that interfere with you, and it's going to be either the atmospheric conditions or the terrain, but you should always have something else impeding your vision. It won't be equidistant is my thoughts, but
you're not going to see New York and Paris at the same time if you're in the center.
No, from New York looking to Paris across the ocean.
You're not going to see anything across the ocean. It's too far. The angular size and your visual space is just not enough. You're never going to see.
If we're looking at, let's just say we have a dome and we look at the stars, and you say, with the stars that are on the dome, is that further away at a point?
Stars on the dome. Point. The stars are not on a dome for first.
Whatever the speckled things are above our head, okay? Are those further away than, say, from New York to Paris?
But you got a different angle to them. You're not looking. They're moving parallel over a surface, just like Paris would be parallel. Parallel would be over a flat surface, right? You'd be looking parallel across the surface to see it, right? Right?
Yes. Correct.
Okay. No, the other guy laughing. I'm talking to him. You would say because that's what we live on a world where we look forward, right? That's basically when I'm talking about looking.
We have periphery vision.
We're looking forward. So you have a ground surface that takes the whole bottom half of your vision, and a top that takes the top half. The things like Paris across from the ocean, you're never going to see it. Period. I don't care. It's just too far and too small in your visual space. You're not going to see it. A star is directly up. That star has a higher angle. But the star itself will become unresolvable when it starts getting near the horizon. And so it reaches a limit, but as it moves parallel over the surface of the Earth, too.
Well, we'd certainly see the lights at nighttime from New York. We'd see the lights from Paris. Would you agree?
No, you wouldn't. No, you wouldn't see the lights. Lights have a big
city, though. Right?
They have a limit. They have a limit.
Just like on the top of a tower, though, like anything above us, we'd be looking up to.
They have a limit.
You can see mountain peaks from hundreds of miles away.
Hundreds of miles, maybe if you're high enough. But the thing is, Paris is much more than that. Across the ocean, you're not going to see it, and you're not going to see the lights because you have a thing called atmosphere. You know how things fade in the distance just by even if on a clear day.
That's my point. Is that they would not fade equidistant around you on the globe.
If everything is equal, you'll have the same distance to the horizon no matter what. If everything's equal.
But not everything's equal, so why don't we?
No, I never said that. That's what you guys were trying to.
Right.
Craig was trying to say it doesn't make sense.
I'm talking about my initial point is that it should be at varying degrees. The horizon should be, further in one distance because of the atmosphere. Unless we say that the atmosphere is exactly the same, the conditions are the same on the entire Earth at all times, which I don't think anyone's saying. So it doesn't make sense why we would see the same perfect circle at the same degree out in the middle of the ocean. That's all I wanted to say.
Now, if you're out in the middle of the ocean, there's nothing blocking you, and the waves are generally the same in all directions, you're going to have the same angle over. It's angle over surface is what's going to determine where your horizon is. Now, if you have 5-foot waves on one side of you and 6-foot waves on the other side of you, your angle is going to be slightly different. So
Right, and that's why I said
waves,
0.
if all waves are 5 foot in all directions from you, you're going to have the same angle over the surface, and so the horizon would be the same distance. So if you go up, it's still going to do the same thing. If you go down, it's going to do the same thing. It's always going to be equal all the way around you.
But I think
that will work on either. That will work on either model.
You would have to presuppose that the atmosphere extends, in every direction, and it's exactly the same. Like, what? I guess I'm just not understanding.
Well, that's what we just said. We are presupposing that.
For points.
And then I said, if you did have 5-foot waves on one side of the boat and 6 foot on the other, it would be slightly different, because your angle over the 6-foot waves would be more foreshortened than the one's 5 foot. So you would actually see a little closer horizon over the 6-foot waves than you would over the 5-foot waves, which would be a little bit further.
Okay, let's ask a bit of a more simple question, and this is a good one from the chat actually. So, according to the what the human eye can resolve with the angular size of stuff, the angular size of the Rockies is large enough to be seen from the Midwest with the naked eye. So why can't you see them?
Because of your angle over the surface.
But
they don't have a wide. If you don't have a wide, if you're not high enough,
you should be able to see it.
If you're not high enough, if you're high enough in an airplane, you might be able to, because I think they can in some airplanes when they're high enough.
Not from the Midwest.
But if you're low to the ground, your visual. If you're low to the ground in the distance, you're not going to see it.
But
if it's too far away, the angle will be too.
But it's flat, right?
No, your
but
your field of view is compressed.
Nowhere in
your
the
field
Midwest
of view
or
compresses.
in a plane from the Midwest can you see the Rockies. You just
can't. Your field of view is compressed by distance, right? That's why when you zoom in and out, you see things.
Even when you're in a plane that's higher than the Rockies.
I'm talking, Craig. I'm talking.
Yeah, you've talked a lot.
You interrupted.
Gary,
you interrupted.
Like
okay, well, so do you, and so do you. You talk quite a bit.
Yeah.
And so remember, it's me. Craig, it's me against everybody. Your visual field has a limit because you're on the ground and you're looking over a surface. You have a field of view that comprises the ground and the air. The ground's going to take up the whole bottom half of your field of view. Your field of view compresses with distance. Everything compresses towards the center as you move away. If you move closer, everything pops out from the center as you get closer.
You said this.
If you go higher, everything pops up because you extended your horizon further out.
Stop.
If you go lower, it's
closer. Gary,
just
stop. You said the same
thing.
You
don't seem to understand these things.
Yeah, Gary.
Yes,
Gary, what you're doing is you're just saying the same thing.
You don't seem to understand.
Hold on. Listen. I'm the moderator.
They interrupted me.
No, hush. I'm the moderator. When you say something, Gary, be short and concise. You're going on way too long.
Yeah, and
let somebody else have a chance to respond.
All you're doing, Gary, is you're just saying the same thing. Gary, shh. All you're doing is just saying the same thing over and over for 5 minutes at a time, right? And ignoring all of the points that we make. If you're in a plane 30,000 feet in the air above the Midwest, you still can't see the Rockies. That's higher than the Rockies. Why can't you see the Rockies?
How far away are the Rockies from there?
Far enough that the visual angle of the Rockies
is
suitable for your eyes. So why can't you see the Rockies?
The distance to the stars have nothing to do with it. It's your distance over the ground that does. You have a visual field. Even in an airplane, it has a limit.
Yeah, but you are above. The angle is big.
Yes, but it's not big enough for the distance.
Of course it is. You're higher than the mountains.
Your field of view compresses towards eye line, right? We all see it. Everything always looks like it's... Everything. Well, you are technically, yes, but with your natural eyes, you can't tell the difference.
You don't need to go on a ramble again. Right, let me finish my point. You are...
Okay, I didn't get to finish mine. You just interrupted me again. Thank you.
It's because you're about to ramble for 5 minutes about the things you've said 10 times again, so I'm interrupting.
Oh, well, you said the same thing over and over again.
Gary, just stop. Right, okay? What you are saying does not make any sense. You are spiraling, okay? If you are 30,000 feet in the air above the ground... Your visual angle is big enough to be able to see things that are on the ground. You can see buildings and stuff when you're in a plane. You can see cities. You can see roads and stuff. The Rockies are big enough, way big enough, that you will be able to see some of it. Maybe even just the top or whatever, according to your paradigm. But you cannot. If you're in an airplane, no matter your position in the Midwest, even though the angular size of the Rockies is big enough, you cannot see them at all. Not just the bottoms, the entire thing. Debunks your point.
Okay, are you
even with an infrared filter?
Yeah.
Okay, if just like the boats on the horizon, right? It's not that the boat becomes too small to resolve. It's the angle over the surface that becomes where there's nowhere to resolve it in. You have nowhere to put the information. And it's the same thing with the Rockies. You haven't told me how far the Rockies are from your airplane that's 30,000 feet above the surface. You haven't told me the distance.
They're far enough that the angular resolution to see them would still be fine according to what your eye can see.
It's got nothing to do with the size of them. It has to do with the limits of your field of view, Craig.
And
no, just like the boat.
Field of view when
Boat
Gary,
it's not that the boat is too small to see. It's that the boat has nowhere to put the field of view available.
Gary, honestly, Gary, you just go on and on and on and don't let a conversation actually happen.
You do the same thing, Craig.
I'm really not, Gary. Just stop.
Craig, you do.
Gary,
come on.
Gary,
you're
stop.
in denial now.
Gary, stop.
I admit I do, but you're not admitting you do.
Gary, will you stop?
Move on.
I'm trying to have a conversation. Will you stop? Gary, will you fucking shut up so I can have a conversation?
Watch the language now. We don't need to do that.
Well, fucking shut up then.
Have self-control, Craig. Have self-control, Craig.
Gary.
I'm muted.
Gary,
listen,
you have self-control and just listen, right? The point is, the field of view, the angle that you have when you're in an aeroplane, 30,000 feet above the ground, is way big enough for you to be able to see anything. There is plenty of visual space to put that information on. There's nothing compressing. You are way above it. You should be able to see the mountains based on the angular size of what they are and what your eye... I'm still talking.
How many miles are you from it? You haven't told anybody.
You know what?
You just keep spitting out the same old diatribe, but you don't give anybody any kind of distance.
I'm done. Right?
Bye, Craig.
I get shouted at so many times.
I got Craig to rage quit. Rage quit.
I'm not rage quit.
Craig.
Right? I'm done talking to Gary.
Craig.
Right? No, my turn to talk. My turn to talk. My turn to talk.
Moderation. It's moderation.
Craig, this is the moderator.
Yeah, but I would like to say something. Please.
I muted him. Go ahead, say what you want to say, and then I'll unmute him.
Right, I apologize for shouting at you. So I am a little bit sick and tired of people complaining about me over talking and interrupting and being the one that's all shouty, right? I have done my fucking hardest today to be polite and respectful and have a decent conversation with the people that have tried to talk to me.
You have, and I've stood up for you. I've stood up for you.
Just when I'm talking, here we go. Here's my point. Here's my point. Right? And this is why I get the way I do. Because you cannot have conversations with these fucking morons that do not even understand how conversations work. Both Gary and Dan just want to soapbox, nothing else. They just want to keep repeating the same things over and over and over while ignoring the things that are said to them. They don't want people to talk in response to what they say, and they want to ramble and ramble and ramble. The amount of times today that I have been interrupted is a testament to how these conversations go, and the reason why the way I act the way I do is because of the fucking flat earthers, not because of me. If Gary and Dan were willing to act like adults and have an actual conversation, then I would do the same. But they're not. So from now on, I'm going FTFE for the rest of this stream. If they want to talk to me, then I am going FTFE. That means I'm going to shout at them and I'm going to fucking interrupt. Because that is the rule on my channel. I treat them the way they treat me.
Mute you. Anyone who interrupts will get muted.
No, I don't get muted.
Because I don't get muted. Okay, I don't need to yell.
Shut up, Dan.
Right? I don't need to swear.
Shut up, Dan.
I need to absolutely repeat.
Shut up, Dan. No one wants to talk to you.
The things I said to you.
No, I don't want you to.
Well, if there's no conversation happening, the stream is probably over then, because what we
Here's the thing, though. Hold on, Dan. Hold on a second, Dan. I would prefer that you guys be respectful.
I've tried.
And, go one at a time. I know you've tried, and there's more than one person interrupting. I get that, right? And you are fighting an entire room right now. So I'm asking you to stop interjecting, even if you think you're helping. It doesn't help. Just be one person going against one person, please. No jabs.
Okay,
just
the man's pretending I got nothing to offer.
Let's try and start over.
I'm not somebody with nothing to offer. He's got the wrong guy if he thinks he's going to say I got nothing to offer.
All right. I kind of wanted to see the resolution of that point that was being made with Gary regarding the Rockies, because I did post something in the chat about that.
Okay, well, it's
Gary has been unmuted, so if he wants to respond after
Gary's
Dan,
still muted.
he
Gary's
can.
still muted.
He's muted himself. I unmuted him. But let Dan say what he has to say real fast, and then Gary can go.
Yeah, like we can't see the difference. You're fucking bullshit moderator. Fucking bullshitter. Fucking we watch
shut up,
what
dude.
you just
Shut
did.
up. Why don't you just leave, then?
Pieces of
Just
crap.
leave, dude.
Pull that shit.
Just leave.
Okay, Gary, go ahead.
Okay, Craig still hasn't given me a distance this plane was from the Rockies, and he's avoiding that.
It's been posted in the chat for you.
Field of view. Shut up, Craig.
No, it's been posted in the chat for you.
The fact is, your field of view has a limit based on angles over the surface. Has nothing to do necessarily with the size. Quit interrupting, Craig.
No, the angle's big.
Quit crying.
You're saying the same things that have been said already. You're saying the things that have been said already. Respond to the points.
We should call you Fight the Tears, FET, or Fight.
Sorry, you're the one that's literally cried this entire time and interrupted like a little girl.
You're about ready to cry, Craig. You sounded like you were about ready to start bawling. It's like,
no, what I want to do was make the point that I've been trying to make. The reason why I act the way I do is because fucking retards like you don't have conversations work.
Okay, wait. Not call names. Gary, you're not willing to have a conversation go on. Okay,
I'm willing. He's interrupting me. He keeps interrupting.
I get it.
Oh, are you crying about being interrupted when you've done nothing but do that entire stream, you fucking baby?
I was getting to my point, but he keeps interrupting.
Stop calling each other names, though, please.
Sounds like the moderator is a little unfair.
Okay, Gary, if you don't have anything to add, Dan, go ahead.
You can't see in the distance. Everyone knows all of the factors, right? Between the size diminishing to nothing, between your resolution diminishing to nothing, between the color reducing to nothing, and there is no reason for an expectation for eternal vision from a human eye or any device to look across something, right? You're not looking through.
Exactly.
You're looking through the thickness of the atmosphere and all the precipitation across the entire plane, and you're expecting us to see through it and going, I don't know why you can't see through it. I can see directly through a glass table top to bottom, but I can't see through it left to right because it's considerably thicker, more dense in that area. There's a reason.
I have mountain ranges on both sides of me. I have the eastern Sierra and the coastal mountains on both sides of me, and there's days where I can't see them either one.
Yeah.
Okay.
We are constantly being told by Flat. Hold on.
The atmosphere and everything else involved.
Dan is considerably thicker down there.
Okay, let FTFE respond to the point that's been made.
So we are constantly being told by flat earthers, here's a photo from 5,000 miles with infrared. Right, I'm sorry, but if that was the case, we'd be able to see the Rockies from the Midwest when we're in the sky.
Yep.
But we can't.
Never said anything like 5,000 miles. Stop putting words in our mouth.
Flat earthers have.
Well, Craig, how many miles was this? You still haven't said it.
It's been posted in the chat several times. Pay attention.
Well, just tell me what it is. I'm not looking at the chat right now. Just tell us.
Well, maybe you should. I don't know the exact distance.
Let's get one at a time, though. It's either Gary or Dan because it's getting too chaotic when there's everyone going.
I'm gonna leave here in a second. Anyhow, I got to go make dinner.
What's the margin for error? What's the margin for error on seeing a mirror flash?
Hang on. Let's not change the topic. We're still on Doofus's claim of 2,000 miles away.
Right. If you're looking at, say, Sierra Nevada, as I chose that as an example, from 2,000 miles away, which is too far, well, we'll go with that. 2,000 miles away, that particular range down to, or the tip of that mountain down to sea level, angular size of that is 4.72 arc minutes. So from 2,000 miles away, that mountain range has enough angular size in order to be picked out. Now, you guys like to complain about this atmosphere is too thick, it's too far away, but the sun sets. So the sun should at some point be able to silhouette those mountains. You should be able to see them from 2,000 miles away, but you can't. Why?
Good point.
Because the sun is higher than the mountains, and you're not looking. You got this so screwed up; it's unbelievable.
Well, thanks for just saying it's screwed up without coming up with a real reason.
One at a time, guys.
You're not going to see the sun silhouetting those. That's ridiculous.
Why
see the sun silhouetting cities, like on you can see the sun silhouetting Chicago.
Yeah, if you're below them. You're at 30,000 feet.
From an airplane.
And by the way, it still has to do with your
in the
field of view.
Midwest,
Your angle over the
typically
surface
you're on the ground.
compresses. You have a limit at
Why
center
on the
frame, no
ground
matter
can
how
you
high
not
you are.
see these
Just
mountains
further.
from 2,000 miles
It
away?
has nothing to do with the angular size. Just like the angular size of that boat it wasn't insufficient to resolve. If it was higher up in the sky, you'd see it. But it's because it's got a limit of visual field at the center frame. It is going to become unresolvable bottom first. It's got nowhere to put the information in your field of view.
It's not becoming. It's not being obstructed though.
No,
it's
it's
just
not. It just can't be resolved.
Part of the ship that you can't see is higher than the
I'm
observer's
go.
altitude.
Have a nice
Hold on,
night.
Doofus. You can't do that. She's only responding to one person.
Hey, I gotta go. I'll leave you guys on. You guys have the night
Thank
off.
you for your input, Gary. Okay, let's shoot it over to Dan.
Bye, Gary. Moron.
Bye, Garrett. Thanks. He's not a moron.
Bye, Gary. Thank you, God.
He definitely is a fucking moron. He doesn't understand how conversation
How
works.
dare you call somebody names as they fucking leave? What a low-class piece of crap.
I've called him a moron to his face, just like I call you a moron to your fucking face.
Not on this channel. Hey, here's the thing: is you need to stop calling people moron and retards and stuff. Let's keep it respectful.
It's very hard to be respectful to them the way they treated me today. I respect them as they respect me.
Fucking low class. That's what
bitch
you
says
are.
what?
Low class.
Let's attack the argument, not the person.
I'm gonna fight this
Shut
guy.
the leg, old
But when
man.
the fella shows you something,
If I'm treated with respect, I give them respect. But Dan is a fucking little piece of shit that treats other people like shit. So I treat him like a piece of shit. He's a fucking moron.
Hold on.
You guys need a playground or what?
He can't see data. He just says it's not there.
Going on with
this is what I mean.
Mocking.
I would treat them the way they fucking treat me. Dan, you're a child and a prick. Fuck off.
Hold on, FTFE. Dan, stop with the cutting FTFE and FTFE. Please just calm down and let's try to move on so that we can keep this going. And everybody on here, try to be respectful to each other. We ain't going to be able to continue if we don't be respectful. It's just going to devolve into what we're having right now, and nobody is going to be able to hear anything that's going on.
Right. The next time I'm accused and demanded of having something and then he won't look, then he blocks me from his own audience.
I said I'd look.
We just have to understand this level of tactic is pukey. It's awful. It's horrible. Right? You don't have it. Well, here everyone's looking at it. I don't know what you're talking about because I'm running my own show. Fuck off.
I didn't.
That's a model.
You're here to talk to us.
We don't
You're
live
here
on a
to
model.
talk to us. The least you can do is keep up with it, right? And when somebody's talking
What the
about
fuck
something,
are you on about?
that
Dan,
you
I asked
demanded,
you specifically to come and show it to me
you
on a one-on-one stream.
demanded. I produced what you demanded, and then you wouldn't look at it.
No, you didn't. I asked you to come on a one-on-one stream and talk through it with me. That's what I asked.
That was after the pleasant man Tony stepped in and tried to make some decency out of this.
Would you fail?
But you don't want decency.
I would very much like decency if you would stop complaining and talk to me like a human.
Well, but you don't have something called discuss the flat Earth. You have something called
because the fucking stupid
ideas
ideas deserve fighting.
That's what you're doing.
Stupid, retarded ideas
so you're
deserve
getting
fighting.
a fight. You're getting a fight.
Oh, so
That's
you don't
what you're
want an actual
getting.
conversation. Just because I am
Oh, no.
FTFE
I'm
does not
gonna
mean that I am
hit
not
you
capable. Shut up,
with
I'm talking.
information.
Dan, I'm talking.
Hit you,
Dan,
and
I'm
you're gonna
talking.
mute me.
Dan, I am talking.
You gotta go have a back and forth.
Why? He's not. He's
Dan,
muted from his audience. He's muting me from his audience.
I'm not. You're not muted from my audience right now. I muted you once you went off on a fucking rant last time, but you're not muted right now. So stop crying like a little baby, okay?
So let me.
Dan, my turn to talk. Dan, my turn to talk. Will you shut up?
Oh, I said something. I made a point already.
Yeah, Dan,
shit. All right, go ahead. Rebut me then.
Will you be quiet? Good. Well done. Behave. Well done. So, what you've done is provide insufficient data without the variables required to make an accurate assessment of what you have done. You did not get the data that is required to be able to do the calculations needed to show if your experiment is valid or not. That is my response.
Good job.
I pointed that out earlier.
Insufficient.
Well, except that I have absolute observational evidence that you can't explain.
I can explain
so
it. Refraction.
you can play with missing numbers in your head all you want. But when you see repeated line of sight at 9 miles, 17 miles, 27 miles, 35 miles, and you see graduated examples over land, over water, over ice, you have drawn the conclusion that light and the lasers and the other forms of light must be bending. I get it, but you don't have.
They do bend because they come through
light bend. Yep, it's called refraction. Light bends.
Yeah, you can't just deny
that you think
refraction.
I'm unaware of refraction.
Well, you appear to be because you are denying it, you moron.
Exceeded all mathematical expectations of your refraction. Do you get that?
No, it hasn't.
Well, then get your math out.
Give me the data that allows me to do it then. Give me the data. Give me the data that allows me to do it, and I will. But you didn't give me the data because you don't want to do a proper experiment because it might go against your fucking preconceived narrative. If you did a proper experiment and got the proper data with the proper variables, I'd be able. I shut the fuck up. I'm talking.
Little words.
I am talking. I am talking. Dan, I am talking. Shut your mouth.
You want.
Dan, I am talking. Shut your mouth.
Come on.
Dan, shut the fuck up and let me talk.
You want. Add whatever you want.
Okay.
Dan, shut up and let me talk. No, Dan, I'm still talking.
FTFE, Craig, go ahead and finish your point. Make it concise, please.
Okay, so Dan, I can't give you the numbers. Because you did not provide the data that would allow me to give the numbers. There is refraction that can make that happen.
Say this calmly.
No, you interrupted me. I'm still not. No.
Because we're interacting.
Yeah, but I hadn't finished my point. Right? Once you, Dan, provide me with data that allows me to make those calculations,
Can I ask
you? No. Apparently, I'm not allowed to even finish. I'm literally 2 sentences away. You have to interrupt. This is my point. Flat earthers are the ones that derail these conversations, not fucking FTFE.
Just finished. Just finished.
Yeah.
Trying to mute and unmute, just finished.
Right, Dan, once you provide the appropriate data, I will be able to do the calculations for you. Go and get the data.
So please stop muting me because I'm going to make the same point I keep trying to make. Craig, I implore you to look and discuss it with me.
No, Craig, you gotta let him get his whole point out. Because I muted him while you were doing all that.
Sorry, I didn't hear. I just didn't get what he said. He said,
I fucking beg you in my worst English.
Implore, right, I see, sorry.
To work with the distances I'm talking about, produce any predictions because we've already shown results as we've moved to different distances in different light conditions, in different atmospheric conditions with measurements. Now, the gradient measurement I will never have. So I'm going to ask you to imagine anything you want, put it in there, and I'm going to tell you we have exceeded that expectation as well. So there is no obstruction and there is no deviation. The Earth isn't dropping away from us when we shoot a straight line.
Because it's not a hill.
Here's the thing, Dan. There is no upper limit for refraction.
So
refraction can do it.
Okay, at any distance now. How convenient.
Yeah. There is no upper limit for refraction depending on the conditions.
Your statement is etched in stone. We'll just keep that, and we.
I
don't
mean,
need
if you
to
want
argue.
to ignore refraction and how it works, then that's great.
You to stick to that. No, we wanted you to stick to that. We're going to keep
There
that.
is no upper limit for refraction. Refraction, the refractive effects can literally make you see forever if they're correct.
Okay. There you go. Silly us.
So, are you claiming that there is an upper limit to refraction?
I'm finished with all my claims. You've already explained it. You've shooed me away.
This is a question directly for you, Dan. A question directly for you.
I'm to shoot away.
Do you claim that there's an upper limit to refraction? Yes or no?
No, you claimed. See, you made a claim. I said, "Hey, wow, I know nothing about your claim," and now you want me to talk about your claim.
No, I'm asking about your claim. Are you claiming
What you were saying?
Are you claiming, yes or no, that there is an upper limit to refraction?
What I'm claiming is that at equal heights across an average plane, that you're going to get an average temperature. You're going to, where we work, there's, it just happens to be heated. So we have air and water at the same temperature at this location. It's very unique. It's below sea level, 200 feet. It's a very unique location. It has a lot of properties that really account for less refraction index than any other place, I think, on Earth. Could be. So I'm just trying to tell you, you got a unique situation here with somebody who's gone out again and again with people who have gone out to different locations, and we keep obtaining what looks like a parallel to the surface of the Earth, whether it's warm out, whether it's cold out, whether we use different frequencies of light. So the answer when we show it is, well, it must be bending because the Earth is bending.
Okay,
and I'm not sure that's a good enough answer for me.
Yeah, but the exact words that you said, and I'm going to quote here from Doofus Manfred posting it in the chat. Your exact words were, "We have results which exceeded the maximum refraction you guys claim we can have." So what is the maximum refraction that we claim we can have? Those were your words. I'm not strawmanning you here. Those were the words that you said. So according to you, what is the maximum refraction that we can have?
Fog. You'd have fog. You'd have no line of sight whatsoever.
Refraction.
Well, I'm saying that when you had no vision whatsoever, that would be a maximum optical effect.
So if you could answer the question that I asked, which is specifically, what is the maximum refraction that you say that we claim we can have? Because those were your words.
To be honest, we can't shoot when there's any refractive properties. We won't get.
But there's always refractive properties.
Yeah, guess what? There isn't. When it's low enough, we get the shot.
No, refraction still happens all of the time because light's going through a
medium. In your fucking head, it does. I know.
Sorry, is there any points when you made an observation that light wasn't traveling through a medium?
A medium that you're suggesting that you know more about than our repeated observations.
You just avoided the question. Is there any points?
Is there any
was the light going through a medium all of the time?
At different distances, at different temperatures, with different weather, with different light sources, day and night. Sorry, then we moved to greater distances.
So were any of those times done in a vacuum?
Then we went over ice. Because all we heard from you was yap.
And all of those can be explained by refraction. And you haven't done anything yet which can't be explained by refraction.
With direct line of sight, Craig.
Yeah, because of refraction.
Why is there a limit to those? Why is there a limit to those? Give me one that's 100 miles, 150 miles. If the Earth's flat, should be no issue.
I just want to know what the maximum limit to refraction you think we have is, because you said there is one.
Well, in answer to his question, the one word is resolution. And go ahead, Craig, what are you saying?
Again, every observation you've made can be explained by refraction, and you haven't explained why it can't be.
Okay, then you're boring the shit out of me.
Oh, sorry, the facts bore you.
By moving the variable and changing the barometric pressures, temperature,
variable.
light sources, locations, and distances, and getting the same result, it means that all of the shit you're talking about does not affect the laser light, does not affect the mirror light, does not affect infrared beams, and you are twisted for thinking it does because I have evidence otherwise.
No, I'm saying it does. Every observation that you've ever done, the light is being refracted because it's traveling through a medium of varying pressure and temperatures. So it's always having multiple instances of a change of refractive index. Constantly.
I know, of unlimited refraction. That's good. We're got like a hyper.
Yeah, there is no limit to refraction. That's
unlimited.
The thing. Refraction does not have a limit.
That's a good one.
Are you saying refraction does have a limit? Is that your claim?
Yeah, I think things have limits without the subject matter. Yes.
So could you please provide any scientific evidence or
no,
maybe
sir.
citation
I used logic. I used logic on that.
Right. Logic that you've just made up. So you're just saying it does and calling that logic. That's not logic. That's called ignorance.
Okay, well then my ignorance rules.
Yeah, your ignorance does rule your life, apparently. That's why you're a flat earther.
That is probably accurate.
You said resolution. Hold on. You said resolution was the answer to my question, but I mean, a mirror flash, I mean, you could see a mirror flash from a plane at 30,000 feet in the air. How come you can't see a mirror flash over, 150 miles?
30,000 feet is only 5 miles.
And some change.
That's not 100
miles. Yeah, true. I gotcha.
Can I interject real quick? 2 points. First, Dan.
As long as it doesn't hurt, let me get my Flube Flat Earth lubricant. Okay.
There you go. So, I hope you don't mind, but I'm going to admit I'm looking at your data. So I'm looking at, say, the first 5 data points, which are Salton Sea. I believe the 9.77 miles for 4 of the observations and 9.8 miles basically is the distance that you would get on Google Maps. Correct?
Probably where that came.
All right, so what your data is showing is that given the varying conditions, you can see at least that far. The issue, and I typed this at you during our little interaction, is what you need to do, or anyone needs to do with this data, is calculate what is the visible range that refraction will allow you to see given these results. If, given even the extremes of these data points, if refraction still says that you should be able to see 30 miles from your current position, then all of this makes sense within a globe. Same goes with all of the other measurements, is that if you want to compare this, if you want to definitively say that these observations are allowing you to see further than what a globe would say you would, then you need to be able to calculate the actual observational limit. Now, that given said, Craig, obviously there is a limit to refraction. There is under no circumstances, at least on Earth, that I could see my own back by looking forward. So, yes, I hear what you're saying, that the limit of refraction is not nearly as limited as, say, Dan may think it is, but there is a limit to the refraction of the Earth's atmosphere. So,
yeah, I mean, my point is, obviously, there's a limit to what you'd be able to resolve and stuff. The distance around the Earth's circumference would be far too big to be able to see your own back, but for it to appear flat for that entire distance, there's no limit for that to be able to happen. Is my point. Obviously, I don't mean that refraction will be able to make things that are extremely far away to be able to resolve. My point is that refraction doesn't have a limit as to how far it could bend the light. Because you can get thermal inversions that can do crazy things. Making it look like the world is going up in front of you, like you're on a halo ring or something. So yeah, I totally get your point, and I understand you'd never be able to see the back of your head, but I think that's more to do with what you could resolve rather than what I would say the limits of refraction are as to how flat it can make the Earth appear. Does that make sense?
Right. Sure.
I mean, I think from a theoretical standpoint, you could possibly create a medium that would allow you to get to actually receive a photon from the back of my head by looking forward.
Yeah.
But what I'm suggesting is that is not a possibility using our atmosphere.
No, obviously not. I completely agree with that point. When I guess what I'm saying is, for when I say that there's no limit to refraction, my point is that it doesn't matter kind of how much of the curve it has to go over. That there will always be, if the light is able to travel that far without getting disturbed by atmospheric density or whatever, then the path that the light can travel, there's no limit to how much that can be bent, rather than how far it can go. Is that
right? There's a strong distinction that needs to be made here. The radius of the curvature of the light path, that itself, the radius of that curvature, that can be a smaller radius than the radius of the Earth. That's what we mean by that there's no real limit to refraction, like Dan is implying.
Yeah.
Here's the point, boys. No matter what they calculate. See, here's the thing. Bob's probably still around here. Bob, the science guy, gave me a scolding one day about 9.6 miles. He goes, "You're seeing what you'd expect to see." And I'm like, I don't know. And he's like, yeah, it's what you'd expect to see at 9.6 miles. And then just a few days ago, I got ripped up by some guy who said it's 17 miles mathematically. That worked. And I'm like, shit, if 9.6 worked, Bob says, but this guy says 17, one of them isn't right. But you know what? We moved to 27. And now when you do all the calculation, we're now missing 126 feet of either obstruction or drop.
That's drop from a tangent to your feet.
No, that's not. Okay, so
yeah,
it's not at 27 miles. Stop laughing, because I am not making things up here. Trying to communicate. This is important.
Making things up. That's all you're doing.
If it worked, if the math corrected me at 9.6. And
why was your guys' limit 27 miles? How come you guys only went to 27 miles?
It's not the limit. Your ignorance is the limit. Stop it. Who is this? Rob? Who is this?
This is the ward on your ass.
Okay, you're not being effective. You're just silly. Okay, you don't know who you're talking to or what you're talking about. If you have
you're doing mirror flashes with no variables, just saying, "Oh, I can see it."
Oh, now what do you call?
I can see it. Must be
now
flat.
I call line of sight an observation, and that's about the end.
What's the margin for error there?
Now,
what's the margin for
variable?
What's the margin for error on one
Globe.
mirror flash?
Globe, you interrupted Dan. You got to let him finish.
Now, what you're calling a variable let's imagine that. In other words, because we're talking about do you see it or not. So, for instance, is it shining past us? That kind of variable? Or you mean how long were we looking at it? I need you to define variable, because what we know is when you have a sunshine in your face, it looks like a star, and you can see that. Now, I'll post an example of that so everyone knows what we're talking about. I don't know what you're talking about, because I can now explain what I think if I was being skeptical. For instance, if we were using a mirror like you see used in the Monterey Bay Flash, there's quite a bit of flex, and the mirror is creating a focal point that's a distortion point. Yet, when that distorted, twisted piece of light hits your eye, it undeniably had a path from one place to the other, because that's the way light works. Now, if it's traveling through a bending medium, and that's due to gravity or anything else, that's something else. But we're all assuming that to begin with, the light beam is straight, whether it's mirror or laser. We are assuming that, right? We're agreeing.
No, we are assuming that light will follow a temperature column above the Earth.
Well, you have not proven that. You just talk about it. I understand what you're saying.
And it's understood. Refraction is understood.
No.
Did you do a margin for error analysis? What's your margin for error analysis on that?
The repeated observations that we made have shown that all calculations of refraction have not appeared. They haven't appeared as yet. The light source has appeared, but the refraction index, whatever you want to call it, the calculation, the Sagada, whatever you want to call it through the metabunk, whatever number you want to put, we don't see that either.
How are you establishing the straightness of that light after it gets to you? Are you just saying it's flat just because it got to me?
Hold on a second. I'm going to call you out on that, Dan, because I've taught you about this, and that is just an inaccurate statement, and I think you know that. You haven't calculated the refraction.
I know. I believe that when we see the mirror light, that we're seeing the mirror. You can tell me otherwise, and I'm interested.
No, okay, so what you're seeing is the light coming from the mirror. You're not seeing the actual mirror because that's not how seeing things. You're seeing the light that has bounced off that mirror, traveled through a medium and undergone refractive effects and entered your eye.
Well, you assume that, and when we keep moving, hang on, because we keep moving from condition to condition to location to light source to day and night, and we don't find that.
That doesn't change how seeing works. That doesn't change that seeing is light bouncing off of something and traveling to your eyes. That's what seeing is.
So if the medium is at a certain shape, let's say, right?
It is spherical.
Is it? So light, the light medium, which I'm going to call it for some reason, with going through the air, that's why it parallels the Earth measurements, because it's actually
it appears to
in lockstep. So we have light now in lockstep with the Earth as well.
Because the light is bending because of refraction, and yes, it will
is
have
lockstep
an
a
arc
fun
that is
word?
similar to Earth. Is what? Sorry.
Lockstep, like the air.
No, it's not going to be exactly the same. It will the amount of curvature of the light, the radius of the light ray will change depending on the refractive conditions. But there will
fuck! It didn't though. It didn't.
It does. There's always going to be slight variations.
See, that's where we're useful.
How do you know? How do you know there is no difference just because you saw the light?
Because we found out by 35 different observations.
Yeah,
that's
so
how.
The light
because you saw the light, that doesn't mean anything.
The light was traveling through a medium for every single one of. All right, are you denying how seeing works? Are you saying that seeing isn't light traveling from something to your eye?
I'm saying that your calculation of light's bending is a curious similarity to 8 inches per mile.
No, it's not. It's very different all the time. It's only going to be the same as the radius of the
Earth. It's not different all the time. I've got 35 examples to show you, man.
Refraction's different all of the time. You can literally look across a lake throughout the day and see the difference in refractive effects.
What a weak excuse you have for what we're actually...
No, don't do that. What excuse did I give?
That it must be refracting, and the refraction's
a thing that exists.
And it's magic. It's magical.
It's not magic. It's just a thing that exists. If you don't like refraction, that's your problem.
Or I'm going to FTF you right now.
Are you denying refraction exists now? Because that seems to be the case.
Sir. I'm telling you to measure away, give me those numbers, show me what you're measuring, or come look at what I did.
I would love to show you what I'm measuring when you provide the data that allows me to do that, but you didn't get the accurate data for your tests. All of your tests are completely invalid.
You are an incredible piece of feces. Starting with that again.
Dan, Dan,
you know what? Everyone that's ever loved you was wrong.
Different mediums. Different conditions.
No, the same medium. It's always the atmosphere.
Right? Oh yeah, and that atmosphere with
will
whatever
have different conditions,
formula that you think works due to temperatures and pressures isn't what's going on.
How do you know? Because that's what refraction says will happen.
You just hold your gravity. Hold your gravity.
There's nothing to do with gravity. Don't change the subject.
Dan, your data does not show what you're claiming it shows.
Okay,
it just simply doesn't.
Observations are showing what my claims are.
Observations are step one of the scientific method. What's the next step?
You have made the claim. Hold on. You have made the claim.
Sorry, Professor.
That your observations have exceeded all distances from various calculations of refraction.
There has been no deviation of the Earth from light source.
Hold
from
on,
your
Professor
data.
Parks, were you done with what you were trying to say there? Dan, can you please let him finish?
Dan, from your data, you cannot make that claim. All you can say from this data is that given these variables, you can see 9.7 miles or 12.01 miles.
Mm-hmm.
There is no comparison to what you would see given the amount of refraction based on these variables. That's just the fact.
What are you saying, Rob? We're going to end up with Nat Geo. I just want you to know we're going to end up with Nat Geo. So you can say whatever you want, but we're going to end up looking at Nat Geo saying the curvature of the Earth is in action and in our way at 3.2 miles. No matter what they say, we all know it's true.
I mean,
and there's no refraction mentioned that
more than
day.
anyone else.
But there's no refraction mentioned that day on either side. We didn't need it
because
we didn't need to diminish our lives to talk about refraction.
Refraction is happening though. Refraction's always happening. This is something you can't deny.
That's the kind of the point, Dan, is you're using these observations to make the claim that the Earth is flat. The people, because you can see too far, but the Earth, but the globe claim is because of the Earth's refractor, because of the Earth's atmosphere, you have refraction, which allows you to see further than you could geometrically. So you have to deal with refraction because that is our claim.
It's an excuse. It came after our observation. Just so you know, it came after our observations, and then after more, it's now gradient. And then when we analyze gradient, we don't even know if it's pressure gradient, temperature gradient. Just say gradient. Just say gradient. Just say gradient. Just say gradient.
Now, I can call bullshit on that.
Craig's got me at unlimited heights with unlimited gradients. Fuck this. You guys are
I can call bullshit on that.
Hold on one sec. Dan, hold on one sec. Dan,
because I shine the light at you and it hits you. And when you could see a straight line, when you could see the straight line,
I would really like to
you
respond
have
to this
to
point.
understand that. I keep posting citations, straight line. You guys like that must be bending. Where?
Yeah.
Where?
Ignoring that refraction happens, it doesn't change the fact that it does happen. We're not giving you excuses. We're giving you explanations. And to say that refraction was only mentioned after your experiment is ridiculous. Newton was the first one to do experiments back in the 1600 with refraction, and Andrew Thomas Young, the world's current leading expert on refraction, has been studying it since the early 1980s. And all the information that we reference is there. So to just say that it only came about after your experiment is ridiculous. It's just that because you used your experiment as a claim that the Earth was flat, we had to explain to you that actually no, what you're seeing is a result of refraction.
And how are you going to prove that to me?
Because the light's traveling through a medium with varying density and temperature, therefore refraction is definitely happening.
But we haven't seen that variation when we go to different temperatures and different distances.
What do you mean
with
you haven't
different
seen the
light
variation?
sources? Well, it still parallels the goddamn surface.
Can I say something?
Hey Tony, how you doing?
I'm out walking. Not too bad. I'm just popping in briefly. What you just said there, Dan, is I think crucial to achieving some understanding. So your claim is that if I fire a laser off, it hits a mirror and I come back, and it comes back and I see it, and then I do the same experiment in different atmospheric conditions with different temperature regimes, that the light must have followed exactly the same path between both events.
And distances as well, and surfaces. Yeah. Eventually, we should find that light has a limitation that the surface of the Earth didn't.
Okay, so I would say, I can be corrected here if I'm wrong, but I would suggest that actually that isn't true. That actually you can have the laser and the mirror a fixed distance apart, and the light can take different paths out to the mirror and back to your eyes. There doesn't just exist one unique path that the laser has to follow. You may not find that a particularly plausible explanation, but I think you're relying very much on uniqueness here, that there has to exist one path, and therefore the fact that it holds during different temperature regimes, it can't be the same path. But I think that's a slight misunderstanding.
We have not achieved a balance.
Okay, all right.
Anyway,
Anyway, I just wanted to pop in and say that that's where I thought that there was a communication breakdown here, that you're thinking that there is an existence, that there is a uniqueness to the path between the laser and the mirror. Okay,
No.
there are multiple...
It's more like they've been hassling me to come up with parametric pressures, temperatures, and now if I don't have waypoints, and if I don't have height, variations along my waypoints, and they won't give up. I mean, they just won't give up.
Well, what they're trying to say is that these are confounding variables, and they're right to point out that they can
potentially affecting variables. You got it.
Potentially,
yeah, it's really the difference. That's the difference.
All right, potentially confounding variables, and if you don't control for them, then it becomes ambiguous what your result is. Would you accept that as a suggestion?
Yeah, I'm just saying, somebody get out a laser, go out there, show me it bending 8 inches per mile, and why? I mean, I just like, there's got to be math for that. But it's like, I'm telling you that we don't deviate, the Earth doesn't deviate away from a straight line. If you were to able to force a perpendicular, perpendicular to plumb? If you were to force that line, I don't think the Earth would deviate away from it. I'm real sure.
LIGO would disagree with you.
Okay. Well, that was all I had to say. Thank you for letting me in. Just a brief observation, and maybe that clarifies some things.
I understand.
Bye, guys.
Thanks, Tony. Thanks. I understand LIGO. I haven't, so I can't go verify it or anything. Sort. We did go where we could. We did go where we could go. With 35 observations. I'd appreciate if you had any comments on those, and because that's
I can't comment because you didn't provide enough variables for me to comment. So do a proper experiment, and I'll be able to comment on it.
You are a low life.
So Dan, so what I'm going to say is the reason why we've asked for these variables, or we've asked for these observations, is because ultimately, as I've said, these observations or these measurements, these variables, are crucial to understanding the amount of refraction that is happening at each of those times and dates. And then that is going to determine how far you can actually see on a given day. So just because you've constantly seen the Salton Sea or the distance over the Salton Sea or where have you, over multiple distances over multiple changes in variables, only indicates that the refraction will at least allow you to see that far.
Okay, you can't use the word refraction in all honesty at this point. The refraction is a result of temperature inversion and moisture. There is no such thing as refraction out there.
Yeah, there is.
Okay, then we have smoke, then we have smog, then we have wind. Okay, so there's all kinds of things in the air. When we're making observations, it's times under minimal obstruction from anything of the sort that we just described. It's the assumption.
How can you claim there's no refraction happening? There's always refraction happening.
Okay, except we're at a very unique place on these observations where we're under 200 feet below sea level with a volcanically heated lake. So it just turns out that all heat inversion problems go away twice a day because your air and water are the same temperature. So half of your refraction problems are gone.
No, again, there's still refraction.
Dry. Then it's fucking
refraction.
So the rest
refraction
of your
doesn't disappear,
problems are gone.
Dan,
right?
The refraction doesn't disappear.
There isn't a refractive problem
Dan,
there.
listen.
And if you look up the Salton Sea, there's plenty of reports. Would you like me to produce those reports?
No, I would just like you to listen to these words.
Talking about the low refractive
Dan, I would just like you to listen.
This location,
Stop talking.
And why we went there? Are you just going to make assumption after assumption?
Are you going to stop? So someone else can talk? Or are you just going to keep going on?
No, I'm going to let you make statements. I'm inadequate.
I would very much like to respond.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Thank you. So,
Dan, if you have anything else you'd like to add, just please button it up and then let Craig go.
So, yeah, Dan, it doesn't matter where you did it or at what time or under what conditions if you didn't take the measurements to show what those conditions will do to the light. There is always refraction, no matter what. If it's dry, if it's wet, if it's hot, if it's cold, if it's humid, it doesn't matter. There is always going to be refraction. Refraction doesn't stop. It doesn't go away. And we cannot know the refractive conditions unless you give the data to tell us the refractive conditions. But you haven't ever done that.
He does have a lot of data on air temperature, pressure, water temp. It's not
an absolute video over and over again. God forbid, don't include actual real citation. That would be all fucked up, right?
What citations?
You just want me to be making distant claims. So I'll try and make some distant claims for you. We shoot too far. We shoot too far.
No, what I'm asking. No, I'm not asking for any of that, Dan. I'm asking for data that will allow me to correctly analyze your experiments. But you haven't done an experiment with the correct data to do that. For the sake
of my audience, not yours, the excuse of refraction and the mathematics behind
refraction
it
is
are
an excuse.
yours.
Stop saying refraction's an excuse, you fucking moron.
To fucking cipher.
Fuck you. Stop saying refraction is an excuse.
To predict. Yours to recreate.
Saying refraction is an excuse.
I have already made my achievements.
Okay, let's let Dan.
Your achievements amount to nothing, and your mum never loved you.
Right. Stop. Let's not attack people like that. Greg, let Dan finish his point.
No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Your mum may have loved you, and she was wrong, but she may have loved you.
But that's a key point of Flat Earth as well. Do you have a bunch of dissatisfied individuals looking for satisfaction because their mom didn't love them? That's possible, but that's
my mom definitely loved me.
But that's not what we're talking about here. I bet she still loves me, but I'm sure your mom and I don't get along. Listen,
no, she doesn't like idiots.
What I'm showing here doesn't have a ton to do with mom, and my mom did marry 8 different times, so I'm sure you would have been there.
That may explain what happened to you. A very unhappy household by the sound of it.
You're in. You know what I mean?
My mum and dad have been happily married for 40 years.
All right, well, there's one of our differences, huh?
Yeah, does that have anything to do?
Does that have anything to do with the predictive properties of light?
No,
absolutely not. And you don't know what the predictive properties of light are because you didn't provide the correct data to know that.
Keep my mom out of it. You don't know my mom. It's not like
out of it. God, a lot of
it's not like a sensitive thing for me.
Yeah, I'm sorry for saying your mum didn't love you. She may have, but everyone who ever loved you was wrong. But
to be honest, she wasn't capable of it. And to be honest, I want to point out Mr. Parks and Tony, because these are people. These are people who their love exceeds their bias. And Craig, when you get to that point,
I have more love than you could ever imagine. I've been happily married for 16 years.
But you have a fierce
hatred of stupidity.
Yeah, but this is different. I'm giving you actual visual things to look at.
Yeah, observation with no data to back it up.
Craig, you haven't commented on one. You haven't watched one. Think about that, Craig. And
why would I watch a video with no?
I'm done with that notation. Bitch, you're too much of a pussy to even comment on anything I posted all day.
I will comment on it right now. I will comment on it right now.
Not one fucking courtesy flush.
I will comment on it right now for you.
A courtesy flush.
I will comment on it right now for you if you're prepared to listen. Oh, look, there isn't correct data. I can't do anything with this. There's my comment.
So, Dan, if I put a pen or pencil in water, it will appear broken. it will appear as if it has been split in two. Is the pen actually split in two, or is there a physical explanation as for why that pen appears to be split in two? Is refraction an excuse in that case?
I don't think refraction is what would be causing the mirroring effect you're talking about, but okay. Whatever you want to say.
That is what we are claiming, yes.
Well, refraction and miraging are different things. This is why I asked you to define refraction and stop using it as a blanket term, because you don't understand it.
I don't.
I'm tired of you guys not understanding it and using it against me.
We understand it very well.
I never mentioned mirage.
I know, yeah. It's unlimited, Craig. I get it. Yeah, unlimited magic refraction.
You're the one that likes magic things.
Great.
Like a flat Earth, that has to be magic.
Gradient hyper super refraction.
I mean, you want to deny refraction all you want. It's the same with gravity. You guys just deny gravity because it's an explanation for things.
Get your math right, and let's go out and test it. Get your
And you gotta
math
let him
right.
finish.
Let's
Dan,
go
hold
out
on.
and test it. No,
Let him
let's go
finish
out
his
and
point
test
so
it.
it's not talk.
But
We
he's
can't be
got no
talking over each
math.
other.
He's
It's
got
just,
no
just this
idea.
goddamn chaos.
He's got nothing. Got nothing.
Yeah, I would gladly do the maths when you do an experiment worth taking a note of.
No, fucktard. It's your prediction.
Homo
It's your
habilis discovering
claim.
disposable thumb says what?
Refraction is your claim. Prove it.
Well, no, refraction isn't my claim.
Fine.
It's a
It's
factual
your
thing in
claim.
the universe.
Prove it.
All right, I can prove
Dan-
refraction's happening. The light's traveling through a medium, therefore refraction's happening.
Dan, I can show you refraction occurring in air. That's not a problem. I can also show you measurements of air where it is not the same refractive index below and above. The pressure gradient is always there. There's always some amount of refraction.
Right. So with all these
So-
predictions, we
so
can
without-
certainly go shoot a few lights and figure it out, right?
You can't let me finish though, right, Dan?
But we know
No,
what
no,
you're
Flerfs
saying.
can't.
You
We
can't.
know what you're saying, right?
You didn't because you didn't listen to what I was about to say.
Well, but I summarized it really well.
No, you didn't.
We could. Oh,
No.
okay.
So if I have measurements of
Go
the
do
air
it.
not
Go
being
do it.
Dan,
And let him finish.
if I have measurements of air on Earth in its typical arrangement, everywhere I go, the more dense air is in its typical arrangement below, and it's less dense above. Everywhere. If I get away from surfaces, that's what kind of air gradient I measure. Now, if I know that information, I know for a fact that light will not go through that medium in a straight line. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
Is there more refraction?
Say refraction is an excuse. That's incorrect, right?
Is there more refraction on a cold, clear day or a hot, humid one?
Less
temperature-
on the cold day. Less on the cold.
The temperature of the air in total is not what determines how much refraction there is. A change in temperature over a distance, as in you get away from the surface and the temperature changes to a different value,
The last
that's
way,
what tells you how much refraction there will be.
And that is called the lapse rate. That's how you calculate the lapse rate, which allows you to figure out what the radius of the light will be. So if the lapse rate is more severe, say it's a really cold day, but there's a warm breeze coming in, the cold air above the water will quickly get warmer. So there will be a higher lapse rate because the change in temperature over the distance above the surface of the water is higher. But if it's say just a randomly little warm day with not much wet wind or anything, the lapse rate would be a lot lower because there would be a slower change in the what the temperature and the pressure is as you move away from the surface. So knowing what the lapse rate is at every point along it will allow us to determine what refractive effects should be happening, what the radius of that light beam should be as it goes through that area with a certain lapse rate.
So, I'd like to throw out an example of something. We've worked at Bear Lake when it's frozen. It's in Idaho, I think it is, middle of. And they'd done some stuff before, but they didn't feel they had good footage. And we went to go get footage and not achieve the I think it's 13 miles. We kept watching it shoot over our heads, you know, and it was achieved before and it was achieved since, but we felt that there was some sort of propagation of the light in the weather because it had been we were like between rains, you know, bursts. And what you described, Craig, is probably true. The air was changing a great deal, but that's when we see refraction. We see it. We're aware, we can see that. But when we achieve line of sight, so you have to understand it's out of sight geometrically. So it's not like just seeing the light is one thing, but seeing the source sort of makes us believe that we're seeing the.
Well, of course you're going to see the source. If you can see the light, you can see the source of where the light's coming from, because that's how you see. You see because the light has bounced off something and come to your eyes. So you won't see the light without
a bending light, you would only see it hit you. You would
you would see the source because that's what the light is. The light has hit that thing and then traveled to your eye, so you see the thing that it's hit. That's how it works. I can't believe I'm explaining how seeing works.
How do you explain the 27 miles of water? Because that's all about gravity. That's all. In other words, that curvature is all about gravity.
Let me explain to you then. So the 27 miles, that equals less than half a degree that the light has to bend to be able to get to you. So, because on Earth, with the radius that we say it is, 69.1 miles is 1 degree. So what was it, 27 miles? That's less than half a degree. And light
that's
bending
all based on the circumference. Don't do that. We're measuring a straight line, and you're basing that whole degree shit on the outer edge. Fuck you.
Well,
Fuck you.
Well, we are
Take
on
that
the
outer
edge.
Throw it out. That's not what we're doing here.
Well, hold on. We are on the outer edge.
It's not what we're doing here. Degrees aren't in it. There's no degrees of measurement. No, not 1 degree is mentioned. Not 1 degree.
Wait, let me finish.
Okay, hold on.
What I asked was,
Dan,
the water
Dan, I'm going to finish talking, so mute him until I finish, please. Moderator, please mute him until I finish. Thank you. So, now, Dan, you need to listen because you clearly didn't listen to what I said. On Earth, if the Earth is what we say it is, with the radius that we say it is, then 69.1 miles will equal 1 degree of curvature. So that is what will be there. Your observation of 27 miles, if the Earth is a globe, if the Earth is a globe, that means that the light would only have to have bent less than half a degree for you to be able to see the source of the light. That's it. That's what I'm saying. So degrees are important if we're talking about if the Earth is curved or not.
Go ahead, Dan.
I can't listen to you for an argument.
Good attempt at a pun. Didn't really land. So you can't listen to me because I say facts. Is that right?
Yeah, you kicked my ass, dude. You fucking.
I mean, I'm aware of that. Even with one leg, I kicked your ass. Yeah.
Well, here, let me ask this, Dan. What do you say if you don't say that degrees matter, or what's your argument?
It's not what we're measuring. We're measuring obstruction. Obstruction. Where is the obstruction of the Earth? Where is it?
He's talking about the distance.
We're paralleling the surface and finding it. We can parallel it. Yet the surface should deviate. It should drop away from me. The surface should not be on an even line in the distance. On a ball.
Except refraction can make it appear that way.
Right. So your excuse or reasoning.
Explanation. Not excuse.
But it's unsubstantiated. You wanted to use
is not unsubstantiated.
Magical infinity, Craig.
Nothing about refraction.
Hold on, Craig. You can't talk over each other. Okay. It doesn't work that way.
So
Dan starts talking louder when you do it.
All right. So the issue is the curvature of water, which we are comparing our light to, curves for a different reason. That's gravity, right? That's the center of the Earth, right? It's a different reason. So if you want to include the air band or my light going through it as that medium for the same reason. We can evoke that, but that shit cans all the math about atmosphere and stuff.
No, not in the slightest. The reason the atmosphere bends is also because of gravity. So gravity is obviously very important to the conversation of why there is curve at all. But we aren't talking about that. We are talking about the path of light, the path that the light takes. And the path that light takes will be dictated by the conditions of the atmosphere. That's what refraction is.
Mm-hmm.
So unless you give me all of the data to allow me to calculate what the refractive conditions are, you haven't given me anything worthwhile. In the slightest. So nothing worth a fucking damn.
You don't believe that we
I
can
don't
see
have
each
any
other
beliefs.
10 miles away. You don't believe we can see each other 10 miles away.
I don't have any beliefs.
Well, if I told you and I can see each other across this same 10-mile lake.
Well, refraction, yeah. I mean, that's refraction. 10 miles is less than 1/6 of a degree, so it's about 1/7 of a degree actually. So yeah, that'd be no problem seeing each other 10 miles. I don't know why you would say we can't see each other. We could absolutely see the light that has bounced off each other and come to each other's eyes.
Well, that's not what Bob the Science Guy says. Bob the Science Guy says that there's a big hump between us, and we're seeing our beam shine off the top.
That's exactly what I just said. We are seeing the light that has bounced off of one person and gone into the other person's eyes. I just said the same thing.
Oh no, he says it's bouncing. He says we're seeing it hit the top of the sagging.
That's not what I said at all, Dan.
No,
that's what your video says.
No, it doesn't.
No,
Bring up the video, Bob. It's your video.
That's not
exactly what it says. Bob's proved it.
That is not what Bob said. You are lying about what
In
Bob
his
said right
kitchen.
now.
Oh, let me go get it. You guys are chicken.
That really isn't what I said, Dan.
Bob's literally
let
here.
me go get it. Let's go get it. Come on.
Want to go get it? Bob's right here.
Yeah, Bob's literally here telling you you're wrong.
Those ones are fast.
Those ones are fast.
I've tried very hard not to get involved in this conversation, but if you're going to call me out directly, I will respond.
Just play the video, Bob.
Yeah, go right ahead. What I said in the video.
It's not the same excuse as atmospheric conditions or refraction.
No, it's not. What I said very clearly in the video.
Dan, let him explain the video. All right, Bob, please go ahead and explain what you said.
What I said in the video is that when you shine a laser towards the horizon, when that laser is at the horizon, you will see it on the other side of the horizon, even though you normally wouldn't be able to see it because of the fact that you get some diffusion at the horizon itself.
Am I finding
and also
you're afraid to play it. God.
And also dust, water vapor in the air as the light goes above you will also become visible, which I showed it. I showed that very clearly.
Bob pretends, here's the video, that everything you said about the path of light isn't what happened. Bob says, we're just pinging the top, and we're seeing the top.
He's talking about a different thing. He's not including refractive conditions.
Bob's
he's talking about one of the reasons why we would be able to see it, because of how a laser fires the light, right?
As the laser goes over your head, even though it's angled above you, you will still see the beam of the laser, especially as you're looking down on it, or as you're looking down the laser beam towards the horizon. You'll see the cold nitrogen of the horizon.
What we need now is some cold nitrogen to mess up this. That's it.
But that's what the video demonstrates.
Oh, that's right. Bob used the squirt gun. Bob used the squirt gun in his kitchen to prove it.
Yeah,
that's right.
But
I sure did.
Bob,
and again, Bob, you want me to go 100 miles?
Dan, let me ask.
100 miles.
Dan, give me a second. Dan,
is it still 100, Bob?
Dan, please give me a second. Right.
Bob, you got a half a mile to work
Dan,
with.
can you just Dan, please. Bob, so in your example, will refraction still be happening to that laser?
Oh, of course.
Exactly. There we go. No problem.
There we go.
I eliminated refraction.
Would you like fries with that?
I eliminated refraction in my example because it was over a very short distance. When I measured the curve of the Earth over my lake half a mile, there was only 1/4 of an inch worth of refraction, and that was accounted for. what I've said to Dan on many occasions is that I'm really not all that interested in seeing anything that's muddled by refraction. Pick a point that definitely no refraction would allow you to do it. Give me a 100 miles shore to shore laser test. There is absolutely no way refraction would allow me to see that shore to shore, from lake level to lake level, and no amount of looking over the laser going over the horizon would allow me to see that. However, if it was a flat Earth, I'd clearly see it. So that's why I say, get out of the refraction zone, get over to 100 miles, and show me a laser. You can see a laser from 100 miles away. All right? Go out to the desert in Nevada. Las Vegas is sitting in the middle of a desert. It's a very bright area. There's another one right on the California-Nevada border that has 80, 90 miles of road between you and that city. And, you'll see the glow in the sky, but you won't see the buildings in the city, and you certainly won't see the streets. It's within your sight to see that.
Dan's muted himself for some reason.
Yeah, if you're gonna use lasers and I see too far. All right, on a flat Earth, you'll be able to see these lights from a great distance. On a curved Earth, you will not. Go out and see if you can see them. That's all you have to do.
Yeah, one thing I'd like to ask flat earthers, if nobody ever told you that you can't, or that you shouldn't be able to see that as far as you do, would you have thought of that yourself?
No, they're all sheep.
Just get well beyond any ambiguity of refraction or anything else. Make the test long enough that it's either a curve or it's not. I don't want to sit down and say, well, that's 40 kilometers. There are times I could see that with refraction. There are times I can't. I can't see 100 miles. I just can't. You cannot
why
see
are you
that.
asking me to work at that distance when you know this could be proven at a mile? Why are you asking me to work at 100 miles?
Because I did it at half a mile. I demonstrated curvature at half a mile. You're trying to say there's no curvature. Use a distance that absolutely removes any ambiguity. Ambiguity. Why the fuck am I can't talk tonight?
I've been like that today, Bob. I don't know. It must just be one of those days.
My mom's sick right now. My mom's sick right now, and I haven't had much sleep for 2 days. Just got home. She's better. Yeah, she's. She had RA hit her right out of the clear blue sky and lost her ability to use her hands. And it was everything I could do to avoid just writing her a script for some steroids. They finally did that today, and guess what? She's fucking better.
Well,
Jesus, God, it pisses me off.
I hope that she continues to get better. And Bob, I know you spoke to me about when my dad got cancer and stuff. Do you know that he got the all clear?
No, you didn't share that with me. I'm very glad to hear that.
I'm sorry. It's been crazy. No, I should have told you. No, he finished his 6th chemo. And they said, look, we can't see anything now, so you're officially in remission. So it's very good news considering it was caught so late.
Did he have a PET scan?
I don't know the exact details of everything.
Look, this isn't the place for that. Send me a note. And we'll talk back and forth a bit.
It's good news. Is the long and short of it. And I appreciate your support you gave me through it.
Did you get that thing off your forehead?
Yep, that's all been cut out.
And well, tell me about that too.
It was
what about the cancer though?
It was a basal cell carcinoma.
Yeah. Boy, I never would have guessed that.
No.
Over the fucking internet.
I know. I had like 5 different doctors email me and go, "You get that cut out of your head right now, please."
Well, I was getting to the point I was going to get a passport and go over and do it myself, but you got it taken care of.
Yeah, I've got just a nice little scar there now and a little bump, nothing else. Yeah, right.
Well, it wasn't what I was worried about, which is good.
I appreciate it anyway, Bob, and I do hope your mum continues to get better. But I have now been streaming for 4 hours, and that means it's 4 o'clock in the morning for me.
Quit being a pussy.
Yeah. Well, not only do I have 2 young children, but I've just got a young puppy, which requires 10 times as much work as children. So I probably should go and get some sleep. Yeah.
Sounds like excuses.
I've had 2 kids, right? One's 14, one's 10. You know, we've had our issues. We brought them up, and it was good, right? So I thought a dog would be no problem. Oh my fucking god! No, having a border collie puppy is 10 times as hard as having a child. Honestly, just the constant supervision and attention that you have to give it. It's
oh god,
so different.
Border collie? You're nuts.
I know. I fucking love him to bits, but
they're great, but they're nuts.
Yeah, if you get past that first kind of few months and you know, get him to learn to be a good dog, then they're going to be the best dogs in the world because they're so smart. But the first few months with a border collie is insanely tough.
Well, good night. Drop me a note sometime when you get a chance.
Will do. Demonstrate. Thank you very much for allowing me to come here once again. I really do appreciate the discussions here.
Absolutely.
I very much like the discussions on the end. Even if flat earthers don't turn up at the beginning, I like just having a chat with you guys. It's quite fun. And I was thinking of maybe I was thinking of maybe just doing a stream here one day that isn't flat earth or debate related, just coming and having like a nerd out chat with all of you guys, flat earthers or not, because
you'd be interested, man. We get up to all sorts of different kind of conversations here. It's literally we talk about just about everything. And if you're in the Discord and you're not on the YouTube, join it. If you're on the YouTube and not in the Discord, join it. There's a $100 Amazon gift card giveaway. And go ahead. And,
maybe I can stream Diablo on your side.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to get Diablo 4 now just so we can PvP, man.
No, I don't PvP because I suck and I just lose.
Well,
I'll stream the telescope on Wednesday or Thursday, depending on when the night's clear.
All right, thank you for the conversation here today. Thank you to Gary for finally stepping up. Thank you for Dan for the conversation, and I do hope, Dan, that we can maybe continue this in a more productive fashion. I'm gonna go off and read the super chats, and you guys continue and have fun, and I'll speak to you all soon.
Later.
Later. Oh my goodness me. Right, so here's the thing, right? I get a lot of slack from people because I'm FTFE, you know, and FTFE does what FTFE does. And a lot of people are like, oh, you're just the Nathan Oakley of Flat Earth. But I'm not like that. No matter what, Nathan Oakley will scream and shout and curse and say he's going to put your balls in your mouth and whatever. But I actually want a conversation, you know, because I would rather succinctly destroy someone's arguments with explanations of physics and science and experiments and stuff than have to shout at them and call them a moron and a retard. But as we've just experienced, flat earthers don't allow that to happen, right? Gary Wabenga especially, right, has spent a couple of years saying he won't talk to me because I always interrupt, I'm always nasty, I'm always this, I'm always that. But during my conversation with Gary, he interrupted me constantly. He talked for 10 minutes at a time, about 9 years at a time, I think, actually. And I would get out 1 or 2 words and be interrupted. And this is why I act the way that I do. I act the way that I do because having a conversation with these fucking morons is pointless half the time. They don't understand how conversations work to allow that to happen. So I might as well just fucking point out how fucking stupid they are to their face and, you know, call them an idiot and have a dumpster fire. Because it'd be a bit more entertaining than just letting a flat earther waffle. Right? So, yes, I've got a reputation as being the shouty guy. But that reputation is only because people don't quite understand what I'm doing and why I'm doing it. Flat earthers are the reason for the dumpster fires, not me. Right? I'm not going to lie, I'll enable them. Right? Once it's started, I will chuck on some fucking kerosene, you know? But I'm not the one that lights the match. You know, I'm not the one that causes the conversation to be derailed and go down the shouting over each other, you know, dumpster fire route. It's the flat earthers. It's the people I discuss it with, right? And I want it to be known that they've got a choice. When the flat earthers are talking to me, they have a choice as to how the conversation goes. The conversation can go how they want it to. Or it can go how I want it to. And it will go how I want it to if they have given me a reason for it to go that way. I will go FTFE if they make it like that. But if they come along and act decent, then I will give them a decent conversation. If they come along like a cunt, welcome to FTFE. Anyway, wowzers, what a lot of super chats and fucking members. Siggy Sigweld's been around. 4 o'clock in the morning, so let's get through these super chats of you awesome people supporting me. I can't believe there's been like close to 500 people watching this entire time. Thank you for sticking around when the Flat Earthers didn't turn up at the beginning, but I had fun anyway making fun of them. I need another drink. Cheesy Knob. Oh no, I've read those ones. So after Siggy gifted 50 memberships, then we did this the comment about Christian Huygens. And Jay Walk-In says, for €5.99, what will be Riker's first command? Bark. for Commander Riker, for me wee puppy, my border collie. Let's show you a cute photo of him. Here we go. All the commands we're giving are Star Trek related because we're fucking nerds. So that crate that he's in there, that's his quarters. You know, that's where he goes at nighttime. Right, time to go to your quarters. If we wanted to stop doing something, it's full stop. You know, all of the commands that we give him are, you know, the commands that you would normally give a dog, but with a Star Trek twist. Because yes, I am a fucking nerd. Oh, thank you, Jay. Hayes has King 95 member for 17 months. Says only shite 17 months. Well, thank you very much for being around. Keep going, and you'll make it for 2 years. Siggy Sigwell with 666 ARSs says FTFE next time I propose a Hail Bray, Hail Bruno, Hail Kepler. How about that? Much better. Words I can say. Brahe. Oh, before I forget a correction for something that I said. You can only see the phases of the planets on the inner planets compared to us, not on the outer planets, which is actually a great proof of the heliocentric model. King Ed V for $2 says, "What's the Discord link, Craig?" Oh shit! Did I not put it in the description? Please, sorry about that. Would one of my mods please put the Discord link in the chat for me? Jay Walk-In, €249. Will there ever be another Flerfs or Idiots? Yes. Yes, there will. Right. I went through mental health issues and depression and stuff. And it kind of, I don't know, it gave me a massive, massive mental block, right, on writing scripts and stuff. And then I thought, you know what, I'll kind of reboot it a little bit, and what I decided to do was to remake episode 1 of Flerfs or Idiots, right? But better with my modern style and stuff. But I don't know if it was just that the original video was shit, but remaking it became harder than writing a normal script. And that gave me an even worse mental block. I literally spent 4 or 5 months rewriting the episode, recording, doing all fancy graphics, and when it was kind of, you know, a day away from being ready to be released, I watched it and I was like, I fucking hate this. This is shit. So what I've done is purge that from my mind, and that probably won't be released. Maybe as like a bonus to members or something, but you guys don't really want to see it. And I'm going to start redoing Flerfs or Idiots, just carrying on the, you know, I think I'll be on episode 87 now. I think. And I'll just start doing the normal episodes rather than trying to do something fancy, remaking it, and get over this mental block. Obviously, cookie dying kind of hit me hard and gave me a bit more of a problem. But I feel in general that I've going to the gym especially has increased my mental health. And I think I'm back at a stage where I can start writing the scripts again and getting those back in production. So yeah, don't worry, Flerfs for Idiots hasn't gone away. I mean, to be honest, the streams are great. You know, the support that I get financially allows me to do this full time. But it's the videos that get me the subscribers and help the channel grow. So I really do need to get back into that. And now I'm in a better place mentally. That will come. Dr. Mantis Toboggan for $5 New Zealand says, Flat Earthers act like communists when one of them quits FE, denouncing everyone who ever met the person, claiming they never trusted them, etc. Yeah, they have to. If they leave, they're liars, right? Oh, excuse me. Stringer News 1 for $2 says, everyone knows Star Trek was filmed on location. It's a fucking documentary, right? Caucasian Sensation for $2 says, did you ever watch Lex? Zev for the win. Yes, Lex was awesome. It was almost like soft porn sci-fi. Maybe that's why I liked it. Nerical, member for 5 months, says, good evening, Craig. Hope you're well and that your pain level is low. I would like my pain level. I appreciate it. My pain level's never low. In general, I mean, a good day for me, right, is I'll sit around a 4 out of 10, right? That's a good day. And it might sound low, but being in 4 out of 10 pain constantly is soul destroying. On a bad day, I'll easily be a 7, 8, 9 out of 10. Right now, I'm pretty high because I think I pushed myself a bit too hard at the gym yesterday for arms and chest. No, it was today for back and shoulders, wasn't it? Yeah, because I've got my shoulder injury on my left side. I'm still trying to build up the muscles that do work as little as I can. And for the first time, I decided that I would try to do some rear delt flies on not just this side, but my bad side. So I did it with some free weights, and I had a 12 kilogram in my right arm, and I just put a 3 kilogram in my bad arm. And I thought, you know, the bad shoulder has dislocated for a while. I'll be all right doing that 3K for the delt flies. And I did. I did 3 sets of 10. It was a bit sore, but it's a muscle that hasn't been used properly for a long time. And I thought it would be all right. But about half an hour after my gym session, I was in fucking screaming agony. The rear delt is obviously a very problematic muscle on my bad shoulder with all the dislocations and stuff I used to have and the injuries from the military. So I think I need to be a bit more careful with doing that. So I'm in quite a lot of pain at the moment, but it's my own fault for pushing myself a little too hard and something I shouldn't have done. Stringer News 1, $2 says, cool story, bro, but where's your evidence? I just get it tattooed on my head, I think. Siggy Sigweld for another 666 ARSs says, Dear Gary, an artistic technique is not what we use to take measurements of our physical world. Go home, Gary. Your ECG is the only thing flat here. Yeah, again, I apologize to the world for programming Gary Wabenga. I do not know how to program AI, hence Gary Wabenga. Siggy Sigweld then gifted another 50 memberships. So Siggy has actually gifted today 100 memberships. Siggy, you mad fucking man. If you became a member today, and it looks like a lot of you are, say thank you to Ziggy. String News 1 for $2 says, Preparation H for Dan's butt hurt. Yeah. Man, Flerfs. Ziggy Zigweld, 50 ARS says, Flerfs apparently now think fish tanks are not in the real world. You heard it here first, people. Thanks a lot, FTFE. This is great dumpster fire. Yeah, I didn't make it a dumpster fire. The Flerfs did. But yeah, oh my god, refraction isn't a thing. There's limits to refraction, and fish tanks aren't real. The Grumpy Old Mechanic for $5 says, why does every university library have hundreds of feet of shelf space devoted to astronomy and geophysics journals? It's to hide the truth, obviously. It's to keep you indoctrinated. America can't hide a blowjob in the fucking Oval Office. You think we can hide the shape of the Earth? PhD Tony, the only real man in the room, for $10 Australian says, it is fascinating that flat earthers want to suggest planets or stars without knowing what observation evidence we have on each. Yeah, they're just going to deny spectroscopy because they have to. Caucasian Sensation came back to the membership and became a Brawlers. Thank you very much, my friend. Welcome. CV McCullough, member for 7 months, says they are mathematical rules of perspective in art. Yeah, but art does not represent reality. Art is art. Reality is reality. Stringer News 1 for $2 says Rayleigh criteria doesn't make anything vanish. No, it makes it unresolvable. Doesn't just make it disappear. Just, I mean, you zoom in, it's still there. Excuse me, I'm tired. Oh. PhD Tony for $5 Australian says, ask Gary how Clarabelle is doing. We're all really hoping things work out between those two. Just tell him to keep away. Tell him to keep her away from Santos. Oh, Santos.
When I was a young boy, I grew up on the farm. I'm a country boy, and I used to fuck the cows and the pigs. I used to fuck the pigs, and the cows would come, and I would pat them and look into their eyes.
I mean, I still think that's impressive. I don't know about you.
You know, I want to be a urinator.
Oh, okay, Santos.
This morning, I went to the toilet.
Well, it's going to help if you want to be a urinator.
If you think after watching this that the Earth is flat, then you're a degenerate.
Well, I understand.
I'm masturbating.
Not right now. Fuck's sake.
You flat earthers are demented.
I know. I know. MB £5 says so much derp. Painkiller monies. Thank you very much, dude. I need the painkiller. My painkiller's almost run out. Box for $2 Australian says flat earthers use perspective to hide playing hide and seek. Oh man. Turing Test 2 for £20. Thank you very much. Says hopefully this will help FTFE's brain be slightly less sad. No, my brain definitely sad. Like the men inside that control me, they fucking hate me. Like you should see how stressed they are. MB for £2 says yes, let's cheer up Craig's brain. Toads in My Eyes has been a member for 4 months and says, do the Rayleigh criteria and foreshortening require a container? Everything requires a container, dude. Rachbot, been a member for 43 months. Fucking hell. Says, my runtime has been foreshortened. Oh no, I'll download some extra RAM for you, don't worry. And Siggy Sigweld for another 50 ARSs because I know Siggy loves me. The level of dumb is messing with my high. I'm tapping out for a bit. Hail Sagan, FTFE, what a dumpster fire. I have to rewatch in parts. Sorry, not sorry. Thank you, buddy. I really appreciate it. Albius for $5 Canadian says, can he explain why the setting sun gets cut by the ocean bottom up and isn't compressed from the top? No, he would just say foreshortening and run away. LB Things, Stuff and More became a new member as well. Welcome to Scrappers today, guys. That is 102 members. What do you reckon? Can we make it 110 members before I finish reading Super Chats? Let's see. I challenge you. CV McCullough for $5 says they never have evidence. It's always trying to disprove and fearmonger. If your standpoint is fear, NASA, etc., you don't have one. They fear NASA, they fear science, they fear big words and big numbers. Toads in My Eyes for $2 says he clearly meant frog. Supernatural frogs cause it. Jeremy for $2 says, hey Craig, how's Commander Riker doing? He's a lovely little fucking shit. No, Commander Riker's doing really well. He's nipping a bit at the kids, but I think he sees them as playmates, like litter mates. He won't dare put his teeth on me. I'm definitely the authoritarian to him, whereas my wife is kind of the person that's nice and play. Oh, excuse me. He's doing really well. He's got a few commands down, and he's going to be an amazing puppy. I'll introduce you to him soon, don't worry. String News 1 for $2 says he turned the frogs gay. I like fish sticks. Robert Loscombe for $4.99 says FTFE asked them how a 24-hour sun in Antarctica is possible on a flat Earth. Yeah, they say it's not, and it's just been edited. So, String News 1 for $5. Is there a third? Is there a hard vacuum? That's where there's no refraction. Yeah, that's right. Sorry, words. When there's a vacuum, there's no refraction. That's it. CV McCullough for $5 says, wait until Dan finds out you don't actually see anything and his world is about reflecting light. Oh, the crying game. Yeah, flat earthers still don't get that. You know, the light coming from my hand to my eyes. It's refracted. Yeah, well, you smashed that, didn't you, guys? I said 110, not 120. Stringer News 1 for $2 says, a new logical fallacy, the appeal to Bob. Even when he's in the room. Nick N, been a member for 2 months, says, hey Dan, what's your flavour of crayon? I've heard that purple is the breakfast of choice. Stephen McCullough for $2 says, Dan equals Paul Reeves ride a little light in the belfry. I don't know what that means, but thank you. And then another one for $2 says, I raised BSCs. They get easier after 3 to 6 months. Border Collies. Yeah, that's what I've heard. Get through the first 3 months and they're amazing. The first 3 months is really hard. The Misanthrope, been a member for 1 month, says, screw Diablo, play Warframe. Ugh, I can't deal with too much live service. At least Diablo's got like a campaign and stuff. Justin Darkcloud 6.99 gives me some cherries. Thank you very much, Justin. PJB. Oh, Justin, is that my super chat cherry? Is that what you've just done? Well, thank you very much. PJB for $5 says, I haven't watched live in a while. Thanks for the fun as always. Good luck with the puppy. I love the fucking puppy. Let's have another picture of Commander Riker, shall we? Here he is, the beautiful thing. Icy Spin for $2 says, thanks for letting me give my thoughts. No worries, glad you could join in. The Misanthrope for $2 says, I rarely get to watch live, but it's worth it. It's worth you being here. I love it. Robert Luscombe for $1.99 says, debating these Flerfs is melting your brain. It did that a long time ago. It fell out of my nose. The Soldier for $1.99 says, daytime, nighttime. God no. Oh, rest in peace, Antonio Subirats, you fucking mental person, you. Albius for $5 says, Lucky Cookie chose to stay so long because she had the best home and kitty any kitty could want. I hope that she had a good life full of love. Here she is. Here's my baby girl that left us recently. Oh, I love her. Vikunuk for $6.99 Canadian dollars says, I'd call Gary a giant tit, but even those have won more arguments than him. Yes, they have. Oh, Cookie, I miss you. Toads in My Eyes gifted 10 memberships. Thank you very much. That's amazingly generous. And then Demoser also gifted 10 memberships. The Misanthrope for $2 says Warhammer has a massive storyline and solo play. Maybe I'll give it a go then. It is free after all. And then Mr. E-Man gifted another 10 memberships, taking us all the way up to 132 new members today. You're right, Rachbot. It's fucking raining memberships. Guys, this has been fun. This has been long. You have been amazing for hanging out the entire time. And I will see you all very, very soon. I love you all. I love you so much that I'm going to make you listen to me rapping. Because that's love, right?
Can we pretend that airplanes
Misanthrope, $2 blasted phone. That's supposed to say Warframe. Yeah, I know what you meant. I know what you meant.
Brain right now, brain right now.
And then Mr. E-Man 980 with no message. Thank you.
Morning. These words come with a storm warning. Better batten down the hatches, grab some matches and brace yourself for a long day of misery. YouTube has given me the power to reach up into the sky and show you all that we live on a ball. I bring you science that's comprehensible. Your view is indefensible. You're reprehensible. You're Mr. Sensible. When I was young, I never thought I would be here to see this. A pile of random nonsense dressed up as bullshit. Your ignorance will be the death of us all, like running head first full speed into a wall. You could always read a book, buy a telescope, set it up and take a photo of the moon, or just be a buffoon. I send you in a balloon up to the stratosphere, page 3.
You're a few fries short of a happy meal. You're dumber than a box of pear. The wheel's spinning but the hamster's dead, and you're as smart as bait. You forgot to pay your brain bill. You're missing a few buttons on the remote control. 24 cents short of a quarter. You're surfing in Nebraska. You're as bright as Alaska in December, and you're fat as your family tree. You don't have all the cornflakes in one box. You got an IQ of 2 and it takes 3 to grunt. The elevator doesn't go all the way up, and there's a vacancy on the top floor. Your antenna doesn't pick up all the channels. You're several nuts short of a
You're Mr.
fruitcake.
Sensible, calm down, don't go too hard. You don't need the hard Siberian Flerfs in your backyard. You're a man of science, poise and grace. Mage 2 did everything to wipe the grins off the face. So Nathan, get away from those kids. The world is not flat and it doesn't have a lid. Recognize the differences between the textbook and the Bible and control yourself. Lay off your slander and your lies. You're a bunch of knobs poisoning the well of the youth, spreading lies that you like to claim as knowledge and truth. Stop spreading fresh bullshit like the butter on your bread. Maybe your musical assault knock some sense into your head. I hope one day you'll hear these lyrics and smile, and you realize you used to be a 40-year-old child. Now it's time to wake up, open your eyes and see, and acknowledge the existence of gravity!
You're a few clowns short of a circus. Your phone is off the hook. Your sewing machine is out of thread. You're all foam and no beer. You don't have all your dogs on one leash. An intellect rivaled only by garden tools. There's no grain in your silo, and your skylight leaks a little. Your belt doesn't go through all the loops. You couldn't pour water out of a boot without instructions on the heel. Your slinky's kinked, and you're proof that evolution can work in reverse. A few feathers short of a whole duck, one fruit loop short of a full bowl.
Airplanes in the night sky are like shooting stars. Should be wishing for a brain right now, brain right now, brain right now. Can we pretend that airplanes in the night sky are like shooting stars? Should be wishing for a brain right now, brain right now, brain right now.
You thought it was over? Well, I'm still standing while you're swinging, flinging feces, talking shit just like the human centipede. You got the mind of a chimp, and I'm here to expedite your shore leave. Cause I'm a seaman, but not the kind I ripped up on your mum's gums. I'm the kind that sailed submarines and fired guns. I could float a boat across the ocean with my eyes closed, circumnavigate the globe with a compass and a bag of sausage rolls. Well, all you can do is nibble on your toes. I'll smack you with the hose that you taught a water level, sit and swivel. You nasal gazing muppet, you can stuff it harder than the wallet stuffed by Warren Buffett. And I don't care about your sauces unless you're serving them. And I don't care about your lines unless you're curving them. Now step away from me, you're sucking up my oxygen with the vacuum where your brain should be, you dumb fuck.
Thank you for watching, everyone. I should be back on Wednesday with another show, hopefully in the asylum, if we can get the Flat Earther to turn up. Great night. I'm tired. Definitely bedtime. You guys need to remember, though, that stupidity's not a right. Fight the Flat Earth.
Fight the flat, fight the flat, fight the flat.